freedom, romance, adventure, the best virtual reality fantasy game, Chrono Life. Except at this moment, a person was being rejected by all kinds of people. The unkind, the maybe kind, even little children actually. He was just another poor soul with trash equipment. He was already incredibly pissed off at Chrono Life, and the people around him asked what this guy's problem was. He was screaming at his own sword. He explained that no one has an eye for things. This weapon is great. He spent so much money to buy this sword, and then a girl with a heart staff, very beautiful by the way, approached him asking if he wanted to party with her. Then he thought Chrono Life is so cool, and he was trying to impress her by saying he bought a 55,000,001 starter pack, and that he got this knight's double-edged sword, and she kept saying he was so cool and looked like a fairy tale hero, and he already imagined their life together. But of course he was just another sucker who was led into the middle of a woods and attacked by the mage. He asked if he was attacked because she wanted his weapon, and she replied that of course she didn't need such trash. She lured him all this way here, into the middle of the deserted forest, to kill him. Simply put, of course everything was a lie. There's no reason to party with him. He's just another loser. He must be a loser in real life too. He wouldn't even be able to talk to her if it were in real life. He should at least upgrade his own equipment. If he can't control it, he should at least be good. Seeing how he bought a beginner warrior set, his parents must be beggars, and the moment he stood up to try to counterattack, he was split in half by her, who with that fulfilled the condition of her hidden class transition quest. She transformed into a goddess of life. Finally, after killing 1,000 people, and after that, she just stepped over the corpse to fulfill her final mission. That day, he learned one thing about the truth of this game. What matters is the law of the jungle. When his character died, he reappeared in a safe area, losing a significant amount of experience. The character was resurrected, but he was traumatized by everything he went through. He was pissed at this piece of crap game, so he took a reinforcement hammer that increases an equipment's value by 1, and kept hitting his sword. The fastest way to get strong is to upgrade equipment, but his sword was destroyed. He tried to upgrade the Iron Blood leather gloves and they also broke. He did this with all his equipment and lost everything, and was left naked, and told himself to forget this piece of shit game. But at that moment, a weird NPC threw a stick at him. A very weak basic weapon for beginners, and the NPC had a strange face as if it were a cartoonish drawing, talking to him in emoticons. Apparently he was saying the stick was a good weapon. It seems the noob felt sorry for him since all his equipment broke, so he hit it with the reinforcement hammer and it worked. Not just once but twice, and he thought it only worked with a horrible item like this. What a joke. But he kept hammering and the stick had 64 additional damage. The damage increase was exponential. He knows that the higher the enhancement level, the higher the chance of failure, but he kept hitting the stick until the end of the day, and he reached the maximum enhancement of an item. He had a plus 99 stick. He wondered what the sense of this shit was. After upgrading 10 times, the chance of another success is less than 5%, and when the stick slipped from his hand, he grabbed it back, hitting the ground. It created an explosion large enough to cut the continent, to cut the planet in two. Everyone got desperate, saying it must have been a dragon. Save the people first. The continent was split in two, and that day, a record in the Guinness records. It was recorded in the history of virtual reality games. The guy with the stick killed some players, and his notoriety increased many times over. The number of players who got a game over in a single move was 850,617, and of course he was pissed at that wretched woman. In Chrono Life, he learned something about the truth. What matters is the law of the jungle, and now that he had a level 99 stick, it was time for people to learn. And this guy holding the stick, who didn't even have a name until now, was a Zen nobody. He had an average appearance. He didn't stand out in studies or sports. In game terms, he was a bronze 4, but now in his underwear wearing a cape with his plus 99 stick, he bumped into a big guy who asked the newbie if he wanted to die bumping into him. But in this place, the guy was different, and told the damn pig to shut his mouth. When the bald guy tried to retaliate by cursing him and getting pissed, he took a stick to the head and was deleted from the history of humanity. In this game, he felt stronger. He felt like the protagonist, but the system said the weapon's durability was getting low. The stick only has 5 durability, so he finally realized a problem. He went to an alley very worried about his stick. It's a beginner weapon. It has extremely low durability, and will break after a few hits. In this case 5, he already gave 2. It's like he only has 3 more attacks. He's screwed. He wants to screw the people who look down on him and get revenge on that girl. Since he only has 3 attacks left, he's going to make them count. He went straight to the Valley of the Dead, stepping over a carpet of skulls, invoking the creature that lived there, the most powerful boss in Chrono Life, the two-headed dragon, Urus. He was making his speech, saying this is the crossroads where life and death intersect, and he is a foolish mortal, and Urus took a stick hit and died. One of his heads was torn off. With 3 attacks left, he could kill this thing. He's going to take down the most powerful monster. The second head asked to talk, but the stick owner asked, didn't he just call him a foolish mortal? The dragon replied that it was just the script that was programmed. He had no choice, and asked who the hell he is. He replied, I don't know man, just die already. Then gave another stick hit and disintegrated the dragon's body, but the creature hadn't died died yet, and he only had one stick attack left. He explained that if durability weren't a problem, but Urus said if he has a durability problem, he can help. The system appeared before him, saying he could make a contract with the two-headed dragon Urus. He wishes to surrender his soul, and asked if he's ever heard of an ego sword. It's hard to explain. Putting it in simple terms, it will merge his weapon with his soul, then his weapon will possess an ego, evolving into an ego sword, gaining infinite durability. The ego sword is the strongest weapon in Chrono Life, and of course he really liked the suggestion. At this rate, the plot will change. He had given up on revenge, but it seems the heavens want him to get his revenge. Urus was terrified and the player accepted the contract. Urus's body disappeared. His soul merged into the weapon. The plus 99 stick now had an ego rank and infinite durability. When Urus dies, it is programmed for his subjects to attack the person who killed him, seeking revenge. Urus's army was decimated by one strike of the stick. At that moment in the game's capital, it was being announced. An SSS rank reward. The person on the poster killed 800,000 people in one day. The greatest player kill streak known. Posters were distributed in 12 kingdoms and 3 continents across the world, and a reward of 1 billion gold. Royal Guard armies were being mobilized. The master of the Holy Guild, Saintry, was also heading out for this mission. Not just her, but also Suho, master of the bloodline of the Cross Guild, also Abracadabra, who had a very strange name, the most powerful sorceress of the royal family, and also master of the Holy Land Guild. Even Hong would participate in this. Master of the Robin Hood Guild, and the noblest among them all, the King of Arden Castle. Falcon Eye, master of the Justice Guild. The 5 best guilds were gathered in one place. It is the first alliance made between the top 5 in the world, and as leader of the World Union Guild, Falcon Eye declared war against Edion the Player Killer. And now Edion the Player Killer, with his infinite durability stick, was very happy, but suddenly Urus's head emerged from the stick, as he explained before. Now his soul has become one with his weapon. Explained in simple terms, this option is a classic for ego rank weapons. Only the wielder of the weapon could hear him. He replied that he understands now, but asked where his other head was. Didn't he have 2 heads? And Urus really wondered, where was his other head? He didn't know, but at that moment his wanted poster fell from the sky. Not just one, but a rain of posters. They were everywhere. He was being pursued. He was famous. And Urus said that as expected of him, he took down 800,000 people with just one hit. Besides, if the reward is 1 billion gold, it means he's worth 1 billion in real money. How fancy. But he asked if it wasn't a violation of the game's rules to use words unrelated to this world. Urus didn't care. He already died anyway, but by the way, he asked what the wielder would do. With a bounty like that, users from all over the world will be after his life. He can eradicate all the wretched humans now. He remembered the blow he gave the ground, thinking that either way, the feeling isn't that bad. He feels as if he's become a celebrity. He'll have to become a loser, hiding his strength. But Urus asked why he would do that. Humans will ignore him, thinking he's a weakling. He replied that's exactly his purpose. It'll be fun. To others, he looks like a weakling, but in reality, he's the protagonist. That's pretty cool. But at that moment, he was pierced by an arrow from Falcon Eye, and the Justice Guild army surrounded him. Falcon Eye ordered that they bind this abominable man who murdered 800,000 people, and Urus asked if he was okay. He needs to get up. Those weak humans will catch him. He stood up, and when everyone attacked, he took back what he said. He wanted to live a loser's life peacefully, but they asked for it, and one more blow from the stick created a nuclear-sized explosion, eliminating everyone, not just the people, but eradicating the entire city. The capital of the First Kingdom turned to dust, and the stick guy went up to Falcon Eye, who used a summoning crystal that can summon as many users as desired. He did this to summon the other guilds, with mass teleportation. They were all gathered, the World Union Guild. Approximately 3 million people were summoned, and everyone attacked the stick wielder at the same time and were eradicated from the face of this planet, and Urus was just very scared. Common sense was that the stick wielder would have problems. No matter how strong the boss Urus is, he can't deal with thousands of people at once. The World Union Guild is no easy opponent. It's a group of high rankers spread all over the world. Urus would lose even if he mobilized his entire army, but the stick kid was killing everyone. Abracadabra and her sorceresses summoned a huge magical enchantment of disintegration above the wielder's head. The name of the spell was very badass, so he thought he should also think of a name for his move, and he used uplifting, attacking upward and destroying the ancient magic. The sorcerers would try once more, that is if they weren't attacked by the stick and annihilated. 1 against 3 million people. It wasn't an overwhelming result. It was disastrous. The World Union was completely defeated. Falcon Eye could hardly believe it. He was traumatized, and the stick guy said he didn't kill him on purpose. Because of him, it was hard to control his strength, and he didn't kill him earlier because he hit him with an arrow, didn't he? Then he gave a blow just to Falcon Eye, disintegrating him too, not just among Chrono Life users, but also among users of other games, and even among people who had no interest in games. That left a mark, except one last person remained, whom he recognized the moment he saw her. The girl girl who was the goddess of life. In that field lit by the setting sun, where 3 million people were defeated, they finally reunited. It was all quite dramatic. He remembered that humiliation, and the goddess of life asked how he's been. It must be fate. She didn't expect to find him once again, and he replied that she definitely came here on purpose to finish him off, and despite wanting to crush her right away, he still wants to talk about something. He asked if she dyed her hair. She was happy he noticed. At the time she killed him, it was so she could change classes. Now she has the secret goddess of life class, which is why her hair color changed, but he replied then by saying her name should be goddess of death. She replied that it's really funny. He tried to strike her, but she dodged the first blow, and he wanted to make her story even funnier by beating the crap out of her. The next attack would sweep away any army, but she dodged again, saying she just wanted to have a conversation. He kept striking until he finally hit her with an arc of power, but she was intact. She admitted he got much stronger, but he couldn't kill her. Eurus asked how she was alive, and she just kept staring at the dragon. Apparently she could see him. The stick wielder said it's definitely strange. He's sure his attack was a success, but she replied that she's the goddess of life. A mere human cannot kill a god, so he charged at her even angrier, striking her directly. His blows were destroying the planet, making everything shake, but she remained intact. It was no use. She explained that he must have been excited, just thinking about her every day, wanting to kill her, but no matter how much time passes or how strong he gets, he will never be able to kill her. But when she approached, he turned around and started stretching his arm because he wants to see how hard he can swing to split it in two. The goddess of life said it won't work. He won't be able to kill her, but he wanted to split the planet in two. Since he can't kill her, he's going to destroy the planet. That way she'll either die from the explosion or be launched into space by the impact. When he fought today, he didn't use all his strength. She explained that if he destroys the planet, he'll die with her. It would be a suicide attack instead of revenge, but he laughed at this piece of shit game and everything he went through, saying people like her don't understand. Suicide attack. Satisfied. If a person has nothing to lose, fuck it. She tried to stop him, but at the last moment, he struck with all the strength he had. The ground of that planet, splitting it not into two pieces, but obliterating it completely, destroying not only the game world, but the game's source code. In the virtual reality capsule room where people rented to play, everyone was kicked out of Chrono Life. Suddenly, as if it were a game error, the people tried to blame the owner of that capsule PC Bang, but he replied that the circuit breaker wasn't turned off. Nothing happened. Then an official announcement came out on the Chrono Life page. They were performing emergency maintenance on the server. They apologized for the inconvenience and will post another announcement informing the reopening of the server when it happens. The addicts were very sad about it, and everyone was kicked out of the game, except for one specific player. He was synchronized with the main system of version 1.7 of Chrono Life. There was only one user connected, and it was him. He was player ST389, according to the entity present in the game system, which informed him that all these codes are the planet he just destroyed. A planet known for its beauty, their mother's favorite place, and this host of his was the god of the game. The stick wielder said it's not his problem, and asked if he saw that black-haired woman. God of the game replied that there are only the two of them there. The current number of users in the game was only him. It was him who killed everyone. It should be common sense. No one would survive that explosion. All living things were eliminated, so he was very happy. Revenge complete. That's why he plays online games. He asked Eurus to come out of the stick, but he didn't appear, and God of the game said there were only the two of them there, so it's not to be expected that that child would be here. So the stick wielder asked if he's an NPC or administrator. God of the game replied that he's neither, and when he tried to explain, something got in the middle of his dialogue and prevented him from speaking, but he said it was great to meet him and told him to say hi to the hairy one. Suddenly, a glow made them both disappear, and he was finally logged out of the game. He came out of the capsule very angry, wondering why God of the game appeared before him if he didn't give any important information, but in front of his capsule was another man who knew exactly everything about this player. His name is Lee Ji-woo, 21 years old, has been playing Chrono Life for 3 months, chosen weapon, plus 99 stick, and Ji-woo wondered if this is the hairy one, and said the man was right, but asked who he is. The man replied that he's the guy who's going to steal his stick, and yes, his name was Lee Ji-woo, an ordinary university student who likes playing Chrono Life. Until recently, he was just a beginner player, but he bought a pack, and then all that happened. He was humiliated. He got a plus 99 stick and took revenge on that woman, destroying the game planet and standing before God of the game. But after that, he was taken to a restaurant by that man who wanted to talk. The restaurant closed because of him. He was so important. They were surrounded by an army of bodyguards, and the man told Ji-woo to eat his food. The old woman who runs this shop has a way with the kitchen. She's good, and he replied, yes sir, and tasting the food wondered what was happening. The man had frequented this restaurant since he was broke. It's been 15 years since his company was established during the early stages of Chrono Life's development, and Jiwoo asked if he is that man. He replied yes. He is the president of Chrono Life Choi Deokbae, and Jiwoo asked, what do you mean? He's not the leader of a gang, and asked who the people around were. They were just company workers. One was a character modeler, another was a soundtrack planning director, a marketing team leader. They weren't bodyguards. Jiwoo was scared as hell. He thought he was going to die today and asked what the president wants to talk to him about. Choi had already explained. It's simple. He wants the plus 99 stick. As a game company, it's a natural thing to do. Recover bugged items. And Jiwoo asked if it was bugged, but he himself upgraded that item. But Choi said 3% is the official success rate after upgrading an item 10 times, and it drops even more. And Jiwoo knew that. If it wasn't a bug, the chance of this happening was infinitesimal. From now on, his plus 99 stick will be under the company's care, and after a while, near the front city, a group of players was facing a Garrus, a level 21 monster that charged like a bull. The fire mage fired a flame missile. The creature was charred but survived, and the pugilist warrior tried to advance with her fists but was just knocked down and thrown on top of the mage. Meanwhile, Jiwoo was just sitting in a tree, watching everything, wondering what he does now, and Eurus also wanted to know but was chill with the situation. When director Choi said he would keep the stick, he explained that it's what the company wanted him to say, but he doesn't think it would be fair. He investigated personally. Jiwoo's stick is not a bugged item, so he reached a conclusion. He will no longer interfere with this user. Whether he kills the strongest boss in the game, or 3 million people, or destroys the planet, he is free to do whatever he wants as a user. So he offered some more food, saying it only depends on him now, but when he mixed the food to hand over the plate, the restaurant owner slapped Choi on the head, saying that's not how you mix food. For God's sake, she's going to go crazy any day now, and he got all sad about the scolding. This is crazy. Even Jiwoo felt awkward. But while he thought about that group that was fighting before was kicking out the girl who fell on the mage, saying she's trash. She's a shitty player. She doesn't know how to keep her position. It's the basics. She's just a troll, and Jiwoo remembered the only favor director Choi asked of him. Chrono Life is a very good game. He's biased. It has freedom, romance, adventure, a fantasy world larger than any other, and asked Jiwoo just to avoid destroying it so everyone can enjoy it well. And Jiwoo, seeing that scene, the girl being spat on, kicked out of the group because she was useless, said adventure and romance my ass. People are shit, as expected of the law of the jungle. He's going to enjoy it his own way, and before annihilating everyone with his stick, he heard a scream. It was that girl, very angry, saying this game is trash. The bastards have no eye for things. She bought great equipment. She spent a lot of money for it. This made Jiwoo recognize himself in that situation. He felt empathy for her. When Kiontuka went off to hunt alone, she was surrounded by a horde of Garros. She didn't have the slightest chance of defeating so many of them. Like a stampede, she would be annihilated, but Jiwoo made his decision. He went there to save her with an upward attack that disintegrated all the monsters and pierced the heavens. He doesn't think he went to her out of solidarity or pity. He reached the conclusion that he did it because it seemed fun. It was complicated, chaotic, and that was the prologue of the story. He approached Kiontuka, asking if they could hunt together, but at that moment she told him to fuck off. She doesn't hunt with a noob, and took off. Yeah, the beginning of his story wasn't smooth. Worldwide, a problem caught everyone's attention. People call it Judgment Day, the end of the world of Chrono Life. An incessant debate was happening in the global gaming community. They were talking about the killer of 800,000 people inside Chrono Life, the most powerful one. Some people said it was just a hacker or bug abuser. 1 against 3 million makes no sense, and they said to kick him out, to kick out the hacker. They should do justice. So everyone was focused on Chrono Life's response. And finally, the announcement said they would like to provide them with an official announcement about the situation. Regarding that player killer, it was discovered that it is a normal user. According to investigations, the user is not a hacker nor a bug abuser. He followed the game's rules and regulations diligently, and the controversy ended. Everyone was talking about this news. Apparently, that killer of many players who destroyed the continent is just actually very powerful. They were wondering what he would be like in real life. You can't be sure because he's wearing a hood in the photo. Except at this moment, Jiwoo was following Kiontuka here still. She wasn't happy with him at all, but he just wanted to form a hunting party. She replied she wouldn't hunt in a party with someone poor and indecent like him. He's in his underwear. He didn't have time to play around, and Jiwoo asked what's up with this woman, saying he's indecent. He just saved her life, but Urus explained that actually she had her eyes closed when he saved her, so she didn't see anything. In other words, she doesn't know he's strong. He can hide his power, so Jiwoo went running after the lady, asking her to carry him, saying actually he's new to the game so he doesn't know anything, so he asked her to carry him, master. She felt important being called master, and Urus understood his idea. He's going to do that hiding the power thing. Smart. Then Kiontuka said it's so embarrassing. Normally the master is someone who should help noobs, so she invited Jiwoo to her party. Kiontuka, or Lovely, which was her nickname, was a level 24 martial artist fighter. Later they were near the front city at the start of a dungeon in a cave, even fighting against bears and rabbits, level 4 creatures. She was fighting very well. She had great moves. Jiwoo was being carried there in the background, saying she might be in danger if she gets surrounded, but Urus said not to worry. She had very good equipment actually. Just her weapon costs about 10 million gold. Her entire gear must be worth about 100 million. She's just a pay-to-win player. Those players who pay to win. Jiwoo thought that when she said she spent a lot on this game, she really spent a lot. So here Kayontuka approached the underwear guy, saying even being carried, he shouldn't be sitting doing nothing. He can hit with their stick and whatever, and when the rabbit bear charged at them, he retaliated with a stick blow, and the creature was disintegrated, except she had her back turned and didn't see what happened. He thought he was screwed. It's a crisis in the idea of hiding power because every attack of his obliterates anything, but suddenly she received a message from outside the game saying she had an appointment and had to leave. Here Kayontuka said she's going to log out of the game. It'll take about 30 minutes, and told him to keep practicing hunting mobs. Jiwoo said she just leaves when she feels like it, and asked what she does in real life since she spent 100 million on the game. The bear said maybe she was born with a silver spoon and she logged out of the game in her comfortable bed in her huge mansion, and remembered that boy who annoyed her at the start, but she was happy with the situation. But her agent opened the bedroom door asking what she's doing, you crazy girl. You're sitting there wearing this thing, and told her to hurry. She has 10 minutes, and by the way played with glasses again. Her agent already told her to take them off when using the helmet, otherwise her nose gets marked, but she explained she gets an anxiety attack without her glasses, and only the agent knows that. She just replied then to sit down quickly to do the makeup. If it weren't for the money I would have killed this girl already, and then killed myself, so she took off her glasses, made up her star, and later at the last music performance of the hottest festival in this city she appeared, first place for 13 consecutive weeks. The most popular idol currently, Han Sarang. She went to the stage and the crowd went wild. She's an idol, singer, and songwriter. Her hobby that the public doesn't know is online games. She was always very addicted. Meanwhile, inside Chrono Life, Jiwoo was actually practicing with those creatures, even him being very powerful, but he was practicing hiding his power. He was practicing trying to hit without killing in one blow, except later his blows were creating explosions that reached space, and the god of the game said it looked pretty fun. And Han Sarang, meanwhile at the show, who was 18 years old, a high school student, entered the music industry very early, experienced a difficult start and was unpopular for a long time, but now she's stabilized as the best singer and songwriter, first place for 13 consecutive weeks. Later in an interview on a talk show, the host said he can hardly believe she achieved this feat and asked how she's able to write lyrics so moving as the ones in her songs. She only replied that she likes staying home alone, reading poetry collections, sometimes even fairy tales for inspiration. She even got a bit embarrassed, saying it's a rather childish hobby to read fairy tales, and everyone was dazzled by her beauty. Men, women, children, the elderly, and the agent said she's deceiving the whole country. She's very resourceful. Poetry, fairy tales, lies. Her hobby that the public doesn't know is gaming. The host said Han Sarang is also popular for her acting besides being an artist. She played an interesting role in that drama, a rude high school girl. She replied that she's been going through hard times because of this role. Never cursed once since she was born, but when she went back to the game she was giving Jiwoo the biggest middle finger, kicking his ass, cursing him until she couldn't anymore. The boss had told him to train, and Jiwoo asked since when is she his boss. She replied since now. Han Sarang is the type who releases the stress of daily life playing games, and Urus said he could get rid of this rude girl, but he replied that he was hiding his power. He has to pretend he's weak, and she was telling him to call her captain, and Urus thought, well, his idea was really working. He was looking like a weakling, and as they continued the way through the cave she asked if he practiced enough hunting monsters. He replied that it was a process that required extreme patience. His journey really is far from over, and Urus said it's very useless to hit without killing. Sarang said she's looking forward to it. She still doesn't know his name either. What's his character's name? Underwear Guy. But before he could even answer, she just said she prefers calling him Underwear Guy anyway. Except meanwhile, there was another group in the cave that was specifically pursuing Han Sarang, and the leader of this group told everyone to gather all guild members in this dungeon. Today they're going to do justice. Later they were facing the level 22 rabbit bear, and Sarang sent Underwear Guy at it, and before even reaching the rabbit he tripped. He made the biggest effort for the stick to go as slowly as possible, and touched a little hair of the creature, and the rabbit was destroyed, but actually stayed with 1 HP point. Jiwoo actually managed to hit without killing, and Sarang said Underwear Guy got so strong but the creature was asking please someone kill him, but suddenly someone fired a knife and she got more worried about Jiwoo countering the knife with a kick than about herself. The assassin, leader of that group, said she was incredible. Should give credit to her gear actually, and this was Kim, head of the Halasan Guild, and of course she recognized it when they introduced themselves, but when they charged she told Underwear Guy it was dangerous and stood ready to defeat everyone alone. Her martial arts blows were very powerful because of her super super expensive equipment, and she was finishing everyone off. Jiwoo didn't know what was going on but kept watching the combat, but you can guess based on what he's seeing. The Halasan Guild people picked a fight with Sarang. They've already fought a few times, but they always end up losing to her. But the group leader doesn't know when to quit and came for one more revenge. It must be that, but by the way, they are very weak. A group of guys around level 20 being destroyed by her, but Kim said it was going as planned. She must be distracted now, and another player, an assassin girl, charged at Sarang using her special stealing ability. Suddenly, Sarang's items, the gauntlets, the expensive gear, disappeared and appeared in that other girl's hands. And Urus said this is the steal skill of the rogue class, but it's strange because it shouldn't be that broken. But Jiwoo didn't worry. He has nothing to be stolen, until he remembered one thing. The stick can be stolen, so he grabbed the stick and ran off. But Kim didn't worry about him one bit. But when the thief saw Jiwoo's underwear, she made a cheeky face, then handed the gear to Kim, saying stealing from someone who has nothing is much more fun, and she blocked Jiwoo's path purposefully to steal the stick. The moment he tried to strike, she managed to steal his stick, and that is a problem. The thief said she would steal his hood now, but suddenly she felt Urus's power, saying how this arrogant mortal dares wield the stick without knowing who he is. She fell from the shock, and the system said Urus's soul refuses to recognize another person. Urus asked how this little thief dares try to obtain him like this. No one can have him except for his buddy here. It seems she underestimated him, and Jiwoo was so happy with this that he even petted Urus's head for the first time. But the thief was terrified. She had never felt that before. A ghost spoke inside her head, and Kim asked what problem was that. Must have forgotten the job, but she replied no. She will keep doing her job for money. And at that moment she was almost hit by Sarang's kick, who wanted to get her gauntlets back. Except the weapons were now already in Leader Kim's hands, and before she could do anything, she was knocked out by Jiwoo's stick. He used his special ability, hitting without killing, and the thief asked what he's doing. Shouldn't they be together? He replied only that he's hiding his power, and the next attack swept her guild away. The thief asked if it was him who did that, right before taking one more blow to the back of the neck that left her with 1 HP. Skill, hit without killing. Jiwoo admitted he got much stronger mentally after all the shit he went through, but just now because of her, he almost had a heart attack, so he finished annihilating the thief. Later, Sarang woke up next to Underwear Guy, who was sitting in a tree eating a huge piece of meat, and she asked if the guild went away, and what happened to her because she fainted out of nowhere. She was worried but was happy when she saw her gauntlets back. Jiwoo asked what kind of work this Halasan guild does and what they want with her. She blushed and told him not to be so nice, but on the way she would tell the whole story. She's a pay-to-win player who pays to win. Urus had already explained this because he looked it up on Wikipedia. Sarang said simply put, they are users who spend billions on games to get good gear and beat everyone. A few months ago she had bought this gear by chance in an auction, and one day the Halasan guild started hunting her trying to steal it from her, but they are just some old thugs and their control is also shit, so she won every time. But she asked how Jiwoo stole the gear back. Oh, he replied that they left and must have forgotten. She didn't really believe it. She doesn't know what happened, but she's sure they'll come after her again. But Jiwoo said it's strange. They are so insistent on taking her weapon. She replied it's obvious. They cost 10 million gold. And he replied that's exactly why it's strange. These old guys who spend billions are obsessed with a 10 million weapon. There's more to this story. And later in the Halasan Guild hideout, Kim was being punished by his true master. The blonde man replied they are useless. They can't waste any more time. He will leave this mission to the 4 heavenly kings from now on. And there they all were prepared for the mission. The second heavenly king had a net worth of 1.7 billion in the game. The third, 1.4 billion. The first heavenly king, 2.1 billion, all in item net worth in the game. The second king said Kim's strategy was pathetic. He failed because he hired that mercenary, but the first king said to leave it to him. He will get the silencer gauntlet in 12 hours. And the king, the true master of the Halasan Guild, had a net worth of 12 billion, and he ordered them to show everyone the terror of the Halasan Guild. Except at this moment, while they were giving their evil laugh to start the Festival of Blood, Jiwoo was there picking his nose and flicking a booger on their floor, and he said they are the 4 big babies. So damn idiotic. 4 heavenly kings. How ridiculous. The king asked who the hell he is, but he replied throwing the booger on the floor, saying it's going to be very hard to hide his powers if they keep bothering his captain. So he's kind of pretending to be weak, and without stalling, he would finish everything right away. The king just said he was a crazy bastard. Everyone charged to kill him, except of course, he retaliated with a stick blow, and the first poor soul was obliterated. The first heavenly king took a blow to the solar plexus and didn't resist, and after a short time, the guild was exploding entirely, and the girl, the goddess of life, even without her hidden class, realized what was happening. The entire Halasan Guild was mobilized to kill Jiwoo, but he replied that to kill him they would need at least 3 million people, and even then they wouldn't manage. He returned with his localized blows, which didn't destroy the entire continent, but killed everyone in a second, and even Kim warned his king to get out of there, otherwise he would be annihilated too. Of course, the king wasn't understanding why this weak-looking guy was destroying everyone. All the players in his guild were pay to win. He then thought that maybe it was the boy from the rumors, the one who annihilated the 800,000, the underwear guy with the stick. The first time the king started playing games was when he was in 2nd grade of elementary school. At that time, games weren't extravagant like today's. It wasn't that easy to level up since they didn't have quests or raids, but it was fun for the little boy Wang, who would eventually become the king. He got scolded by his parents for playing sneakily at night and had great affection for the memories of the time when he leveled up with his friends every weekend. As the years passed, he got older, started being dragged by responsibilities, and could never play again. He had become the president of a company. Suddenly he realized that he was already in his 40s. Anyway, he wanted to give a special gift to himself. He worked harder than anyone. He got a gift from the past. He and his coworker started playing online games again. His heart raced just like back then. He liked it so much, but he wasn't the only one changed by the turbulence of time. He noticed that games now were all about money, and at this moment he was watching his guild being annihilated by the stick guy. Ji Woo, after killing everyone, said only the two of them are left, Wang and Chief Kim. He explained that the end of pay-to-win players is very sad and asked why they need to steal other players' equipment. It was time for the old man to get a beating. Wang, when he made a huge payment to the game, which wasn't a problem for him because he was very rich, he didn't feel emotion. He didn't need to put in effort to get strong. With just a few clicks, he could become so powerful. Pay to win. That was the current situation of online games. Still, he kept exploring various games, but they were all the same thing. Finally, the critically acclaimed game Chrono Life. He wanted to find something he forgot a long time ago. The thing from that time. Except at this moment he took a hit without killing skill to the head and fell stiff. Ji Woo said from today the Hallasan guild is over. It's a drag, so they shouldn't come after him or his captain anymore. But when he left the old man behind, Wang asked if it's him. The guy who killed the 5 biggest guilds not long ago and annihilated 3 million, and asked how much money he spent on this game. He must have used a lot of money to reach this strength, but soon he will also realize that this is no fun. He replied that he spent a pretty penny, and Wang wondered how much. Tens of billions? Hundreds of billions. Ji Woo explained that he spent 55,000 won on a beginner warrior pack, and Wang was left behind, remembering his childhood of all the games, getting truly moved. They tested about 8 games after that classic, and said that finally Chrono Life is very fun, and that girl, the goddess of life, approached the Hallasan guild saying of course it's fun, and said this night is so beautiful, and admitted the hideout is a bit wrecked and about what she wanted. Wang said the preparations were going well, but he's out. The deal to cooperate with her ends. She replied by killing the king, splitting him in half. She admitted she should have asked first, but she's not in a good mood, so she killed Kim too. And Ji Woo, after annihilating the Hallasan guild, reached the highest level of the game, 999, and he opened his status window realizing, truly he was level 999, with 4,960 attribute points to use. Chrono Life is number 1 in active users, in cumulative subscribers, in sales, player reviews. The best virtual reality game in the world. However, reaching the maximum level is practically impossible, said a professional player of Chrono Life. Although all the players in the world are playing day and night, no one managed to get there. Even the top rankers would take decades, but Ji Woo did it. Urus said he can't believe he's the world's first master, as expected of him. He's so proud, but Ji Woo wondered how. He's sure that at that time when he bought the starter pack he was level 7. It's an obvious consequence because on the first day he got the stick, he murdered 800,000 players. Countless monsters and dungeons were in the path of the attack and were also annihilated. Adding the experience from the most powerful boss Urus, his army, and also the 3 million people he massacred. Of course, also counting the destruction of the planet. Everything made him the first in the world to reach max level, while Sarang was very bored and asked where Underwear Guy was. He said to wait a bit, but the sun already set, and he hadn't come back yet. She was caring too much about him too. She's a kind master, so she'll wait a bit longer for him. At the moment he reached level 999, he was ascended to the heavens and reached a temple on a floating island. A voice said he is truly extraordinary to manage to reach this level so fast. That was the Guide of Transcendence welcoming him. He was also the god of the game's classes. The Guide of Transcendence said it was even more impressive because Ji Woo became a master with the beginner class, and Urus asked if he didn't change classes once. He replied no, but the system said the conditions were met. The transition to the secret class began. He was surrounded by the runes of transcendence, the souls of the sword, shield, bow, wand, fists, spear. Everything seeped into his body, and he became a master newbie. His points were tripled, not just the attribute points of course, but also the points he had to spend. spend. He had 14,985 points to distribute, and even Iris wasn't understanding why this was happening. Normally, you only get 5 points when you level up, but he got 15 per level. Even if there exists another max level user, his pure stats would already be 3 times higher. That is ridiculous. But of course Jiwoo was very happy because he wouldn't have to depend entirely on the stick anymore. He started increasing his stats. He was putting everything into one stat only. He didn't need another, but Iris said he ruined everything. He is a loser, and at that moment, the director of Chrono Life was eating that food he always liked to eat, and one of the employees warned that he needed to see personally a problem regarding that user, and in the monitoring room, the director noticed that he finally reached max level, but the problem was what he was doing. He put everything into one stat only, and the director said this guy really likes the game. He was enjoying it to the fullest in his own way, but the employee said it wasn't a joke, sir. He would be a completely trash character, but Choi had already warned this many times. The game company has no right at all to get involved in the player's choice, but the employee wanted to take measures, and Choi himself didn't care. He couldn't believe the kid distributed everything in that stat, achieving the Master Newbie class in the history of virtual reality games. The worst and most powerful character had just been created, and the Guide of Transcendence went to the final step of orientation. Jiwoo would have to make a choice. The right to one of the transcendental weapons he was wielding. Ah, Jiwoo said, for free, there's no way to refuse, right? All are pretty cool, so he told the Guide of Transcendence to hand everything over. The Guide of Transcendence cannot fulfill his request. Excessive greed leads to unnecessary anger, but Jiwoo asked, is he going to hand over this shit, or will he have to beat him up? And even Urus was like, whoa. Even the director was like, whoa. And the Guide of Transcendence got furious and attacked Jiwoo with all his power. But the stick wielder would face him. When the Guide of Transcendence struck with his axe, that split the island. It surely annihilated Jiwoo, but he stood up, struck with the stick and tore off half the Guide of Transcendence's face. He was intact. He put all his 14,990 points into Constitution. He had the highest HP in the game. Urus had judged him for putting everything into this stat, saying he made a fatal error. He became a shit character. All equipment in Chrono Life has a carry weight, so he needs a minimum amount of strength. In other words, he won't put on any equipment except the stick. But he replied he only needs the stick, but doing that made him unlock a hidden ability. The conditions were, before reaching master level, achieve 14,000 in Constitution, and by getting this ability, damage received doesn't exceed a certain value. He got the healing factor. All damage will be immediately converted into healing. He had complete immunity to negative conditions like poisoning, disease, paralysis, etc. And after a second his life went back to normal. And he asked Urus who's the shit character now. The Guide of Transcendence fired a laser at that insignificant mortal, but the laser passed through Jiwoo's heart and he regenerated in a second. He continued being struck, but he healed instantly every time. Jiwoo said thanks to the Guide of Transcendence he benefited in many ways and told him to hand over all the weapons right away. The Guide of Transcendence said his endless greed would consume him one day, but Jiwoo said so what, and purged the God of Classes, making him cease to exist. The transcendental space shattered. He was forced back to the original world and fell like a bomb. Getting all the transcendental equipment that exists, all went to his subspace. He was very happy, and Sarang was very pissed because Underwear Guy made her wait all this time, and when he appeared, he took a punch to the face, although he didn't take damage, but he replied he thought he had come back faster. Some things delayed him, and she replied she's leaving. She's going to log out of the game and told him to meet her tomorrow night, 7:30. That's when she finishes work. If he arrives late, he'll never meet her again, but she seemed very happy with his presence, and Iris got interested in this romantic development. Yeah, but Jiwoo also logged out. It was already past midnight. He left the cyber cafe saying today was great. He took the chance to stop by a restaurant, but noticed he didn't have much money in his wallet. He was poor, until he wondered, wait a minute, very expensive equipment is sold in the game, like a huge global market. If he sells the transcendental items, he'll get rich. All the rankers of this game already knew a forbidden place in Chrono Life, the intersection between life and death, the tomb of all mortals, the valley of the dead, house of Urus. When Jiwoo arrived, Urus welcomed the boss, and he replied yes, it's under your care. He got so blinded by revenge that he didn't even think about taking the items and just left everything here, and Urus asked for forgiveness from his crew, but Jiwoo came back to annihilate the army of the Valley of the Dead, to make a shit ton of money. He's going to get rich. Facing the army of the most fearsome creatures in Chrono Life, Jiwoo just obliterated them with only 2 upward attacks, and got the most valuable items that existed. They fell like rain. Urus said it ended in an instant. He did good. At least his creatures didn't suffer. But Jiwoo said it's only beginning. He would wait for the respawn. All creatures came back to life. Urus was crying for the suffering they had to go through, and Jiwoo kept farming them. In the past, there was a very interesting lecture at Harvard University. Bill Gates, the richest man in the world at that time, founder of Microsoft. Even if he found $100 on the ground on his way to work, he wouldn't pick it up. If he picked up that money, it would be an economic loss. It takes 2 to 3 seconds to pick up up money from the ground, but he receives at least $150 per second. In other words, by picking up that money from the ground, he would be losing $200. It was a great lecture mixed with an appropriate and pleasant joke, however, that didn't apply to Jiwoo. Including the cooldown time, the time needed to farm 100 pounds is about 1 hour. In total, the cumulative sum of items on the ground was 15 billion gold. Based on the mentioned lecture, Bill Gates has a profit of about 500 million per hour, but Jiwoo surpassed that. He exceeded the income rate of the richest man in the world in 1 hour, and later, he was coming out of Gucci with the most expensive outfit he could, full of accessories, with a luxury car. It was time to show off, but in the first moment with the Lamborghini he hit a pole, and the next second he bought another. He didn't care, and later one of the employees was making a report to director Choi, summing up, "The company is screwed, they have to flee." Choi asked if there was any way to block that bastard's transactions. The employee said at this point it's impossible because it hasn't been long since the legalization of cash transactions within the game, and at that moment he received a call from Jiwoo who was showing off and cursed him until he couldn't anymore. But Jiwoo had forgotten the most important thing. He bought a luxury apartment for himself. Now that's more like it. And the first thing you do when you move, he bought some very tasty food and knocked on the neighbor's door, explaining, "It's cultural in Korea for people who just moved to give a rice cake to their new neighbors. It's a way to show friendship," and the person who answered the door was a beautiful girl with glasses. It was exactly Sarang. That was the high point of the day for Jiwoo. While in the game, in the Valley of the Dead, the army was being obliterated and annihilated again, but not by another player. It was a transformed humanoid creature. The three strongest of Urus's army could no longer respawn as they were absorbed by him. The lost head of Urus, Uriken, who exists to plague all human beings. It was their first meeting in real life. She was much more polite in the game, but there in reality she was very kind, except Jiwoo didn't recognize her right away because they were very different. He was just impressed that he was Sarang's neighbor. When Sarang went in and gave the cake to her agent, she thought she had seen this person before, but she didn't recognize him either because she only remembered the underwear, but her agent said she should hurry and change her uniform. "It's almost time for filming." She replied, "It hasn't even been 30 minutes since she got home from school." It was only 30 minutes since she had left school, but she had to hurry because she marked to play at 7:30, so she hurried to change, and the agent, eating the cake, said Sarang obviously found someone special in the game. It must be a lucky guy, a hunk who stole her heart. Except Jiwoo, who wasn't a hunk, went back to the Valley of the Dead wondering where the monsters were and asked Urus if something happened, but Urus replied, "It's impossible. The monsters are programmed to act in this specific area in a specific way. It's impossible for them to flee or escape unless they are bugged, but they disappeared without leaving any trace." But Jiwoo didn't care, just farm somewhere else. But Urus stayed thoughtful. That was really very strange. He was feeling a familiar and threatening spirit there, while another very powerful boss of level 190, the giant snow serpent, was being annihilated by Uriken, who was absorbing power. It still wasn't enough. He had to annihilate that human, and the goddess of life said he's already come so far, as expected of her beautiful child. Uriken tried to absorb the goddess of life's own power, and it worked. She withered and fell like a corpse, but the absorption failed, and she reappeared behind Uriken, saying she can't believe he tried to do that with his own mommy. Must be in rebellious puberty. Uriken said it seems it's the only food there he can't eat, and asked what her nature is. She has a familiar smell, and the goddess of life pointed to the continent where the humans were. There was plenty of food there, and he could eat as much as he wanted, and drooling, he went to get his meal. Uriken has as his only purpose to annihilate humanity. He took off like a meteor to that city, destroying everything in his fall, and absorbing the power of the players. He committed a massacre, absorbing the levels and stats of all targets. All players became food for Uriken, a place where both beginners and veterans worked together. The initial village mobilized entirely to try to kill Uriken, but whoever faced him and died had their character deleted. The employee again went to the director's room to say they were in trouble. An infinity of complaints from users, calls in customer service, all kinds of announcements, YouTube lives. The consultation and service department was paralyzed. They were trying to check everything. People were saying it was an absurdity. Characters were being deleted. Chrono Life went crazy. People were abandoning the game. But Choi said Uriken's appearance is fun. He told his entire team to monitor only 2 characters, Uriken and that player. Meanwhile, Uriken, after devastating the entire initial village, heard from the divine goddess that she didn't imagine he would devour everything like that. But it still wasn't enough for him. He wanted more food. And the goddess of life said she had some very tasty food for him that she knew. While Sarang was at the meeting point at 7:34 and Jiwoo still hadn't appeared, when she heard someone behind her, she thought it was him, but it was Uriken, level 999, before her who was only 24. Before all this happened, there in the initial village was Falcon Eye, formerly supreme commander of the union of the 5 biggest guilds, now broke. He was the top ranker of Chrono Life, a man of an unequaled era, but after the Day of Judgment, the union was dissolved, and he who was the supreme commander fell into ruins after taking all the blame. He was Falcon Eye, all world guilds were at his feet, but now he is a failure, and suddenly the village was attacked. That day he witnessed the scene of several players being deleted by Uriken. He saw the forum, was warned that he would be deleted, and didn't even get in the way. The goddess of life noticed he was there, but passed the location of another tastier person, so they left for far away. Falcon Eye was happy to be spared. Maybe he would recover his power with this. Sarang noticed he didn't look like a player, but a monster like that doesn't appear on the beginner's hill, and the goddess of life said she is Captain Lovely. She replied asking if she knows Underwear Guy. He's the only one who calls her by that name. She knows it was a trap. Ji-woo left his character with a scary skin just to leave her like that. But the goddess asked if she is close to the Underwear Man. She replied she felt like playing a bit with him even though she doesn't like him at all. She replied with a cold look and remembered that Ji-woo committed that massacre in the guild because of his Captain Lovely, and said this girl was extremely annoying, and therefore made Uriken attack and devour her. When she was deleted, he absorbed much power and said she was delicious. The goddess replied that she is a divine piece, that's why she's so tasty, but it's not important now, and after stepping on what was left of Han Sarang, her scarf, she said they could leave, but Ji-woo himself appeared asking what happened there. And the goddess was so happy to see him after so long, he told her to shut up. It's better to take that dirty foot off her gear if she doesn't want to die. The goddess stepped on it by mistake, but Ji-woo told the man with tentacles that he's going to start by beating him up. His blow was very powerful, but didn't cut any continent this time, and told this little whore cockroach that he's going to let her off this time. But the goddess said there couldn't exist a cockroach as beautiful as her. He doesn't need to pretend to be strong. He can't kill her either. He should finish his job properly, especially since the enemy was still alive. It was her son. Uriken came back and hit a clean blow on Ji-woo, except he remained intact. Actually, there was a scratch mark on his chest, down to the belly, but that healed in a second. Uriken was surprised too, but he could simply dodge Ji-woo's attack again, and he replied he's going to swing harder next time because until now his attacks were just normal. He concentrated to give a truly powerful attack using the unique newbie master skill, the spirit of the swordsman. He told the junior cockroach that for the first time until now he's going to use a skill. He's going to get really hurt, so better dodge. He attacked with his new skill, continuous slash. He was so angry at the situation that the attack was so powerful that it destroyed another planet in that universe. It was obliterated completely. The continuous slash skill performs a cut that is impossible to stop. At that same moment, Falcon Eye opened a live stream. He was being heckled by the comments. He was ridiculous, but he activated his streamer mode, a functionality within the game so people can broadcast. It can be used by any player in Chrono Life, but during the Day of Judgment, it wasn't used by the World Guild Union, so the operation would be a success, which is why until now the identity of the wanted person still wasn't revealed. But Falcon Eye went straight to the point. Everyone thought it was impossible for one person to defeat 3 million. They said he was a hacker, a bug abuser, but the game company sees all of them as dogs and pigs, and told them to take a look at the complaint board. Characters were being deleted. Those who were deleted joined his live. He was tracking the real monster. Ji-woo's next blow didn't work. Uriken was still alive. He couldn't believe he was alive even though heavily wounded, and asked where he came from. Uriken introduced himself. He had a single purpose of annihilating humanity. He is the lost head of Eurus, and Eurus himself said he felt that familiar presence. He knew it was him, and told Ji-woo to be very careful. He might be the reason the monsters in the valley disappeared, and Captain Lovely, who died earlier, must have also been deleted. Uriken noticed Ji-woo was ignoring him completely and charged to kill him, but Ji-woo asked if her character really was deleted, and blocked Uriken's blow with his non-lethal attack, hitting without killing. The demon was knocked down and was being purposefully beaten by Ji-woo. He was torturing the most powerful boss. He used a version of the continuous attack without killing. He was decimating the demon, and when Falcon Eye arrived at the scene, the entire live broadcast realized it was the guy who caused the Day of Judgment, that same bastard. Falcon Eye tried to kill him with his arrow. He wanted to take revenge on Ji-woo. He lost everything because of him. But when the demon Uriken was killed, all people recovered their characters. The stolen souls returned to their owners. Uriken's level was reduced, as well as his skills. He went back to level 723, and Ji-woo asked what the problem was. He's getting slower, and Urus explained that the energy he absorbed returned to the original owners, and the company employees said they understood now. The player's data wasn't deleted. It was transferred to Uriken's horns. Choi said, "Of course, you fools." He knew what he was doing. This development team knows nothing, but he replied that he is the leader of the design team, sir. Oh, Choi said, said, "It's all the same," and Jiwoo said, "Now it's gotten interesting. If he beats Urakan enough, Captain Lovely will also come back." Urakan wanted to kill the insignificant food Jiwoo, but he took so much beating that he kept losing all his levels. Falcon Eyes Live was full of people saying the guy from the Judgment Day was saving the game, and even he lowered his bow. Sarang was watching everything at home. She was seeing Jiwoo defeat the most powerful creature in the game, remembering that he pretended to be weak just to be with her. And when Urakan was already on his knees, bloody, without strength, level 180, Urus said he lost all strength and went back to the original form. Jiwoo said, "You can tell he's on the verge of death. They can finish this now," but Urakan didn't give up and pierced Jiwoo's chest to absorb his soul. When he did that, it actually worked. He recovered his power, absorbing the target's level and their strengths. Urakan, the lost head of Urus, regained level 999, and Urus felt very bad because his master disappeared, but the healing factor skill was activated. The damaged parts were regenerated. He regenerated inside Urakan's body and gave a demonic grin. Not even Choi was able to watch this shit. How disgusting. The people from the live even left, and the goddess of life was impressed by him again. Jiwoo said, "It's going to be fun. He feels like a worm. Very cool." But Urakan said he is a creature that exists only to annihilate humanity, and he will manage. Except, no. Yeah, Jiwoo went sucking all the nutrients from the creature's body until Urakan turned into a dry worm. Upon activation of the healing factor, all absorbed cells are restored to the original owner, but most of them fused completely with Urakan, so when Jiwoo took them back, he sucked Urakan into him, and he acquired the hidden skill Gluttony, which absorbs the level and status of a target by devouring them. The goddess of life said it's over. It wasn't what she expected, but it was fun. Then he replied that the cockroach pup died, didn't he? Mother cockroach. She didn't like being called a cockroach. It was all metaphorical. She didn't give birth to someone like that. And also, she is 21 years old. She's the same age. Jiwoo asked how the devil she knows how old he is, but she replied invoking her scepter and cutting reality, opening a portal to a demonic figure that took her back to another dimension, and she said, "See you around, Mr. Loser." Choi dropped his cigar, telling the team to solve this, posting a notice and making an event with rewards, and also had to keep monitoring what he ordered earlier. They had to keep monitoring that goddess of life, Luna. When Jiwoo returned to the initial village, he was a hero. They were calling him handsome, hot. Everyone hailed him as the true hero of this game, and he finally revealed his strength. The mission hiding his strength was cancelled. Falcon Eye's live broadcast had a peak viewership of 234,582, and clips of the broadcast were spread through various communities, but one of the players said they can't call this bastard a hero. He is a mass murderer. He killed 3.8 million people very recently, but Falcon Eye asked if he really thinks his PK is the same thing as deleting a character. This guy should stop talking shit. Then he approached Jiwoo and started flattering him, saying he could become part of his guild, except several other guild masters were also eyeing Jiwoo, and this fame, he didn't want it. A bunch of males chasing him. When he tried to flee, he bumped into a statue of himself, in gigantic size, made of gold. Even his underwear was perfectly replicated, and the one who did that was Wong from the Halasan Guild. He and all the other heavenly kings were wearing only underwear and capes as if they had formed a huge Jiwoo fan club. Instantly he remembered Wong, the guy from the guild he annihilated, but Wong explained that since that day he was so impressed that he built this statue, and Jiwoo asked about their items. They replied they used everything to build the statue. It cost over 20 billion. They found the hero, and when they announced that, all people went back to running after Jiwoo, but meanwhile Sarang was pensive at home. She thought it should be obvious. The disappearance of the monsters, the moment she opened her eyes, that day she was saved. The rabbit bear being crushed with one blow, even the gauntlets that were stolen, he recovered them. She doesn't know why he did that, why he deceived her. She didn't like being deceived, and because of the crisis she had, she even put on her glasses. Later Jiwoo was walking through the crowd, with the people finally calm. He was facing the life of a famous person. It wasn't as cool as he thought it would be. While Sarang finally respawned, Jiwoo approached to talk to her, calling her captain, and everyone around was very impressed. No one had ever seen her. Actually, the face was even familiar, and Jiwoo returned the scarf. He put it around her neck, saying that after killing Urakan, he got the scarf back, except she was still very angry about his lies, and asked if he was that guy who brought rice cakes to her house. Was it not? And Jiwoo didn't know what she was talking about until he associated things. They really were very similar, and she revealed that yes, she was Han Sarang. But when that happened, the agent said she went crazy. She couldn't just reveal her identity in front of so many people. She got first place in the most talked about subjects on the internet. Thanks to that, it's a commotion. She customized her character with the appearance of real life. Customization allows you to change your character's appearance in-game, but in virtual reality, you can only enter games with your real appearance, due to government policy. The agent said she could have at least changed the hairstyle. It was a miracle that her identity was revealed only now, but Sarang didn't intend to hide in the first place. It's not a sin to play video games. She doesn't have to hide her identity. She plays to have fun. But the agent replied she's afraid her true personality will be revealed. Sarang said she never wanted to pretend in the first place. It was only the agent who forced her to do it. She hates deceiving her fans, and the agent said she is so stubborn, and to vent, of course she went back to the game. It was what she always did. In her childhood, she already enchanted everyone with her voice. At 5 years old, finding this talent of hers since she was little, she debuted in the musical industry at that age. She was a prodigy, a singer from the heavens. Her debut was more glorious than anyone's, but a tragedy happened. She was a flower that should have grown gloriously but was trampled by filthy and corporate adults. They were her parents, the people who most should have protected her, and the reason was money. Of course, one could say it's a common problem, even more so in the entertainment industry, but she was treated as a tragic character from a typical drama, except it was true. Sarang suffered cruelly from overwork, various music programs, interviews, many recordings, commercials. The reason she can handle such a hard schedule that even an adult wouldn't be able to handle, ironically, it was because of her parents. Her parents forced her to do all that for the money, and she forced a smile on her own face, but her body quickly reached its limit, under extreme pressure. At the end of the show, she had a crisis and couldn't continue. Her parents, instead of helping her, turned their backs, which is why that day when Jiwa went to her, she just told him to disappear, and Jiwa asked what her problem was. Yura said she looks angry. When women do that, it's no good. He understands nothing about women. Of course she got angry because he hid his power. Just apologize. Since lying to her was wrong, so he approached with an apology. He didn't intend to deceive her. He thought about telling her someday. It just didn't seem like a good time. But she replied that he apologized so easily. It's not going to change just like that. Except just at that moment, a creature ended up capturing Sarang. It was another person whom Urus also recognized. A griffin captured Sarang, and its summoner apologized to the Lord Hero. But there are people who want to meet with Sarang, take her borrowed for a while. Jiwoo attacked with his stick. Urus tried to warn that he couldn't just do that, but that person atop the griffin used the reflection skill, and the attack turned back on him. The devastating attack of planets, tearing off his left arm, but the healing factor regenerated his arm in a second. Urus said he realized now, that is no common human. He is Habaek. He is an existence equal to Urus. While leaving, carrying Han Sarang, Habaek's artifact cracked. Only one person besides Jiwoo had managed to break his artifact, but a mere human like him doesn't deserve to possess the peace of God. Later, she was imprisoned in the hidden tower of the West Forest, in a type of dungeon. Habaek explained that he had no further intentions. There were just people who wanted to meet with her, and when those people emerged, she was in complete shock. They were her father and mother. Since that day when she was literally rejected by her own parents, Sarang decided to retire from her career as a singer, but there was someone who would never give up on her, specifically her parents. They denied her retirement and forced her back onto the stage, saying they were doing it because they loved her. Thus, she continued living without being able to stop working that way. But when their income was completely cut off, her parents crossed all limits. They no longer deserved to be called parents, because they sold their own daughter. Sarang was like a miracle, and it was a true miracle that she managed to escape from all of that. She reached a police station and finally managed to flee that hell. The justice system granted a protective measure against her parents. They still tried to appeal, but of course they failed. Thanks to the protection of the law, Sarang was finally free of them. Even so, she was already completely destroyed inside. The trauma remained, and since then she practically never left her room. Her only escape was online games. Spending so much time alone, her vision deteriorated rapidly, and she had to start wearing glasses. Because of the memories of that time, she still gets anxious to this day when she takes off her glasses in real life. After a long time, Sarang finally started going out again, but she soon asked about the protective measure. Her father replied that they were in the game. After reading a report saying she played Chrono Life, they decided to look for her. Even so, finding her was difficult, so someone decided to help them. It was Habaek, who even stepped away to let the three of them talk in private. Her mother said she had grown up a lot and that it was good to see her, even if it was within a virtual reality. She commented that the world was cruel and asked how the law could separate parents and children, but Sarang was direct and asked what they wanted. She said she could simply log out of the game. Her mother then asked for forgiveness and said she only wanted to apologize. She admitted that on that day they had been too harsh with her and stated that, if it were still possible, she wanted to give her a happy life like in the old days. Meanwhile, Habaek and his griffin were keeping watch outside when they noticed that Jiwoo had already arrived. Habaek commented that the place was kept secret, but that Jiwoo had used Urus as a guide to get there. However, Jiwoo just told him to shut up. He said they were going to fight again and that he would only be satisfied after getting his revenge. Habaek replied that in that case there was nothing else to be done. He snapped his fingers and summoned his griffin to attack. Jiwoo didn't care about that bird head, but the problem appeared when it began to multiply. First there were 2, then 4, 8 and more. Habaek used the photocopy skill and launched a true army of griffins against him. Each hit from Jiwoo's stick disintegrated a creature, but Habaek continued to teleport using another skill. Urus explained that photocopy was Habaek's 4th mirror skill, called 8 visions. Each level, from the 1st to the 8th vision, had a different effect. The skill used previously against Jiwoo, for example, was Reflection, capable of returning any physical or magical attack. Jiwoo complained that it was completely broken and asked if no one intended to balance the game. Urus just stared at the boy and asked how he still had the nerve to talk about balance. Even if there was no balance, it never mattered. The company never had the intention of balancing Chrono Life because Habake wasn't even a player, he was a boss. Finding it funny, Jiwoo asked if they were saying that a boss was walking around the world pretending to be human. At that moment he was attacked from behind by one of the griffins. Soon after, the others fired fireballs that charred him. Even so, he regenerated quickly and used continuous cut to destroy all the creatures. Habake just commented that it didn't matter how many he killed, because he could copy them as many times as he wanted with photocopy. The creatures were summoned again. Jiwoo then replied that he would destroy that mirror, and continued using continuous cut without stopping, eliminating all the copies as they were reborn. After repeating the attack countless times, Habake's mirror finally began to crack. Taking the opportunity, Jiwoo approached, asking if the mirror was breaking. He said he had heard that Habake was just like Urus, and, because of that, he already knew he was a weakling. Habake replied that the abnormal one there was Jiwoo himself, because he didn't expect him to be so powerful. Jiwoo told him to wipe that smile off his face before he remembered a certain cockroach. Then he demanded answers, asking why he had kidnapped the loving captain and what that piece of God thing meant. Habake said he didn't know if he should answer. He looked at his mirror, which was almost broken, but commented that he could still use it one more time. At that moment, Jiwoo realized there was a perfect copy of him beside him, holding the same stick and even wearing the same underwear. The clone also launched continuous cut, and Jiwoo realized the situation had become truly complicated. Seeing the impact of that blow, Habake commented that it was incredible. He said that if he had known before, he would have copied Jiwoo from the start. When Urus asked what his true objective was, Habake only replied that the dragon had become quite cute. The dragon then asked why Habake was getting in Jiwoo's way and if that had been an order from that person. Instead of answering, Habake asked if he could squeeze his cheek. At that moment, the lump that remained of Jiwoo's body began to move. His healing factor kicked in, making him completely reborn. His appearance became so bizarre that Habake ran away in fear. Jiwoo pointed to the clone and said that was the fake undie boy. Urus replied that, in fact, the one who looked stranger and faker was Jiwoo himself. The clone attacked with a downward strike. As soon as he finished regenerating, Jiwoo responded with an upward strike. The collision between those attacks was as powerful as it was dazzling. Then, they rushed at each other and clashed stick against stick, destroying everything around them. The two continued exchanging continuous cuts, hit each other's heads, and only 2 lumps remained. Even so, both regenerated immediately. Habake didn't expect Jiwoo to be able to recover like that. While the combat seemed endless, Urus asked if he would finally answer the questions. Habake said the dragon knew nothing and asked him to pay attention to other events. Not even that person could act carelessly with Urus, precisely because he was the final boss. Then, Habake asked the dragon a question. He wanted to know why he was accompanying that human. Urus replied only by pointing to the battle, as if the answer were obvious. Habake said the dragon was misunderstanding everything. He had no interest in his hero. His true objective was only the peace of God. The human, Han Sarang, had no value in herself. She was merely the bearer of that peace of God. Meanwhile, it became clear that Sarang's parents hadn't entered the game just to apologize. Her mother approached and asked where the gauntlets of silence were. Upon hearing this, Urus asked if the captain's gauntlets were really a piece of God. After all, they had cost only 10 million gold. Habake replied that the price was irrelevant. Soon, any ordinary player would be able to get that item. He explained that the equipment in Chrono Life was divided into several ranks. The first was normal, considered the most common. Then came rare, then unique. Above them existed the Newman rank. There were also rumors about a transcendental rank, but he had never seen one in real life. Urus, however, replied that he had already seen one. In fact, that item was with Jiwoo. Even so, Habake explained that regardless of the strength or rarity of a piece of equipment, a piece of God was something completely different and much more special. While all this confusion was happening, Luna, the goddess of life, was watching everything calmly while having a picnic and eating a sandwich. She commented that a man who couldn't eat in silence had no charm. Next to her was the god of the game, who replied that this was nothing new. Everyone already knew the story. The goddess of life herself had been collecting pieces of God since long before. He already knew everything, and even remembered the case of Urakan, who almost managed to absorb a piece of God. At that moment, Jiwoo's combat was still continuing, but the original ended up being caught off guard and took a direct hit. Habake explained that the stats and control of the two were identical. However, there was a fatal difference. The difference between a user and a bot. Unlike the original hero, the copy would never make control errors because of fatigue. It acted like a robot. Therefore, the tide of battle would likely change from then on. Urus became worried and looked back at his hero, who was still regenerating. The healing factor completely restored his health, but in reality, Jiwoo was finding it very fun. It had been a long time since everything was boring, as he defeated every enemy with a single hit. it. He didn't even want to kill the fake undie boy. He wanted to keep playing with him. Urus warned that it was an extremely dangerous situation. At that moment, the clone came back to attack him again. Ji-woo, however, replied that there were 2 ways to end that bastard. He blocked the first strike, causing another massive explosion. Even Habaek himself was curious to find out how he intended to win. Luna commented that Ji-woo was probably bluffing. Compared to the other bosses, Habaek was on another level. The 8 vision skill was completely broken. He wasn't a boss made to be defeated alone, so she doubted very much that Ji-woo could beat him. It was then that Ji-woo revealed the first method. He said he just had to destroy the planet. Hearing this, the gods became worried. He explained that if he destroyed the planet and ended the game as he had done before, the captain would return to the starter village and the fake undie boy would disappear along with it. But he soon said he didn't feel like doing that either. Instead, he would test a new method. The gods breathed a sigh of relief. The one who seemed most desperate was Director Choi, who practically begged Ji-woo to choose the second method. Meanwhile, Sarang's parents continued to pressure their daughter to hand over the gauntlets of silence, the peace of God. They said they had brought her into the world and that, at the very least, she could do that for them. Sarang replied that she had lost the gauntlets some time ago. Her father didn't believe her, said she must have hidden the item, and slapped her face, calling her an ungrateful daughter and saying she was a waste of money. At that exact moment, Ji-woo put his second method into practice. He used Urakan's skill, gluttony. Urus was completely disgusted when he saw a tentacle coming out of his mouth. It was a bizarre scene. The tentacle began to absorb the vitality and power of the clone. However, the strategy failed because the copy also responded by using the gluttony skill. Habaek commented that the plan had gone wrong, but Ji-woo equipped the spare battery and launched one of the tentacles directly at Habaek himself. Since the main body suffered a fatal blow, the clone disappeared immediately. Habaek only didn't die because he managed to cut the tentacle using his mirror. He admitted that he didn't expect to be cornered like that and concluded that he had no choice but to give up on the peace of God. At that moment, the god of the game asked if the peace of God hadn't been absorbed by Urakan. Apparently, Habaek didn't know that. Luna replied that, in fact, she had never told him that information. Realizing there was nothing else to be done, Habaek started to leave, but Ji-woo asked who had given him permission to run. Habaek replied that the loser needed to run with his tail between his legs, and that was exactly what he would do. Before departing, he handed his mirror to Ji-woo. Urus was completely shocked. Habaek himself said to accept it as a reward for practically defeating the raid alone. He hoped that in exchange Ji-woo would spare his life. Ji-woo replied that it made no sense at all. If he killed Habaek, he would get even more items, but Habaek explained that the mirror only worked while he was alive. Therefore, letting him live was more advantageous than killing him. Soon after, he teleported away. At that instant, the possession of Habaek's mirror officially changed. Ji-woo became the new owner of the item. Even so, he said it didn't matter. His true objective from the beginning had always been Sarang. Meanwhile, her father continued beating his own daughter, saying she should obey her parents without question. Sarang fell to the ground, completely without strength. Since the parents had already reached that point, they realized they didn't even need the peace of God anymore. They just had to keep taking money from her. But Sarang couldn't take that situation anymore. For the first time, she felt that maybe she would never be able to escape her own family. All she wanted was to be set free from that hell. It was then that Ji-woo appeared, asking if they were idiots. He said Sarang could simply stop playing and leave the game, calling them both imbeciles. The parents looked at him and asked who that retard was. Soon after, the father recognized him. It was the guy from the video, the bastard who was getting close to Sarang. Before he could do anything, he took a blow from the stick and fell cold on the ground. Ji-woo commented that despite usually being rude, he at least used to respect his elders, but those two were an exception. Urus, hearing this, thought that he hadn't been respectful to absolutely anyone until that moment. Looking at the two, Ji-woo said he simply couldn't believe those people were Sarang's parents. He commented that bringing real-life problems into a game was the most boring thing there was. After all, it made no sense to play a video game if it was just to continue living that kind of hell. And he asked his captain why she was still sitting there after being beaten like that. He said she could give her best, because she had a much higher level than them. Even so, she kept repeating that they were her parents, so he replied that it was sickening. She was being realistic inside a game, and she shouldn't do that. He knew they were her family, but if she was going to play like a loser, then there was no reason to keep playing or to flee there. But Sarang stood up and said he had no idea everything she had endured during all this time. Then her mother slapped her again, saying they were the ones who made her endure it all. Even being just a game, they were still her parents. Ji-woo couldn't believe she had hit her again. He commented that she really was insensitive, but that now it was the end for her, because the captain had a great strength attribute. But Sarang went even further and landed a punch right in the middle of her mother's face, and honestly, it was well deserved. After that, Sarang appeared in public and admitted that she was really enjoying Chrono Life. The interviewer commented that it was an extremely realistic game and that, knowing her personality, he couldn't even imagine she would be capable of killing a rabbit. But she replied that yes, she could. She just had to beat the monsters to death. For her, that was a great stress reliever. Sarang had completely overcome the trauma. Now she lived comfortably, the anxiety had disappeared, and she didn't even need to wear glasses anymore. Curiously, people weren't bothered by what she said because her charisma remained incredible. She stated that if someone looks for reality in a game, then they have no reason to play. Jiwoo was very proud of her. He didn't even know if it was because of that answer, but he noticed that Sarang had many more fans than before. Everyone was supporting her inside the game. Jiwoo also began to support her as a fan, happy to see that she had overcome the trauma, left that past behind, and managed to live happily in real life. But when he finally entered the game, she went back to beating him because she got annoyed by his lateness. Jiwoo tried to explain, saying he was watching her interview, but Sarang replied instantly that the interview was recorded, calling him an idiot. Even after overcoming the trauma, Sarang didn't stop playing. In fact, she even reduced her schedule to spend more time in the game. Soon after, the captain said it was time to move on to the next destination. She still hadn't forgiven Jiwoo, but she was happy and decided to make an exception to forgive him that time. There was only one condition: he would be the one carrying her. In fact, she was still very much a novice in that game and asked please for him to help her. From that moment on, Jiwoo would be the master of the team. Because of the enormous quantity of players, Chrono Life also has many guilds. Among them, there are 5 considered the best. Each has its own strength and characteristics that justify all the fame they have achieved. But there was one guild that followed a completely different path from the others. It possessed an excellent intelligence network, surpassing even the World Guild, in addition to a huge scope of operations, covering practically all areas of the game. This was the Robin Hood Guild, known as one of the 5 best, but it was completely annihilated in a single night. And strangely, it wasn't Jiwoo's work. Meanwhile, the guildmaster, still wearing his mask, was crossing those valleys when he was found by the assassin responsible for the massacre. The man had eliminated all the other members. Hong managed to cut the enemy in half, but discovered it was only an illusion. Immediately after, the assassin appeared from behind and hit the guildmaster. The scariest part was that he was doing all of that just for fun. In addition to assassin skills, he could also copy Hong's mask. The next morning, Jiwoo and the captain were paying for transport to head to the next mission. Jiwoo was impressed with the speed of the service. They were using one of the most popular means of transport in Chrono Life, the Mew carriage. The creature pulling the carriage was the malignant cat, a monster that lived in the malignant world but was captured, trained, and brought to the human world, where it learned to pull carriages. The most surprising thing is that the one who created this service was just an ordinary player who had the profession of tamer. The success of the Mew carriage was so great that he began to earn more money than most small business owners. Their destination was the Rocky Mountain Dungeon, a huge dungeon located in a mountain that reaches about 1,200 meters above sea level. Various dangerous monsters appear in that place, and precisely because it has a great variety of them, it ended up becoming one of the most popular hunting spots among beginner players, who can level up quickly there. At least that's what Jiwoo heard, since he himself had never visited that place. His experience leveling up in the game had ended at level 7, but he was there for a single reason: to carry his friend. At that moment, he realized she was really serious when she said he would be the master of the team. Somehow, it had ended up exactly that way. Jiwoo even wondered if it wouldn't be easier to return to the Valley of the Dead and simply steal levels for her. It was then that he noticed she was still without her gauntlets, so he decided to give her a gift: the Transcendental Gauntlets. Sarang was so happy she actually got emotional. She said it had been a long time since she received a gift. Jiwoo commented that, being such a famous idol, she must receive many gifts from fans, but she replied that he and her fans were not the same thing. She thanked him from her heart, said she would make good use of the gauntlets, and took the opportunity to ask what his character's name was because up until that moment she still called him Undie Boy. Jiwoo realized he had really forgotten to tell her, but just as he was about to answer, the malignant cat braked suddenly. Everyone was thrown inside the carriage, and Sarang ended up falling on top of him in an extremely embarrassing position that left both of them completely awkward. Not even Urus liked that scene. In fact, he didn't like it one bit. The malignant cat had stopped because there was someone lying in the middle of the road. It was Hong, seriously injured. Later, already inside the carriage, while receiving first aid, Hong explained that the person responsible for the attack was a man she had never heard of. She didn't know the enemy's level or even his class. The only thing she managed to find out was that he could disguise himself, copying both the appearance and the equipment of other people. His name was Passive Boy. Sarang had never heard that name before. Urus didn't think it was good either. Jiwoo, however, was completely lost and asked who that injured person was. Sarang replied, surprised, asking how he didn't know. She explained it was Hong, from the Robin Hood Guild, one of the 5 best guilds in the game. According to her, even a child knew that name. Even Urus knew, and even asked if Jiwoo had forgotten that Hong was among the 3 million players he had defeated. But Jiwoo replied that everyone had their own problems. The guild had been attacked by some random person, and he saw no reason to help, and in a way he was right. Hong apologized, saying she had barely introduced herself. Then she removed the mask and revealed that, in fact, she was a woman. At that same moment, Jiwoo completely changed his stance and said there didn't need to be a reason to help a damsel damsel. Even Sarang thought he was a real son of a gun. Then Hong stated that he wouldn't regret helping her, because that problem was also related to him. Meanwhile, in the Chrono Life team building, the staff responsible for support and server infrastructure were already ending their shifts. One by one, everyone began to go home. Seo Seungwon, the team leader, said that if there was still work to be done, he could stay and work overtime. After everyone had left, he commented that those suckers hadn't even noticed anything. In his opinion, today's young people only know how to play dumb and enjoy everything life offers. Because of this, they end up ruining their own lives and will stay poor forever. Now that all those bastards had left, it was finally time to earn real money. He entered Chrono Life using the identity of Passive Boy. After copying a plus 99 unique rank sword used by the War King, he was ready to make his extra income. Passive Boy was level 999 and had all attributes above 99,000 points. This was the so-called master level, something not even professional players had reached. Upon reaching this level, it was possible to obtain the highest category items in the game, transcendental rank equipment. This information ended up leaking after becoming a widely discussed topic among players. Even so, no one had ever seen a real transcendental item, but Sarang was right in front of one of them at that moment. She said she just wanted to look at the gauntlets up close before equipping them and asked if they really were transcendental rank. Ji-woo replied yes and told her to use them freely, because he had several of those. As soon as Sarang equipped the transcendental gauntlets, they became permanently bound to her. An intense glow took over the place and confirmed she was the new owner of the equipment, but the gauntlets, which had an incredible appearance, ended up looking like the old ones she used to wear. This happened because they transformed into sealed transcendental gauntlets. Since Sarang didn't yet have the required level, most of the equipment's power remained blocked. As she evolved, more power would be released. She had no idea that low-level players couldn't use the full potential of a transcendental item. At that moment, a unique rank piece of equipment would probably be even more efficient. Even so, it was still an absurdly powerful item. Soon after, Sarang touched the stone bench she was sitting on, and she ended up completely destroying the bench. Even sealed, the gauntlet still possessed absurd strength. Eurus commented that now all that was missing was for her to end up accidentally biting her own tongue. Ji-woo agreed. It was then that Urus, the dragon, asked what he intended to do from then on. Would he accept Hong's request? Ji-woo replied probably yes, since she had said that Case was also related to him. At that moment, Hong explained that Passive Boy's objective clearly wasn't just to have fun. That was all a lie. His true objective was to make money. He copied equipment and then sold it for profit. According to information gathered by the Robin Hood Guild, Ji-woo was also known as a merchant player, since he had sold various equipment obtained in the Valley of the Dead, interfering in the game's economy, causing equipment prices to drop, or causing market fluctuations was never considered illegal. The problem was that Passive Boy's actions were illegal because they involved abuse of authority. That was precisely where Ji-woo entered the story. If they let Passive Boy act freely, the market economy would end up breaking and Chrono Life itself would collapse. Ji-woo replied that they just had to report the guy to the support team and block his account. Problem solved. But Hong said he was stupider than she imagined. She explained that customer support simply wouldn't do anything, even if they received a report. At most, they would send an automatic response. According to her, Ji-woo was the only person capable of stopping Passive Boy. After all, he was the one who defeated the entire World Union alone. Now, to restore some balance to the game, he would have to defeat this new enemy as well. Ji-woo found it a drag, but realized he really didn't have much choice. If he let Passive Boy continue, he himself would have trouble selling equipment in the future. Then Sarang asked if they couldn't just look for evidence against the criminal. Ji-woo replied that if an ordinary report wouldn't solve it, then only one alternative remained: blackmailing the superiors. Later, he called President Choi and scheduled a meeting at a restaurant. He even warned that if he didn't show up, he would destroy the server again. As soon as he finished speaking, he hung up on him and also turned off his cell phone. On the way out, Ji-woo found Han Sarang, who was also going with him. She asked that, at least in real life, he start calling her by her real name. When Choi arrived at the restaurant, he immediately started shouting and asking where that bastard Ji-woo was. He still complained that that brat dared to call him like that even though he was older. As soon as he found the two sitting at the table eating, he grabbed Ji-woo by the neck, almost like Homer Simpson did with Bart. After calming down a bit, Choi asked who the girl with him was and even joked, asking if she was his girlfriend. Sarang got all awkward and commented that it really seemed that way, but Ji-woo replied instantly for her never to say something like that again because her fans would end up cursing his life. Even Sarang got irritated with the answer and told him to stop stalling and get straight to the point. On the other hand, Choi became curious. Maybe that girl really was capable of keeping Ji-woo in line. While eating, Ji-woo explained the whole story about the player who was copying equipment. Choi replied that the government's authorization to legalize real money transactions inside the game didn't exist for nothing. According to him, it wasn't like the old days anymore, when a genius hacker could invade systems and break all national security alone. But Ji-woo insisted he had a witness. Even so, Choi replied that Sarang or anyone else was probably mistaken. To him, him that was simply impossible. Then Sarang asked if it couldn't be someone from inside the company itself. That question made Choi pay a bit more attention. Even so, he replied that it was also impossible. He explained that not even an employee using an admin account would have access to a skill capable of copying equipment. According to him, there was simply no reason to create such a function. After that, Choi stood up, said he didn't want to get in the way of the two's date, and left. Seeing the old man leaving like that, Ji-woo could only think that that guy was really trying to end his life. But later, surrounded by his subordinates, the director ordered the team leader to prepare 5 men, the most reliable he had. Returning to the game, everyone was back to square one, outside the mountain. Ji-woo commented that it was really annoying. It didn't matter if it was Passive Boy or any other sucker. He was going to break everyone's face. Sarang said he was acting all tough, but asked what Passive Boy's objective was after all. That was strange. No matter how much she thought about it, nothing made sense. If it was just for money, he would never have attacked the Robin Hood Guild. If he could copy items, he just had to copy anything valuable and sell it. He didn't need to attack other guilds to get money. Ji-woo became thoughtful and admitted he had no idea of the reason. Shortly after, he simply went back to eating. Sarang wasn't even surprised. After all, he was quite dumb. At that moment, a massive explosion made everything shake. Sarang noticed that the impact was similar to Ji-woo's strikes, and that was enough to leave him worried. Without wasting time, he ran to the spot. Meanwhile, Habaek was facing Passive Boy and had already lost his left arm. Even injured, he asked why he was doing that. As the coordinator of that world, that behavior would never be tolerated and he would have to deal with the consequences. Passive Boy, however, grabbed Habaek by the neck and replied that he was too arrogant for a simple artificial intelligence, just a pile of data fragments talking as if he were someone important. He said if he needed to kill a unique boss, he wouldn't hesitate for a second. He would be permanently deleted. Then he asked where his master was. Of course, Habaek didn't intend to answer. Before Passive Boy could kill him, Luna, the goddess of life, appeared. Passive Boy asked her to wait a moment. First he would finish killing Habaek and only then would he deal with her. Luna, however, replied that it was pathetic. All it took was for him to get an admin account to become just like all those other bastards. In the end, he was just another piece of trash. Passive Boy let go of Habaek for now and rushed at her. He asked again where Habaek's master was and said she didn't need to answer immediately. After he cut her into several pieces and hung her body from a tree, they could talk all night. After all, he was already working overtime. Luna replied that at first she thought he looked like that other man, but she realized he was exactly the opposite. In the next instant, she snapped her fingers and summoned a gigantic creature which crushed the admin. She said he was disgusting. Even so, Passive Boy emerged completely unharmed. He commented that she seemed confident just because she was the owner of that creature. He admitted it could even be a thorn in his side, but it would never be capable of killing him. Luna promised that next time he wouldn't come back alive because trash like him didn't deserve to continue existing. In response, Passive Boy used his admin privileges to create the admin zone, a special space that only administrators could summon and that was used for tests inside the game. Then he told Luna to stop acting like that game was real life. In the end, she was just another stupid woman blocking his way. Meanwhile, Sarang was running alongside Ji-woo, who was certain that the explosion was Passive Boy's work. He also believed the guy was a hacker from the company itself. After all, he had destroyed the entire Robin Hood Guild alone. To Ji-woo, it was obvious he had created an account and was acting at that very moment. Sarang asked if he couldn't run a bit faster, but Ji-woo replied he hadn't put any points into agility. When they finally reached the spot, they found the admin zone completely corrupted and Habaek seriously injured. He explained he had been attacked by Passive Boy and that Luna had also been dragged into the admin zone. Ji-woo didn't recognize Luna's name, so Habaek explained that she talked about him a lot because Ji-woo kept drooling over her. Black, long, straight hair, and a great body. At that same moment, Ji-woo realized who he was talking about. It was the cockroach. Even so, he replied they weren't even acquaintances. Sarang commented that she already knew she wasn't his type. Ji-woo confirmed he never had any interest in that woman and never would. Beside them, Eurus watched Sarang getting all shy and thought that the romance was finally beginning. Soon after, Ji-woo noticed that Habaek seemed to be on the brink of death. The boss asked if they could help him, but Ji-woo and Sarang just laughed at the situation. It made no sense to save a boss. If he died, he would still drop a bunch of valuable items. Then Habaek revealed that if he died, the mirror would also disappear. Upon hearing this, Ji-woo changed his mind instantly and said he would do everything to save him. Habaek replied that he was worse than trash. Sarang remembered they didn't have any healing potions, but Ji-woo decided to use his novice master skill, the Cleric's Spirit, Revitalization. The skill recovered 1 health point per second. He even commented that maybe he should have invested some points in intelligence, but took the opportunity to ask what would happen to the lost arm. Habaek explained that the scar would disappear when his life was restored, but the arm would only come back after he logged out and went to the tavern. However, he soon corrected himself, saying that only worked for players. Monsters like him only recovered lost parts after respawning. Hearing this, Jiwoo suggested giving him just one little hit, saying it wouldn't hurt at all. But Habake explained he was a unique boss. If he died, he couldn't respawn. Only a few unique bosses worked that way, so it didn't affect the whole game. Incidentally, Urus was also a unique boss. Therefore, at that moment, he desperately implored them to save Habake. Then Habake revealed that besides the two of them, Luna was also a unique boss. Hearing this, Jiwoo was surprised to realize that the cockroach who kept chasing him was also a boss. Inside the admin zone, Passive Boy attacked Luna with everything he had. His strikes were extremely powerful, but they caused no effect. After all, she was the goddess of life. A simple human could never kill a goddess. Passive Boy replied that he had already heard that speech before and called Luna childish. He said he worked for years at that company and knew all her skills. He also watched the fight between her and the stick guy, as recordings were shared with team leaders and superiors. According to him, Luna deceived everyone saying that attacks didn't work against her. In reality, her hidden skill was creation. It wasn't that she was immortal, she simply recreated her own body at the exact instant she died, and he knew perfectly well how to circumvent that. In the next moment, Luna indeed recreated herself using creation. Passive Boy commented that that skill was completely broken, and that it had been the most criticized during the initial phase of the game's development. In fact, it was she who created Uriken's gluttony skills, which is why he was called her son. Luna, already irritated, said he talked too much and split him in half. Even so, he continued talking normally because he was still alive. As an administrator, he used his powers to transform her staff back into the old heart staff. With that, Luna returned to her original form, ceasing to be the goddess of life. Without wasting time, Passive Boy ran his blade through her chest and said that when she died, Habake would finally appear before him again. Later, Seo Seung-won was having some drinks at the bar with some people from the Chrono Life team and several women. He had worked hard and managed to defeat the unique boss Luna. This should make Habake's master show his face. However, he explained that he didn't exactly manage to kill her. Even so, it didn't matter, because there were other ways to find the master. One of the subordinates asked who this master of Habake was and why Seo Seung-won wanted to find him so badly. He replied that basically, he was one of the game's bosses. Linked to Chrono Life's main story, he was the greatest merchant and represented the sin of sloth. The other man commented that he had already heard of that. Uriken, who caused such a mess, was known as the sin of gluttony. Then, Seo Seung-won explained that the main story of the game involved the 7 capital sins, a concept very much used in movies, manga, and games. They were pride, greed, envy, wrath, lust, gluttony, and sloth. The sins considered the root of all others. All the bosses in the main story represented one of them, and Luna was lust. The employee commented that he already knew she was a boss and said that if such a broken character were a player, it would completely break the game's balance. Seo Seung-won replied not to be mistaken. She was a boss, but she wasn't an NPC. The employee then asked if a player could become a boss. Seo Seung-won explained that the freedom in Chrono Life was much greater than he imagined. In the same way a boss could become a merchant, a player could also become a boss. After hearing the explanation, Jiwoo commented to Habake that it was too complicated. The cockroach was a mixture of player and NPC. Habake replied that he wasn't sure how it worked either. It was something even he didn't know, but that Passive Boy probably knew since he was an admin. To Jiwoo, that was just one more reason to beat that guy up. But Sarang didn't understand one thing. She asked why Passive Boy wanted to meet the sin of sloth so badly. If his objective was to make money selling items, he just had to put them up for auction. Besides, he had also attacked the Robin Hood Guild, and his actions didn't match that story. Even so, Habake said he had an idea of the reason. Probably everything was because of a mythic rank item, the Piece of God. At that moment, Hong herself appeared, apologized for disappearing suddenly, and explained she was busy doing her own investigation. Then she asked if she could form a group with them for a while because she had found Passive Boy's hideout. Later, everyone was in a cabin in the middle of the mountains. Hong used the judgment skill to verify the owner of the hideout and confirmed it really was Passive Boy. However, he wasn't logged into the game at that moment. She commented it was a shame they couldn't see what was inside the cabin. It was then that Jiwoo smashed the door open using his stick. As soon as they invaded the place, they found a huge quantity of extremely rare items. None of them were copies. All were mythic items. Just looking over them, it could be estimated they were worth about 5 billion. Hong also recognized several of the items that had been stolen during the attack on her guild. Passive Boy had left everything there because there wasn't enough space in his inventory. It was clear his objective was precisely the mythic items. Jiwoo asked if he did all that just for money. In his opinion, he just had to sell the items normally, like any person would, but Hong explained that wouldn't be enough. Besides, if he started selling many items items of that level, the company would notice, as happened with Ji-woo himself. Mythic items were different. There was a buyer capable of acquiring an infinite quantity of them, and that buyer was precisely Habaek's master, the greatest merchant. Habaek said he was thinking the exact same thing. Hong commented that Passive Boy was much worse than she imagined. Even so, she admitted his plan was good. Since the greatest merchant wasn't a user, there was no risk of the information leaking. Besides, he would sell all the items individually, without affecting the game's economy. She explained that if they took screenshots of all that and reported it to customer support, the company would certainly take measures. After all, the admin had gathered all those items in his own personal space. That was all the proof they needed. She even praised Ji-woo, saying he had done a great job and that they would be able to solve the case thanks to that. But Ji-woo asked with whose permission they would do that. He made it clear he didn't want to record a dramatic soap opera. In his view, there was a much better option, giving that guy a good lesson. Then, he borrowed the mask of Hong's guild and went to meet Passive Boy personally in the center of the starter village. As soon as the admin saw the mask on Ji-woo's face, he became completely irritated. Ji-woo only replied that he had borrowed the mask from Hong, as he was too famous and anyone would recognize him easily. Meanwhile, the entire Robin Hood guild was scattered around the center of the village. The admin indeed appeared, exactly as Ji-woo had planned. Hong was still worried, but earlier she had heard the whole plan. First, they would recover all the guy's items. Then, Ji-woo asked to borrow the mask, if possible, because, in the end, the one who ended up using the mask was Hong herself. But Sarang got so jealous that she kicked her in the back. When Passive Boy returned to the game, he noticed his cabin was destroyed, with a huge hole, and that all the items had disappeared. He also found a note left by the stick guy, saying that if he wanted the items back, he should go to the center of the village at 7 in the evening. That was why Passive Boy appeared completely furious. Even so, Ji-woo warned that he shouldn't even come close. Then, he took from Sarang a mythic rank draconic fire dagger and said that if Passive Boy took one more step, he would sell the item at an NPC store. The dagger was worth about 200 million in real money, but if sold to an NPC, it would yield less than 300 gold coins. It would be an absurd waste. At that moment, the one being held hostage was Passive Boy himself. Ji-woo ended up looking like a true villain, but even so, it seemed that Sarang continued to be attracted to him. Meanwhile, the admin got so mad he practically teleported behind Ji-woo and activated the admin zone. Now, the two were alone, face to face, and Passive Boy would finally give him the lesson he had deserved for a long time. The next blow hurt a lot, but Ji-woo simply regenerated with his healing factor and commented that that guy was much worse than he imagined. Passive Boy replied that pigs like him and the pigs at his company had forgotten reality. They were so immersed in that game they had gone crazy over some pieces of data. Therefore, there was no reason to treat players like human beings. After all, it was just a little game. The two continued exchanging extremely powerful blows. In the middle of the fight, Ji-woo called the administrator ridiculous, saying he blamed players for no reason, and even asked if he was going through a midlife crisis. But he provoked so much that he almost didn't notice the next attacks, which were too fast. Passive Boy told him to stop irritating him and said all players were the same. No matter how much developers worked to please them, all they received in return were insults and criticism. At that moment, the story went back about 7 years, to Chrono Life headquarters. There was Seo Seung-won, a developer who hadn't yet lost his innocence. But Ji-woo interrupted the story with a whack to his teeth, saying he wouldn't fall for that old villain's sad backstory card. He didn't want to know about his past and told him to stop with that flashback. Even so, Passive Boy's healing factor was also activated, leaving him completely intact. Besides Constitution, he also possessed a hidden skill linked to the strength attribute, Titan Spirit. As soon as the skill was activated, a massive amount of power began to overflow from his body. The special effects were so exaggerated that even Ji-woo felt envious, as his healing factor had nothing so flashy. With Titan Spirit active, all damage and attack range increased by 1000%. The next sword strike was so absurd it was equivalent to the attack Ji-woo used to destroy a planet. Even so, he recovered once more thanks to the healing factor. The admin zone was completely destroyed, but the player remained whole and commented that it was practically a cheat. Without wasting time, Ji-woo activated his hidden gluttony skill to suck the administrator's vitality. In response, Seo Seung-won used his hidden agility skill, the light speed dash. He knew battles of that type were decided by calculations and numbers. His attributes were much higher, and that made all the difference. The next strike destroyed Ji-woo's body again. It didn't matter how good his control was. Even being an extremely skilled player, the difference in attributes surpassed everything. For Seo Seung-won, Ji-woo was nothing more than a sucker who depended on max-level items. Once more, however, Ji-woo regenerated. He replied that hearing that specifically from that guy made him very angry, because Passive Boy was nothing but a criminal abusing admin powers. The other replied that if he didn't like it, he should just try becoming an administrator too. After all, he only needed to make a few data adjustments to turn that character into the most most powerful in the game. But suddenly, Jiwoo landed a headbutt right on his nose. Passive Boy was left without understanding how that had happened, as Jiwoo's agility was much lower. Jiwoo replied that was pure game mechanics. Immediately after, the administrator used the light speed dash again, completely convinced that it would be impossible to be caught, but Jiwoo suddenly turned his back and activated the rebound control option. Using his max level stick, he managed to get enough momentum to match the administrator's speed and landed a hit right in the middle of his face. Then he asked if it felt good. While attacking, Jiwoo also turned off the rebound control option in the game settings. Seo Seung-won replied that wouldn't work again, and that it had just been a stroke of luck. Jiwoo, however, wanted to end that fight quickly. He had already found a way to finish everything. So he just waved goodbye to Passive Boy and commented that, despite everything, the battle had been fun. The administrator was left completely without understanding what he intended to do. Meanwhile, outside, Sarang was waiting anxiously for Jiwoo, curious to know what was happening. Even though he was strong, she believed it would be impossible to beat an administrator. Hong also didn't know all the details and commented it seemed that even his own girlfriend didn't know everything. Upon hearing this, Sarang got all happy for being called Jiwoo's girlfriend. She explained that the only thing he had told her was that he intended to be taken into the admin zone on purpose. Hong, however, said there was still something bothering her. The reason Mr. Undyboy had left that note and postponed the plan for a day probably had to do with the victory method Jiwoo would use. Inside the admin zone, Jiwoo activated his basic summoning skill. Seo Seung-won laughed, calling him an idiot. He thought it would be some incredible skill but believed that wouldn't make any difference. Except Jiwoo summoned precisely Chairman Choi. At that same moment, Seo Seung-won's brain simply shut down. He was face to face with his own boss. Jiwoo didn't miss the opportunity and commented that just that reaction had been worth the summon. The previous night, when Seo Seung-won was leaving the bar, the other employee who worked with him ran into President Choi. After taking a good beating, he ended up revealing the whole plan, told him that Seo Seung-won intended to flee the country after getting a lot of money, and confessed that he only followed orders. After that, Choi ordered to get rid of that employee and, already at the exit of the alley, thanked Jiwoo for having avoided a big problem. Jiwoo even thought that was scary and was wondering if that company was for games or the mafia. Choi even joked, saying he intended to kill Jiwoo if he called one more time without necessity. Then he made it clear it was just a joke. Next, he warned he would personally deal with Passive Boy if he found him, and that he would also call the legal department to sue him in every way possible. That was precisely why Jiwoo scheduled that plan to happen inside the admin zone. Desperate, Seo Seung-won tried to exit the game, but since he was in combat, he couldn't log out. He closed the admin zone, but Choi simply opened the presidential zone. Naturally, the admin zone was inferior to that one. Since he would be fired anyway, Seo Seung-won decided to rush at the president, but his attack didn't cause even a scratch. Choi just took a puff of his cigar and commented that even rabid dogs hesitate before biting their own owners. President Choi possessed infinite level and infinite attributes. Then, he activated the You're Fired skill and simply erased Seo Seung-won from existence. Jiwoo was completely shocked. Not even the healing factor with max constitution could resist that attack. At that moment, he realized the old man was truly frightening. With that, all the confusion finally came to an end. All the unique items stolen by Passive Boy returned to their true owners. Several guilds had been harmed, and not just Robin Hood. Later, Jiwoo discovered that Seo Seung-won indeed was fired, and even took a personal beating from President Choi. Then he tried to sue him for assault, but that only worsened his own situation. In response, Choi took the case to the legal department once more, and the sector completely cleared the president. In the end, Seo Seung-won was condemned to spend the rest of his life paying for material damages and lost profits caused to the company. Furthermore, he was permanently banned from the game industry. After that day, Jiwoo's life as a seller returned to normal, and he finally reunited with his girls. After logging out of Chrono Life, Jiwoo kept thinking about one thing that still bothered him. At the end of the battle, he couldn't ask Passive Boy one question. He wanted to know if that cockroach was an NPC or a human. When he opened his eyes, he jumped. Luna was inside his house. Later, he prepared some noodles for her, and the girl started eating as if absolutely nothing were happening. Even so, he couldn't understand why she was in his house. At least one doubt had already been answered. Luna was a player all along. She noticed he was staring and asked if it was because she was so beautiful. Jiwoo only replied for her to finish eating that damn thing. Immediately after, he remembered what she had done to him, and realized he almost fell for her talk again. Then he asked who she really was, how she knew where he lived, and mainly how she knew the house password. Luna replied that at the very least, she should reward him for the food. She was also sure he was full of doubts, so she said he could ask whatever he wanted. Jiwoo decided to start with a lighter subject and asked what the natural color of her hair was. Luna was happy because he had noticed the color had changed and confirmed that that was indeed her natural color. In the next question, Jiwoo wanted to know why she hadn't been deleted when she died to Passive Boy, since she was a unique boss. She explained that she died while she was in human mode inside the game. At that moment she didn't know yet, but when an administrator attacks directly, the authority of God disappears. That's why she died as an ordinary player, and not as a unique boss. That was exactly what prevented her from being deleted. Then, Jiwoo asked if she intended to go back to massacring players to become the goddess of life. Luna replied that it wasn't that simple. Killing 1,000 players was only one of the conditions. Besides, she still had to meet another much more difficult requirement to change her profession. She also revealed she could alternate freely between her human form and her goddess form. Jiwoo thanked her for answering all those questions, but returned to the main subject and asked who she really was. She kept appearing in all the places he went inside the game, but now she had invaded even real life. He even threatened to say that if she didn't explain properly, he would report her to the police. Luna replied that there were many people hindering her plans in that world. That was precisely why she had gone there to make a proposal. She wanted Jiwoo to become her man. He was completely without understanding what he had just heard. At that exact moment, Sarang rang the doorbell, right at the worst possible time since there was another woman inside the house. When she entered, Sarang saw the noodles on the table and asked if he was eating at that time of the early morning. Jiwoo confirmed, but also wanted to know why she had come to visit him so late. She replied she wanted to know what time he would enter the game. While the two talked, Luna remained hidden, listening to everything in silence. Before leaving, Sarang also asked for Jiwoo's phone number to be able to message him directly. She even joked saying that if he didn't answer, he'd die. After she left, she was very happy for finally having gotten his number. She didn't even know if she had acted naturally or if she had made it too obvious, but in the end it had worked. Jiwoo, on the other hand, could only think about the reason for so much confusion happening in the middle of the night. He was completely tired. Luna, on the other hand, didn't understand why he had asked her to hide. In her view, they weren't doing anything wrong. Jiwoo replied that the simple fact of her being inside his house was strange enough. She explained that she would leave as soon as he answered the proposal. Not understanding anything, Jiwoo asked what proposal that was, since she only talked about a bunch of nonsensical things. Luna admitted she had indeed been very vague. In fact, what she wanted was for him to join her group inside the game. Meanwhile, Habaek presented himself before his master, the Sin of Sloth, known as the Great Merchant. The master asked the King of Mirrors what had happened to his left arm. Habaek replied that due to lack of skill, the body he had received from the master had been damaged. Without any difficulty, the Great Merchant completely restored his arm and asked who had caused that wound. Could it have been the hero? Habaek replied that in fact, no. On the contrary, that hero had saved his life. He also stated that if the master knew that player, he would certainly like him. In his opinion, that was the best candidate to occupy a place among the 7 sins. Sometime later, on the Silver Coast, known as Paradise on Earth, a hunting area destined for players level 30 or higher, the main monster was the slime, a liquid creature quite popular among beginners. The real problem was the boss of that region, the Kraken, level 85, with skin so resistant that not even extremely sharp blades could go through it, legs capable of making it walk on dry land, and an extremely fierce personality. It was a completely unbalanced boss and responsible for traumatizing countless players. Except one single whack from Jiwoo was enough to knock it down, all this using only the hit without killing skill. Immediately after, the loving captain set out to finish the monster and receive all the experience, but she noticed she hadn't gained absolutely anything. Iris explained that that happened because of the enormous level difference between the two. It didn't matter how much he carried her. While that difference remained so large, she wouldn't receive experience. Jiwoo commented she seemed much stronger than last time. Of course, that was thanks to the transcendental gauntlets. He then said that with that equipment, she could already hunt alone. But the loving captain didn't like the idea. In her opinion, it was much better to continue being carried by him. While the two talked, Luna observed everything from afar and remembered the conversation from the previous night. She had asked Jiwoo to join her group, but he replied he had no reason at all to do that. After all, the first time the two met, she literally stabbed him in the back. Besides, now he was playing with the loving captain and intended to stay by her side. Luna was dying of jealousy. That gave birth to an enormous desire to get rid of that girl. Even so, she decided to leave that for later. Sooner or later, Jiwoo would become her man, all for the sake of the true ending of Chrono Life. But later, Urus explained that he couldn't carry her. That was impossible because of the level difference. It was then that Sarang realized Jiwoo was talking to himself since she couldn't see Urus. He explained he would be able to materialize if Jiwoo shared some mana, but he replied his intelligence and wisdom were very low and his mana was almost non-existent. Even so, Urus said that should already be enough, so Jiwoo began the ritual, creating a pillar of power while Urus's soul was instanced. Gradually, he materialized in that world in an extremely cute form. He was so cute he even made blood drip from Sarang's nose. She asked if she could pet him, but Urus still tried to give that typical end-of-game boss speech to intimidate everyone. It didn't work. Instead of causing fear, he ended up being hugged like a puppy. It was precisely at that moment that Habake, riding his griffin, arrived at them saying the situation had become a bit complicated. He said he fled in a hurry to find Jiwoo and explained they didn't have much time, so they needed to leave immediately. But Jiwoo asked how they would know where to find the person they sought, and Habake replied he had a GPS. Even so, Jiwoo stalled once more, asking if his arm had already regenerated, and commenting that it was very cool. Because of this delay, the person who was pursuing the group ended up arriving. It was Habake's eternal master, the great merchant, the sin of sloth. He appeared sitting on an enormous golden throne surrounded by an army of angels. Jiwoo imagined he was a human, as Habake also possessed a humanoid form, but was surprised to notice he was gigantic. Habake bowed his head, said his master had arrived, and asked for forgiveness for not being able to explain the whole situation. The great merchant replied that he himself would solve that. His throne descended slowly onto the beach, and he asked if Jiwoo was the current hero. At that instant, everyone was before a completely overwhelming presence, the sin of sloth. Meanwhile, the goddess of life was before a corpse, also sitting on a throne. It was the human considered the most powerful when he was still alive. The first hero, Yopi. At least that was what Luna commented, saying it was the description presented by the game. As soon as she entered that temple in ruins, a mark on Yopi's forehead began to glow. Holding her staff, she commented she didn't know whose idea it was to create that story, but that it was really childish and very cliché. Still, that was precisely the charm of fantasy. Then she used her power to awaken the corpse. On the beach, the sin of sloth remained before them, one of the 7 capital sins, accompanied by troops of the most powerful angel tribes, also known as the Great Merchant. He possessed a presence worthy of the huge throne made entirely of gold. He was gigantic and majestic, but in reality he had the appearance of a simple boy. Urus commented that he continued with the same charisma as always. The sin of sloth then approached and asked if Jiwoo was the hero mentioned by Habake. He replied he thought so, while trying to understand if that frightening sensation really came from a child. The sin replied that the level of humans had dropped a lot, and that he didn't understand how someone like him could be called a hero. To test him, he landed several kicks directly to his face, throwing Jiwoo far away. Not even Habake understood what was happening. After all, it had been he who helped Jiwoo reach that point. The sin of sloth replied that if he had come just to talk, he wouldn't have even appeared. He was an existence naturally opposite to humans, and couldn't believe Habake had approached that young man. In his view, that had been a completely foolish attitude. Even after receiving all those blows, Jiwoo stood up completely intact and said that had been fun. After all, players and monsters would never be friends. The sin replied it was exactly that, and remembered that Jiwoo had already ended the pride of the 7 sins. He killed Urus ahead of time and accelerated events that should have taken years to happen. While Jiwoo returned the blow received, he asked why he was talking about that precisely now. The sin explained that Urus was officially the strongest boss of Chrono Life and that he should appear only in the Great Raid at the end of the main story. As Jiwoo killed him before the time, the entire order of the world was messed up. Uriken of Gluttony should also never have been consumed, as these were existences destined to be defeated only 10 years from now. Sarang tried to explain that it was Uriken who attacked first, but the sin told her to be quiet. No one could interrupt him. Just with his pressure, she fell to the ground. Then, he looked directly at the small dragon Eurus and revealed that Uriken had only been born because Eurus died before the right moment. All that confusion had been caused by Jiwoo, and the problem that had been growing since then would soon explode over the entire continent. He continued saying that the first hero, Yopi, would be resurrected soon to deal with that situation. Meanwhile, Luna was indeed using her power to revive him, saying it was already time to wake up. Yopi then stood up wrapped in divine power. Hearing this, Jiwoo only asked what the problem was. If he was a hero, then he should fight alongside humanity. The sin replied that he was a complete idiot. Yopi would not return as a human, but as one of the 7 capital sins. From that moment on, his only objective would be annihilation. Along with the rebirth of Yopi, a huge army of skeletons began to rise. Luna commented once more that it was truly a childish story. The hero who most loved and trusted humanity was now precisely the one who most hated humans. Upon awakening, he also raised his army of undead, accompanied by a gigantic skeletal dragon. At that moment, Yopi was reborn as the Sin of Wrath. The Sin of Sloth then began to explain the whole ancient history of the continent of Chrono. Since ancient times, that had been a place without wars or disputes, a world blessed by peace, until one day the demons appeared and turned the entire continent into a true hell. It was in that chaos that a single hope arose, Yopi. Except Jiwoo simply ignored the whole explanation. He was never the type to stop to read the history of games. times, so he summarized everything in a single sentence, asking if that dark hero had been resurrected and now wanted to destroy humanity. Soon after, he said he had already defeated Urus and that he wasn't even a bit worried. It didn't matter if he was the first hero or the strongest human of all. Once more, the Sin of Sloth replied that Jiwoo was a complete stupid. He said he didn't even understand true human fear, even being one of them. Now, the humans themselves would be hunted as monsters by the hero who before protected them. Finally, the Sin stated that it wasn't even fun to fight against Jiwoo anymore. He had come only to understand how the current hero was and concluded he was nothing special. He also revealed that he had already walked side by side with Yopi, the only human he truly recognized. According to him, Jiwoo would never manage to defeat him, except Jiwoo just thanked him, saying that only increased his desire to give Yopi a beating. He even tried to rush at the Sin of Sloth, but Habake stopped him, saying there was no need to fight if the conversation was already over. Even so, Jiwoo still wanted to continue the fight. After all, he had just taken a lot of hits from that kid. Habake asked for everyone to calm down first. He explained he was earning money selling items because his master had told him everything. The Sin of Sloth spent 15 billion gold buying Jiwoo's own items. Meanwhile, Yopi mobilized his forces and received Luna's explanations. He understood that many years had passed since his death. Luna confirmed and explained that he should only be resurrected much further ahead, but the main story was already completely messed up. It was she herself who provided the energy necessary to bring him back. Yopi replied that he would return that favor when he had the opportunity. Then, he looked at Luna, the capital sin of lust, and stated that now he would eliminate the humans and destroy Chrono, the world he once protected. Soon after, he used his teleportation skill to head to one of the civilizations. When he left, Luna commented that her work there was finished. The god of the game asked if she was really okay with that and wanted to know if she had regretted it. He said that in the case of Uriken, she did exactly what she wanted, but Luna replied that situation was different. This time, Yopi was merely occupying a space that no longer made sense in the main story. The god of the game replied that he only wanted to take the opportunity to watch the way that world would be destroyed. Back at the beach, Jiwoo asked if it had been that kid who bought all his items. The Sin of Sloth replied precisely that he had spent exactly 15,303,890,000 gold. Then he put everything up for sale for 51 billion and achieved a profit of approximately 37 billion. Hearing that, Jiwoo approached him and asked, almost imploring, that he teach his secret for doing business. The Sin only commented that he really didn't have an ounce of pride. It was then that the entire island began to shake. The Sin of Sloth looked at the sky and announced that the end of the world had arrived. Flying over the region was the gigantic revived skeletal dragon. The war began immediately. The army of undead invaded the starter village and began to massacre everything in its path. They were extremely brutal. At that instant, a system window appeared for all players. The main mission of Chrono Life had begun. The objective was to protect the world against Yopi, the Sin of Wrath. The players didn't even have time to organize their inventories. Before they could understand the mission, they were already being completely annihilated. That story simply shouldn't happen at that moment. Abracadabra jumped into action to save the survivors and launched a massive fire tornado that destroyed several skeletons. At the same time, the royalty ordered that everyone protect the sacred land. Humanity's response was much faster than it had been against Uriken of Gluttony. The big problem, however, was the skeletal dragon. No one was prepared to face an enemy of that level. One single fireball was enough to eliminate all the combatants. After all, that was a main mission planned to happen only many years later. The players simply didn't have the power to win yet. Meanwhile, Yopi teleported to the top of the Hill of Heroes, standing before the graves of his old companions. On one of them was a string instrument, belonging to the friend who dreamed of singing to the world. On the middle grave was a saint's brooch. On the last, the hat of a great wizard. Remembering his friends and everything they lived together, Yopi decided to resurrect them as undead. Thus the sorcerer, the cleric, and the bard arose again, all at level 999. Now the hero's old group was reunited once more. At the same time, the main mission difficulty increased and officially passed to disaster level. Even so, Jiwoo didn't seem even a bit worried. He said he would end everyone using only his intercontinental attack. The Sin of Sloth asked if he was sure, reminding him that ordinary players would also be hit. Besides, there was a huge army of undead, and physical attacks without holy attribute simply wouldn't work against them. Not even a power capable of destroying planets would solve the problem. Even if the server were reset, Yopi would stay alive. It didn't matter how strong someone was, no one could face that war alone. But Jiwoo replied that it could be fun to try. Next, he turned off the rebound control option and launched himself through the skies using the impulse generated by his own stick. Habake was impressed and commented that he had flown using the rebound of his own attack. He really was a madman. The Sin of Sloth just smiled and said he liked that attitude. The starter village. The point where all players began their journey in Chrono Life represented one of the most symbolic places in the game. What was once a peaceful place turned into a city of death in a matter of seconds. The players were outraged. Many ran out of their cybercafes and virtual reality capsules. The owner of a cybercafe tried to calm his customers, saying it might just be a server crash, as had happened before. But everyone replied that wasn't the problem. The skeletal dragon simply appeared in the starter village and, even after relogging, they kept dying. Chaos took over Chrono Life. Even so, one of the girls commented that it might even be fun, since they were tired of spending days doing boring hunts. She also got irritated with the whole situation. A boy, just because she was a girl, tried to strike up a conversation and asked if she wanted to play together with him. She replied only no, that she was fine. At that moment, Hong noticed an official notice from Chrono Life. It wasn't just her. All players received the same message. If that were really true, the game would never be the same again. Meanwhile, at the company responsible for the game, an employee told President Choi that it was madness. The main scenario couldn't be completed with the current level of players, and with those weak items, everyone would be massacred by Yopi. In his opinion, the management team needed to interfere immediately. But Choi replied that the company's policy has always been not to interfere in the player's actions. The only exception had been Passive Boy, precisely because he was someone from within the company. The employee asked if he was serious, especially after publishing that official notice. The statement said that the management team hadn't planned that, but that Chrono Life's main scenario had begun. Although it seemed sudden, it was an event that would inevitably arrive someday. From that moment on, the fate of the world would be decided by the results of the main mission. If the players failed, Yopi would win and a new dark age would take over Chrono Life. All life would be exterminated. The future of that world was now completely in the hands of the players. While everyone read the notice, a player fell from the sky like a meteor. It was precisely Jiwoo. He knew how to travel at very high speed. The only problem was always the landing. As soon as he hit the ground, he was surrounded in a few seconds by the army of undead. Even so, he commented that at least he had arrived at the right place. Blades hit his body from all sides, but he simply regenerated all wounds and began to knock down the skeletons using only his stick. In fact, the skeletons reached the point of getting tired of trying to kill him. They simply didn't have enough damage to bring him down. It was then that Jiwoo noticed that since he couldn't eliminate those undead because of the lack of holy attribute, he could use the power of gluttony. As soon as he absorbed one of the skeletons, his attributes and his level increased immediately. Just a single enemy already granted about 200 points of strength. With his attributes growing rapidly, he could finally equip several of the items he had obtained. Until then, he was leaving that absurd skill aside. Now he realized he was being too demanding and decided to enjoy all that power. Without wasting time, he set out to destroy the rest of the army. Undead usually don't feel fear, but before Jiwoo, they simply dropped their swords and began to flee by pure instinct. It was absolute fear. One by one, Jiwoo absorbed all the skeletons. The invading army, formed by about 2,000 undead, possessed enough strength to devastate an entire country. Even so, it turned to dust in a few moments. Even the Bone Dragon, considered the most powerful undead since Urus's death, ended up being absorbed and disappeared completely. After that battle, Jiwoo finally reached the maximum in all his attributes. And right behind him was Luna, the goddess of life. Jiwoo asked if it was her, the cockroach. After all, she had been appearing a lot lately. Luna then deactivated her goddess mode, explaining she didn't want to be watched by a certain person. But suddenly, she simply gave him a big kiss. Even Urus was in shock, not understanding what was happening. Jiwoo had gone there to end Yopi, but now he was completely confused. When Luna finally ended the French kiss, he asked what that had been. He said that had been his first kiss, and that she simply stole it. Luna replied, with the utmost naturalness, that she just slipped by mistake, while holding the staff in a very suspicious position. Jiwoo replied it was obvious that hadn't been an accident, and even said he would report her. Then Luna asked if his agility attribute wasn't at the maximum. If it were, he could simply have dodged. Then, she revealed that had also been her first kiss. Jiwoo only replied that in the end it didn't matter. After all, they were inside a game. Leaving that subject aside, Luna said she had come to deliver an item to him. It was a divine rank jewel. She explained that precisely for that reason she had gone back to using a disguise, as no one could see her delivering that item to Jiwoo. He replied he would accept, as it seemed something very important, but went back to asking what the reason for the kiss had been. Luna insisted she had simply slipped. Then she only reinforced that that jewel was extremely important, and that he should take very good care of it, as it would be essential in the next battle. At that moment, Sarang appeared running. As soon as she saw another woman so close to Jiwoo, her instinct spoke louder. She immediately immediately pulled Jiwoo close to herself. It was then that Luna went back to activating her goddess mode. Only at that instant did Sarang realize who she really was. The goddess of life explained she was there precisely to help them in the fight against Yopi. As he had already reached level 999, he had probably already reached the Demon King's castle, where the core of the demonic world was located. Meanwhile, Yopi, accompanied by all the heroes' old group, arrived before the direct assistant of the great Demon King, Death. As soon as he saw him, Death immediately recognized the hero who had defeated the Demon King in the past. Yopi was sincerely surprised to notice that Death was still alive. He replied that his body was immortal, and asked what brought Yopi back to that place. Yopi explained he had gone to fetch an item that remained stuck in the floor of that castle, his divine rank longsword. Death warned that the old Demon King's energy was sealed in that sword and asked if he knew what would happen upon wielding it. Yopi replied that he knew better than anyone. The moment he held the sword, all conditions were met. His hidden class was unlocked and he awakened as the new Demon King. Death was extremely happy to see the rebirth of the Demon King. Yopi received all the privileges of the class, had his attributes multiplied by 10 and conquered absolute authority over the entire demonic race. Without wasting time, Yopi ordered Death to immediately summon the entire army to annihilate the human world. Very satisfied, Death announced the advance of all troops and opened a dimensional portal to the world of humans. Dimensions normally cannot interfere with each other. Only a few individuals, among them Yopi, knew the method to perform this dimensional teleportation. It was then that Death's gigantic mouth appeared open over the starter village. His ability to open dimensional portals was so extraordinary that it was precisely what made him the direct assistant to the Demon King. Thus began the invasion of the demonic army. Seeing that movement, the Sin of Sloth noticed the size of the hatred Yopi nurtured for humanity. While the enormous army advanced, Jiwoo launched a powerful strike upwards, but the demons remained completely intact. Luna explained that the demonic race possessed absurd physical strength, unique skills, and a practically infinite source of magic concentrated in their horns. Alone, they were already extremely strong, but thanks to Yopi's power, they now also possessed immortal bodies. It was the most powerful race of all. Not even Uriken, of Gluttony, would be capable of gathering an army of that level. Even so, Jiwoo still had a way to deal with them. He activated the Novice Master skill, Cleric's Soul, which granted holy blessings to his attacks. Shortly after, he delivered a sanctified blow upwards, destroying the demons in a completely overwhelming way. Seeing that happen, Luna definitely wasn't even a bit satisfied. Those of the demon race are born with strong bodies and unlimited magic. Furthermore, they received even more power from Iop, achieving immortality. They are truly the most powerful tribe. However, that fame ended the instant Jiwoo appeared and simply annihilated everyone with a single attack. To him, this talk of immortality was a joke. A single holy attribute attack was enough, and they died like any other enemy. Since he was already getting bored, he said he wanted to face the hero Iop right away. But the creatures truly were immortal. From their own ashes, they all returned to life. Luna explained that this was Iop's ability. As long as he still had mana, his army would never die. Jiwoo replied that it would then be a long fight until his mana ran out. He just had to keep using his infinite loop of sanctified strikes. Luna asked if it wouldn't be better to defeat Iop directly. Jiwoo replied that she seemed desperate, but reminded her that he was trapped in the demon world and didn't even know how to reach the hero. Sarang then pointed to the massive hole in the sky and said all they had to do was go through there. Jiwoo agreed for a moment, but Luna explained that the portal was one way. Anyone who tried to cross it from this side would be torn to pieces before even reaching the destination. She then told that overrated hussy to stop talking nonsense. Sarang retorted, asking why she kept picking on her, since no player had ever entered the demon world before. It was then that Luna revealed that as a goddess, she could use dimensional teleportation. She reached out her hand to Jiwoo and said she could take him directly to Iop. In fact, that was exactly why she had been looking for him. The two stared at each other for a few moments. Jiwoo remembered the jewel he had obtained and also her words, saying she shouldn't be observed. Despite being suspicious, he accepted the help because there was no other way to reach the hero. Seeing this, Sarang asked to go along. However, Luna explained that the teleport had a capacity limit and could only take one person. Then she leaned in close to Jiwoo, saying they would enjoy this encounter, and the two disappeared into the dimensional teleport. Before leaving, she made it very clear to Sarang that, from that moment on, she would be her rival. The two appeared directly inside the demon palace. Right behind them was Iop, sitting on his throne alongside his companions. He began a speech saying he was no longer a hero, and that in that body only fury remained. But Jiwoo had no patience to listen to that. He simply struck with his twig, destroyed part of the castle ceiling, skipped all the dialogue, and asked if they were finished, so he could return to the village soon. However, Luna explained that the fight was just beginning. Iop remained completely intact. He praised Jiwoo's strike, saying that not even the last Demon King possessed such a powerful attack. Jiwoo replied that his attributes were all maximized, and that there was no possibility the guy had dodged. Then Iop drew his sword and explained that attacking and dodging didn't depend only on attributes. Next, he used a crescent strike that tore through the castle and exploded everything in the background. around. Even so, Jiwoo was already behind him. He said he would remember that move. Iop could keep up with his speed, but he couldn't hit him. At one point, Jiwoo appeared right beneath him with a huge smile on his face. He continued dodging all the attacks while mocking the face of the new Demon King. To him, having maximized agility was far too fun. There was no better feeling than playing with his opponents. Meanwhile, Sarang had been left alone in the starting village. Surrounded by demons, she ran as far as she could but ended up falling along the way. In that moment, she remembered that annoying woman who was now her rival. Filled with rage, she landed a punch right between the legs of a level 100 demon. She was only level 25, so normally she would never be able to cause damage. However, her gauntlets were transcendental. The demon died instantly. The hidden ability of the gauntlets automatically changed the attack attribute to exploit the enemy's weakness. Since demons were vulnerable to the holy attribute, all her strikes began to carry that element. Just by defeating a single level 100 demon, Sarang jumped from level 25 to 39. After that, she continued massacring those wretched demons without stopping. She was going to use all of them to relieve her stress until she was satisfied. The only problem was the absurd size of that army. Sarang commented that when the Undies guy returned, he would find a very complicated situation. Meanwhile, Iop admitted that Jiwoo was extremely strong. His strength and agility were superior to his own. Jiwoo replied that his attributes were all maximized and that, since Iop understood that, he could just die already. The former hero explained that all the important battles of his life had been like this, completely senseless fights with no apparent chance of victory. That was exactly why he always fought alongside his companions, and together they had never lost. Jiwoo called that the ultimate sucker talk, and said he was already resorting to calling in the whole gang. In his opinion, a true hero should fight one-on-one. Eurus reminded him that Jiwoo could barely win before, so it made no sense to complain now. Luna, however, asked him to be careful, because Iop's group had a 100% success rate in raids. They had never lost a single battle. Even so, she suggested that the two of them form a party. Meanwhile, in the starting village, Sarang was about to be crushed by a demon. At the last instant, the creature's paw was severed. The one who appeared to save her was Hong, using her lunar cut, but the demons were too numerous and seemed endless. They all advanced against them at the same time. Even in that situation, Hong commented that it felt like a grand war between humans and demons from classic games and said she was loving it. She really liked that game. Then she ordered all members of the Robin Hood Guild to cancel their concealment and enter combat mode to protect the village. The hooded figures revealed their identities and began massacring the demons. Sarang commented that it was the first time she had seen the famous summons of the Robin Hood Guild. For Hong, that was only the second time she had done it since becoming the third leader of the guild. The first had been against her own boyfriend. Hearing this, Sarang teased her again, calling Jiwoo her boyfriend. But the Robin Hood Guild wasn't the only one joining the war. Led by Hawkeye, the Justice Guild also appeared to fight. Since everything was permitted in that battle, other major guilds also joined the fray, such as the Divine Guild, Bloodline of the Cross, and Holy Land. Now it was the demon army facing the 5 largest guilds in the world. The true war had finally begun. Meanwhile, the bard in Iop's group began to use the Seraphim's song. When the ability was activated, the speed of the entire group increased gradually. As soon as the second verse began, a hidden effect was also activated. Jiwoo was impressed by that power, and Luna explained that the music followed the very rhythm of time. Iop's group officially began their raid. Luna insisted once more that Jiwoo form a party with her before it was too late, but he told her to go to hell. He had already made it clear that he didn't want to form a party with anyone because he knew she was up to something. To defeat Iop, he alone was enough. Using his maximized agility, Jiwoo disappeared and reappeared in front of the bard, trying to defeat him with a single blow, but Iop himself appeared in front and blocked the attack. Furthermore, he spun his sword and completely deflected Jiwoo's strike. Luna explained that the technique was the perfect parry, an ability capable of completely nullifying an enemy's attack, and its success depended exclusively on the skill of the user themselves. Urus complained that it was too broken. In his view, Iop was simply invincible, but Luna explained that the perfect parry required an absurd reaction time. If the user missed by just a millisecond, the ability failed. In other words, if Jiwoo continued to pressure him without stopping, he would eventually overcome Iop. At that moment, the Seraphim's song kicked in. As the rhythm of the music changed, the speed of all group members increased drastically. Iop became even faster thanks to the buff. Additionally, his crown glowed and activated the hero's glory ability, sacrificing a large part of his own strength to double all other attributes. His attacks became much faster and more powerful. Even so, to Jiwoo it seemed like a game of cat and mouse. The real problem arose when the group's sorcerer launched a massive meteor directly at his head. Jiwoo responded with an upward strike and destroyed the entire meteor. Then he looked at the hero's group and asked if that was all, or if they had run out of cards up their sleeves. But Iop was only getting started. The Seraphim's song reached the second verse, and all enemy attributes were reduced by half. Thus Jiwoo, who had maximized attributes, was left with 49,999 in each of them. This was the true triumph of Iop's group. Their own attributes were being multiplied by 10 thanks to the Demon King class, while the opponents had just fallen by half. And even if Jiwoo tried to use the gluttony ability, Iop possessed the perfect parry, so the tentacles would never be able to touch him. Iop even asked if Jiwoo had already shown everything he could do. Jiwoo decided to change his strategy completely. Luna warned that he couldn't activate the hidden abilities of the attributes yet, but he just reached into his cape and found Hibaki's mirror. Upon activating Second Sight, the amplifying lenses began to increase the target's size, and the scale of this increase depended on the user's maximum mana. In a few moments, the black sky of the demon world turned completely white because of Jiwoo's absurd size. He had grown so much that he seemed to cover the sky itself. Meanwhile, Sarang continued gaining several levels with each demon defeated, and had already reached level 74. Even with the 5 major guilds fighting non-stop, everyone realized that the number of demons was only increasing. Hong explained that normally demons could be exterminated with holy attacks, but these were protected by the power of the Demon King. Furthermore, Iop could revive them as many times as he wanted. Since he had achieved infinite mana, the demon army just kept growing thanks to the massive portal open in the sky. Sarang complained that it was completely unfair. At that instant, another creature lunged to devour her, but Abracadabra appeared and saved her using a flame spear. He then explained that there was only one condition to complete that mission: defeat Iop himself, the Sin of Wrath. Sarang replied that the war made no sense, and suggested that everyone simply log out and wait for the Undies guy to solve everything alone. But Abracadabra explained that this wouldn't work. If everyone abandoned the mission, nothing would return to normal afterward. All plants and animals would die, and the human world would end up transformed into a demon world. Sarang asked if the game company wouldn't resolve this with an update. Hong replied no. According to the official announcement, the fate of that world would be decided by the results of the main quest. The future was in the hands of the players. She also said she had no idea what the company was thinking, but after that announcement, there was no turning back, even if it meant the end of the game itself. Sarang commented that it was an extremely lazy way to run a game. How could the world's largest company not have a better solution? But Hong replied exactly the opposite. That was precisely why she loved that game. She thought it was wonderful, and, saying so, returned immediately to the battle. Abracadabra also asked Sarang not to worry. Most ordinary players already knew what was happening. Therefore, thousands of them were joining the 5 major guilds to block the advance of the demon army. Everyone decided to fight together to protect that world, although some were still thinking only about gaining experience and getting rare items. Looking at Jiwoo, Iop estimated that he was at least 1,000 meters tall, but once again, the bard began to play the Seraphim's song. This time, Jiwoo's attributes dropped to only 1/5 of their original value. Urus was confused, as he imagined that the healing factor would grant immunity to that type of ability. Luna explained that it wasn't a status effect. In fact, the music reversed time around the target. However, it could no longer affect Jiwoo, because he had grown so large that he was completely out of the ability's range. From up high, Jiwoo asked if the perfect parry was really Iop's most powerful ability. Then he provoked his opponent, telling him to try blocking one more time. Then, he raised a twig the size of a continent and hurled it downward. The impact completely destroyed the demon world once again. Because he had forced the amplifying lenses far beyond their limit, the effect vanished. Jiwoo returned to his normal size, while Hibaki's mirror ended up breaking. Even so, he knew the item would regenerate itself after some time. Jiwoo commented that at least the server hadn't crashed, since it was another planet. Soon after, he was surprised to see Urus still alive. Urus replied that, as he was a spirit, he was technically already dead, so he had survived the destruction. Luna was also still alive because she was a goddess, and she complained that Jiwoo had done that madness again without thinking of the consequences. Even Iop himself was still alive, more or less. He was completely broken, his armor in pieces, sitting on one of the last fragments of rubble of that world. Jiwoo admitted he was truly resilient. Luna, however, explained that Iop was on the verge of death, and that even his companions had already returned to the void. Jiwoo approached to finally conclude the main quest. After taunting Iop once more, he heard the former hero admit that the heroes of the new generation lacked manners, let alone humility. Even so, he recognized that Jiwoo was the most powerful opponent he had ever faced and accepted his own defeat. Meanwhile, the demon army continued to grow without stopping. Hawkeye's hands were already bleeding from firing so many arrows. Sarang was gravely wounded and could barely stay on her feet. Hong realized everyone had reached their limit. If this continued, the starting village would be completely destroyed. In the middle of the battle, Hong was grabbed and crushed by a demon. But before the blow could be fatal, all the demons disappeared at the same time. Sarang smiled and realized that Jiwoo had finally won. As he faded away, Iop already knew his time was up. Before he left for good, Jiwoo asked one last question. He wanted to know why someone who had saved humanity in the past now hated humans so much. Iop replied that it was a simple and even cliché story. He was someone extraordinary. Everyone loved him, but they also envied him. In the end, he was just someone who loved humans until the very last moment. After that, Iop vanished. The main quest was completed, and Jiwoo received a massive reward. Even the system itself was surprised to see that he had defeated Iop entirely alone. As the biggest contributor to the mission, he received an additional reward, and the god of the game appeared to present Jiwoo personally, saying he was truly incredible. The reward was as follows. He had fulfilled the conditions to advance his class and become one of the 7 deadly sins. Now he could choose between becoming a sin or remaining human. The hero Iop, who was also once human, was given that same choice when he defeated the Demon King. At the time, he decided to remain human, but sometime later he suffered a terrible death and ended up reborn as one of the sins. Now it was Jiwoo's turn to make that decision. After seeing all the torment Iop went through, he made his choice without thinking twice. The god of the game asked why he had made that choice, and Jiwoo replied that it was obvious and didn't even need explaining. The next day, Jiwoo woke up very tired. Then Sarang sent a message inviting him to go out and eat together after class. Not understanding anything, he asked what her deal was and if she hadn't sent the message to the wrong person. But at that moment, Luna appeared lying beside him in bed and said she was clearly flirting with him. That was when Jiwoo realized she was inside his apartment again. Startled, he yelled that she couldn't just enter other people's houses and fell out of bed headfirst onto the floor, asking who the hell she was. After all, she had managed to break into his house again and kept changing the subject as if it were the most normal thing in the world. Then Luna explained she had only gone to return the shirt she had borrowed the other time. Only at that moment did Jiwoo realize that the shirt she was wearing that day was in fact his. He hadn't even noticed it before. Since Luna already knew he was going to have lunch with Sarang, she simply invited herself along. Instantly, Jiwoo realized that was going to end in trouble, and that was exactly what happened. As soon as Sarang saw Luna, she became completely irritated and asked what the hell that woman was doing there, since the meeting was supposed to be just between the two of them. Trying to fix the situation, Jiwoo explained that they were always running into each other in the game and thought it would be a good opportunity for everyone to become friends. While making this excuse, he wondered why he was trying to justify himself since he hadn't done anything wrong. He simply ran into that cockroach on the way and she decided to show up. But Luna made everything worse by commenting that they were lying side by side in bed just a few minutes ago. When Sarang asked what she meant by that, Jiwoo just accepted his fate. To him, it had been a good life. Even so, Luna said she didn't understand the situation. The two weren't even dating, so why was Sarang questioning so much? Sarang replied she was only concerned because they were part of the same party in the game, but asked what exactly the relationship between them was. Then Luna replied that the two of them had a very special relationship, both in reality and inside the game. Jiwoo countered by saying he wasn't sure about that, and that it didn't even count because everything happened inside the game. But Luna replied that all the sensations experienced there were the same as in reality and that they could use that opportunity to confirm it. Immediately, Sarang told them to get away from each other because they were doing that in a public place. She said the two of them were extremely annoying and asked what this story about sensations was. It was then that Luna said she finally understood everything. She commented that Sarang seemed very mature and should have realized it before. After that, Sarang simply got up and left. No longer knowing what to do, Jiwoo just told Luna to finish eating and leave too. At the end of it all, she replied that next time, it would be her inviting him out. Taking advantage of the moment, she reminded him of the day they watched the sunset together and asked what his reward choice had been. Jiwoo replied that she was asking the exact same question the god of the game had asked. Luna said she heard his answer, but believed that wasn't the only reason. Perhaps Sarang had also influenced his decision. Without answering, Jiwoo simply turned his back and said he had no idea what she was talking about. Later, back inside Chrono Life, Jiwoo was warmly received by Urus, who complained because he took a whole day to log in again. But instead of appearing in an important place, the two simply spawned in a random alley of the starting village. Perhaps this had happened because the demon world had been destroyed by Jiwoo. He just wanted to stay there and rest for a bit, but Urus said he could rest when he was in reality. The problem was that for Jiwoo, even reality had turned into a hell. It was then that the same boy with an emoji face appeared again to greet him and handed him another twig. Meanwhile, the Chrono Life team continued monitoring everything, and director Choi was surprised to see who had appeared before Jiwoo. That boy was known as God's Toy. Jiwoo greeted his old friend with joy, made the little doll sit beside him, and asked how much time had passed. But the doll seemed not to remember him. It was only when he looked at the gold statue in the background that he finally recognized Jiwoo. When Urus asked who the bald guy was, the doll took great offense. At that moment, Jiwoo remembered that Urus could now manifest and appear to anyone. Curiously, the boy liked him very much, found Urus extremely cute, and hugged him as if he were a stuffed animal. Then Jiwoo told him that it was that twig delivered by the boy that day that completely changed changed his life. After that, he began to tell his whole trajectory. It was one of the most important and rarest stories of his life, something he had never shared with anyone. Strangely, at that moment he felt like telling everything to that strange character. When he finished telling his story, he asked the doll if he knew what his reward for defeating Iop had been. Then he revealed that he chose to remain human. Soon after, he said he would leave the rest of the explanation for another day because first he had something to deliver. He summoned all the transcendental weapons and said the doll could choose any one of them, but the boy refused, saying he didn't need any. Instead, he wrote an address on a piece of paper and handed it to Jiwoo. It was a real-world address. Following that address, Jiwoo went to the medical wing of a hospital. There he found the only person to whom the doll had ever told her whole story. It was a very young girl, diagnosed with an incurable disease, and the doctors said she had only 2 weeks left to live. The girl asked Jiwoo to come closer. Using a notebook to communicate, she apologized for that sudden meeting. She explained that she might seem rude, but she really wanted to meet him. Since her body was no longer well, she could no longer speak directly. Jiwoo replied that it was okay and that she didn't need to apologize. Then the girl wrote that she followed all his stories in Chrono Life and found them very moving. That was why she also wanted him to hear her story. It might not be as incredible as his, but she just wanted someone to remember her existence. Jiwoo replied that it wasn't selfishness and said it was fine, because he had time and also liked listening to stories. The girl replied that he was a liar, since he always skipped all the NPCs' dialogues. Jiwoo admitted he did that, but explained it was only because it was a game. Then she began to tell her story. She explained that there were countless classes in Chrono Life, and that she had chosen to be a merchant. As a merchant, she could talk to many people while buying and selling items, and that was extremely fun for her. In the real world, she never had friends because she was very shy, but inside the game, she was a completely different person. Everyone in Chrono Life treated her very well. Director Choi commented to his employees that she really was a very kind girl. Whenever she could, she distributed potions for free to newbies. Even knowing she would lose money, she sold items at very low prices. Technically, she didn't even have an aptitude for being a merchant, since the basics of the profession were to profit by buying and selling items. Even so, everyone liked her, not just the players but even the NPCs. She might not have been the most brilliant player of Chrono Life, but she shone like a star and illuminated everyone around her. But one day, she simply stopped logging in. Everyone was worried. No one knew if she had left the game to focus on her studies or if she was just taking a small break. Even so, everyone missed her. Time passed. The people who used to play with her evolved, left the starting village, and followed their own journeys. New players arrived, and her story ended up being forgotten by most. A long time later, that girl returned to the game, but her appearance had completely changed. She no longer wore pigtails and was wearing the simplest clothes in the game. Even so, she continued doing exactly what she had always done. She distributed all the items she possessed to beginning players. Only this time, she never said a word and communicated only with emojis. After handing out all her items and all her gold, she started distributing only the free twig that anyone could get at the shop. Of course, almost no adventurer liked receiving such a useless item. It was precisely on that day that she found Jiwoo, completely broken after trying to strengthen his sword and ending up breaking all his equipment. Seeing that, she decided to hand that simple twig to him. After telling this whole story, she explained that it was there that Jiwoo's story truly began. She confessed that she tried to pretend she was fine throughout all that time, but when she found out she was terminal, she cried non-stop. She kept wondering if one day she would reunite with her old friends or if everyone would end up forgetting her. Even if it were just a single person, she just wanted to continue living in someone's memory. After that meeting, Jiwoo rushed home, logged into Chrono Life, and went straight to the Valley of the Dead to farm without stopping. It was the first time Urus saw Jiwoo showing his emotions in that way. He faced the monsters with hatred, completely consumed by rage. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Jiwoo asked if there was any way to cure her, whether through surgery or any other treatment. The girl explained that she suffered from an extremely rare disease, and that very few people had that problem. The cost of the surgery was absurd. Even so, Jiwoo replied that he would pay everything, even if it cost billions. For him, she would have that surgery. But the girl asked him not to create false hopes. She didn't want to seem like someone miserable. Even if the surgery were a success, it wouldn't mean the end of the disease. The chances of surviving were extremely low. Still, Jiwoo replied that it was worth trying. It was much better than simply giving up. But she explained that things weren't that simple. She wasn't an item inside a game where you just had to press a button to decide everything. The surgery offered only a 30% chance of survival. If it went wrong, she would lose her last 2 weeks of life. And when she died, she believed everyone would end up forgetting her. Zhu replied that if the surgery worked, she would survive, and no one would ever forget her. Even so, she continued saying he didn't understand what it was like to live that way. When someone gets gravely ill, their whole world collapses. Family, friends, dreams, and their whole life begin to disappear before their eyes. At that moment, Luna appeared to find Jiwoo, and Urus commented that she was appearing way too frequently. Luna herself replied that she didn't like it either, because she was losing all her mysterious aura. Even so, she explained she had managed to prepare the favor Jiwoo had asked for. Meanwhile, at the hospital, the girl girl thought Jiwoo had lied to her. She was sure that everyone had already forgotten the merchant. She was afraid. She didn't want to die, much less be forgotten. But when she opened her eyes, she saw Jiwoo by her side, and he wasn't alone. All the players who knew that merchant were also there. They all came to thank her for everything she had done. Some received their first items in life from her. Others only managed to keep their groups together thanks to her kindness. None of them had ever forgotten her. Everyone still loved her and would continue to remember her forever. The girl then promised she would return from that hospital and went into surgery. The players Luna gathered, after much effort, gave her the courage she needed to make that decision. She bet her own life on a surgery that had only a 30% chance of success. She might have seemed like just a sweet and innocent girl, but she demonstrated a courage greater than anyone they had ever known. Even facing unimaginable difficulties in the real world, she always returned to Chrono Life with a bright smile, illuminating everyone around her and warming the heart of every person she met. After some time, she finally returned. She was the only person to whom Jiwoo truly opened his heart, the only one who heard his true story and knew his deepest feelings. And that girl's name was Starry Flower. Apparently, this part of the story was inspired by a famous report from the Ragnarok online community. There is no concrete proof that it all really happened, but it is a very well-known story among players and ended up serving as inspiration for the work. Back in the demon world, a separate dimension from the human world, everything had been completely destroyed after the defeat of the demon king Iope. Even so, the company managed to recover all the data from that world. However, with the resurgence of the demon tribes, a massive war began. The death of the demon king, who had returned after so long only to be defeated again, sent the demons into a total frenzy. The result was a gigantic, terrifying, and unforgettable conflict, and the one enjoying that situation most was death itself. According to her, there was only one way to calm all those tribes. Someone needed to inherit the essence of the demon king. She explained that she found that essence lying on the ground, likely left by Iope at the moment of death. But that was a huge problem. It wasn't something that could be handed over to just anyone. It might take a long time until a new worthy candidate appeared to become the next demon king. But she remembered Jiwoo and how he seemed more like Satan than Satan himself. Instantly, she broke into a huge grin because she had just thought of the perfect candidate. Meanwhile, Jiwoo himself was using his attack with only 0.001% of his strength, precisely so as not to kill the bunny bears. Instead, he just knocked the monsters down to collect their teeth. In a short time, he filled an entire sack. Later, back in the starting village, where he was recognized as the underwear warrior who defeated Iope the demon king, he went to visit his dear friend Starry Flower, the level 47 merchant. She suffered from a rare disease and had few days to live. Even in the face of that fate, she continued to be an extremely kind girl. Thanks to Jiwoo's support, she managed to find the courage to face the surgery. He then delivered the sack full of bunny teeth she had asked for. Using those teeth, Starry Flower activated her potion-making skill. She produced a bunch of them, but not to sell. Instead, she distributed them all to the carpenter NPCs who were rebuilding the starting village. This made her extremely happy, and Jiwoo felt even happier. After that, he told Urus they were going to hunt some more bunny bears. Meanwhile, Sarang was out of the game, just sitting on her bed, thinking about what had happened between her, Jiwoo, and Luna. When she told the whole situation to her agent, the woman immediately called the guy a massive son of a bitch. But Sarang tried to change the subject, saying it wasn't about any man, but about a friend. According to her, this friend had said she was interested in a young man. The agent realized instantly she was talking about herself. Sarang explained that at first he was just an ordinary player who didn't even draw much attention, but as they spent more time together, facing various situations and even fighting occasionally, she began to wait for him. She didn't even understand the reason, but she kept waiting. She waited to smile again when she was near him and, without realizing it, started wanting to stay closer and closer. Maybe she wanted to see him much more often. Soon after, she tried to correct herself, saying it was her friend who said that. The agent asked what kind of relationship this friend wanted to have with that guy and told her to admit the truth already. After all, she was a celebrity and needed to be careful. Besides, she knew very well that the guy was that player who walked around in just his underwear. She explained that when an idol starts dating, many fans end up abandoning the artist. It wasn't out of cruelty, but because the market expects idols to receive affection exclusively from the fans. In a way, many people would view it as a betrayal, and everything she had achieved could disappear. Even so, the agent made it clear she wouldn't stop Sarang, because it was her life and she had the right to do what she wanted. She only asked her to be more careful. She also joked that if she ever ended up poor, the agency would bail. Then, she went back to asking what kind of relationship she wanted to have with that young man. Sarang replied she still didn't know for sure, but ended up remembering Luna saying she wanted Jiwoo to be only hers. The agent replied that was it exactly, and asked if that underwear guy wasn't an adult already. If he wasn't, he was the one who would end up arrested. So Sarang said she would make him fall in love with her, and then wait 3 years before they started dating. The agent burst out laughing, saying she really wouldn't let go. Then Sarang asked for some advice, and the manager replied she could trust her. The problem was that the first thing she did was open Google and search for how the hell to flirt with a guy. Despite being an extremely talented and recognized manager in the field since the start of Sarang's career, she had never dated once during her 27 years of life. Meanwhile, death was in the human world when she ran into a massive explosion. She found Jiwoo, who had just destroyed an entire colony of bunny bears and was collecting several sacks full of teeth. Soon after, Sarang also appeared there, defeating several creatures and handing some teeth to Jiwoo. He thanked her and took the chance to bring up the subject of the restaurant. He said he shouldn't have brought the cockroach without warning, and that he had no idea the two didn't get along. As an apology, he invited Sarang to have dinner together later. She replied that since he insisted so much, she would accept. She said she was busy but could make some space in her schedule. Then she got very close to Jiwoo and commented that on that day, the cockroach had said something that bothered her. Then she asked what she meant by that story about sensation inside the game. Jiwoo replied it was nothing important, but Sarang wouldn't drop the subject. She insisted so much that, shortly after, she was practically choking him while telling him to spit it out. It was exactly then that death appeared. Seeing the scene, she was completely confused, imagining that the underwear guy who defeated the Demon King was being choked. To her, that was an unbelievable twist. The human world really was capable of making anyone crap themselves. Without wasting time, she handed the orb to Sarang. The instant she took it, she became the successor to the Demon King. Meanwhile, the god of the game had finally gathered all the necessary items. Originally, the final component would have been Iop, so he just watched while Jiwoo defeated the Demon King, but perhaps Luna had disrupted his plans. It was the first time someone had openly resisted before the god of the game. Even so, he didn't care. He had no idea what she was plotting, but he believed it was already too late. Perhaps that truly was the final chapter. At that moment, Sarang was transforming. Instead of becoming the Demon King, she became the Demon Queen. Her class change was completed, and she received all the privileges of the Queen of Demons. Furthermore, all her statistics increased tenfold. Without understanding anything, she wanted to know why they were forcing that class change since she had never agreed to it. Jiwoo asked Urus what was happening, but even he had no idea. Suddenly, the system sent more information to Sarang, activating the Demon Queen tutorial. The skill would be used to help her understand the origin of the Demon King. Her appearance began to change. Just as Luna had changed upon becoming the goddess of life, Sarang also assumed the appearance of the Demon Queen. The only thing she didn't like was that her hair had turned white. Jiwoo also found the whole situation strange, especially because she was forced to change class without even being consulted. Then Death explained that the origin of the Demon King caused her to assume the body of the Demon Queen, receiving infinite magic. While in this form, she could use all the exclusive skills of the Demon King's origin, with the exception of authority. Sarang asked what exactly that was. Once again, the system activated a tutorial, this time also releasing the essence of the Demon King. In the same instant, wings and horns emerged on her body, while her eyes turned completely red. That was the true form of the Demon Queen. Jiwoo thought the transformation was very cool, but suddenly, Sarang fired a laser of pure destruction that simply erased half the forest where they were. Not even she could believe that power. That had just been an ordinary skill. Jiwoo commented that she looked very cool, but Sarang didn't even know how to react. She had been transformed into the Demon Queen and had no idea what she should do now. Would she have to fight against humans? She might even need to kill Jiwoo himself. Before anything else, she asked if her outfit looked weird. Jiwoo felt awkward and replied no, that it actually looked quite cool. Death realized her intuition was right. As soon as she transformed, Sarang already managed to use all those skills, and her synchronization noise was only 1.3%. She carried so much darkness in her heart that she surpassed even the hero Iop. But Sarang lost her patience and started squeezing Death's face, demanding she transform her back. Death explained that was impossible. Once a body absorbs the essence of the Demon King, it only disappears when the owner dies. Furthermore, now Sarang was considered a unique boss monster. If she died, her character would be deleted forever. Jiwoo commented that squeezing Death's face looked very comfortable. Soon after, Urus complained, saying he was much cuter. Meanwhile, Sarang continued to be worried, asking if she would stay that way forever, and if there really was no way to cancel the transformation. Death replied that perhaps a method existed, but she didn't intend to tell. To her, it was much better to continue serving the new master, so Jiwoo suggested she simply try saying something like, "Cancel Demon King origin." Since no one knew if that would work, he decided to go back to hunting more bunny bears to get teeth and deliver them to his merchant friend. Sometime later, at Ardin Castle, one of the 3 largest castles in Chronolife, known for its massive walls and for being considered the most impenetrable fortress in the game, something unexpected happened. A demonic creature climbed the huge walls as if they were no obstacle. It was a werewolf that began to massacre the guards. While attacking, it even mocked them, saying those eyes could only serve as decoration. Soon after, 2 other creatures appeared, one similar to a reptile and another looking like a bear. They also spoke like humans, for they were beastmen. The fortress guards surrounded the invaders along with the Justice Guild. Hawkeye was also present and couldn't believe someone had dared to invade that castle. Regardless of whether they were beastmen or any other creature. He ordered everyone to finish the invaders immediately. While giving orders, he was still talking calmly to the people on his live stream. Even after returning to being the guild leader, he had never stopped broadcasting. After all, extra income was always welcome. But while he was distracting his audience, the entire guild was completely massacred by the beastmen. At that exact moment, the 38,000 viewers of the stream watched Hawkeye trying to flee desperately. However, he wasn't fast enough. In the blink of an eye, half of his body was devoured. Thus, the three mysterious beastmen completely conquered Arden Castle. Meanwhile, Death was still trying to convince the Demon Queen to summon the entire demon army to destroy the world. Sarang, however, refused immediately. She didn't want to do any of those terrifying things. Death insisted, saying that was the law of the jungle in that world, and that authority belonged to the strongest. Even so, Sarang replied she was still too weak. Death was confused and asked if she wasn't the most powerful human in the world. Sarang explained she wasn't. Her level was still very low. During the mission against Iop, she had risen from level 25 to level 92 by defeating the demon army, while Jiwoo was already level 999. Not understanding anything, Death then asked how someone of that level managed to beat her like that. On top of that, she started calling her captain. Sarang replied that had only happened because of various circumstances since the first time they met. In that moment, Death realized she was completely screwed. Suddenly, a massive dimensional rift appeared before them. The gigantic creature carrying Luna, the goddess of life, appeared again and left her in the human world. As soon as she arrived, Luna admitted that Sarang had evolved in a very interesting way since the last time. She even said she felt like taking a bite out of her. The two stood staring at each other for a few moments. Luna raised her staff, but Jiwoo quickly stepped in front and asked her to stop. He said that staff smelled of blood and that he didn't want to see Sarang being killed. Luna replied that it really would be a shame to kill her at that moment. She had almost made a meaningless mistake. Even seeing all that happen, she could only laugh sarcastically at the situation. Sarang was scared to realize she had almost lost her character. Then Luna looked at her and said she was very beautiful. Too beautiful. To the point of feeling like killing her. Jiwoo couldn't understand Luna. It wasn't long ago that she had helped Starry Flower before the surgery, asking for nothing in return. Therefore, it was impossible to say if she was a good person or a villain. Luna replied she could pretend to be a good girl, if that was the kind of girl he liked. Jiwoo, losing patience, said that if she had nothing to do, it was better to just leave. She could be whatever she wanted. Then Luna revealed that Chrono Life was coming to an end. Jiwoo disagreed immediately. According to him, online games never have an end. It's always possible to create new updates, expand the story, and develop new content. Luna replied she had also thought that way once, but said he would soon understand everything. She explained that Chrono Life was changing very fast. Eurus, who represented pride, became an extremely popular subject. His severed head gave birth to gluttony. Then the merchant appeared, representing sloth, and Iop's resurrection symbolized wrath. All that content would provide decades of history for ordinary players. Furthermore, they still needed to face Iop's army and survive for a set period in a deadly difficulty mission. Even so, Jiwoo finished everything in a very short time. Now, a new demon queen had been reborn by absorbing the essence of the deceased Iop. Soon after, Luna pointed her staff in their direction and cast a spell. Jiwoo stepped in front again, telling her not to attack, but it wasn't an offensive spell. She had used teleportation magic. In an instant, the demon queen was sent directly to the final chapter. Sarang appeared inside Arden Castle, surrounded by the bodies of dead guards. Luna explained that the first part of the last chapter involved the ancient race of the North Continent, the Beastmen. Jiwoo replied he had imagined something much worse and that he was worried for nothing. From the looks of it, those enemies were easy to defeat. Furthermore, he didn't believe Sarang would lose to them. At that same instant, she used the Dragonfall skill and started beating the werewolf. Her body was much lighter, her movements were faster, and her power had increased absurdly. Even so, that blow wasn't enough to defeat the werewolf. It simply stood up even more furious. Luna explained they weren't normal beasts. Her class was very powerful, but it was still at a low level. Furthermore, the Beastmen, since they were born, were 10 times stronger than ordinary humans. Following the game's normal story, that race should only appear 10 years from now. Therefore, it would be very difficult for the newly reincarnated queen to defeat them. The werewolf's next blow split not only the castle but also the forest behind her. If she were hit by one of that guy's skills, she would pass out and lose her character. Soon after, the werewolf set off with its wild hunt toward her, exploding everything in its path. Meanwhile, Jiwoo commented to Luna that it made no sense. Just as Iop had used demons to invade, that too was completely imbalanced. Luna asked if he was really talking about balance in a situation like that and said he shouldn't do that. that. Everything that had happened lately was linked by a single cause: Urikun, the merchant, Iope, the demon attack, and even the end of the game. According to her, it was all his fault. Even so, Jiwoo replied he was totally innocent. Luna explained he must already know he was a unique person in that world. There were several theories about him. One said the reinforced twig was the true cause of everything, and that it was an ancient relic responsible for triggering all those events, since the power of the weapon depended on who used it. Even hearing that, Jiwoo replied he didn't care what others said. The important thing was to save his captain, so he asked the cockroach to take him there, but she refused. Without many options, he started thinking about turning off the rebound option and using the impact itself to launch himself to the castle. But even doing that, he wouldn't get there immediately because the castle was very far away. He was running out of alternatives. Luna then asked him to give up and stay there with her. She said they could spend that time playing together since Sarang was now the demon queen and would hardly lose. But Jiwoo only opened a massive smile. He had a brilliant idea. He assumed a completely strange position, giving Luna a very bizarre view, and then took off like a crazed dog, starting to run in circles in that forest clearing. He generated so much speed and force that he ended up creating a literal tornado just by running around the same spot. Meanwhile, the demon queen Sarang was taking a beating but remained on her feet. Even the werewolf itself admitted she was impressive. Even so, she was already reaching her limit. At the same time, Jiwoo continued spinning inside that tornado. He had been running for 10 minutes without stopping, and then Luna finally realized what he was doing. He needed to run for 10 minutes to activate the hidden skill called Lightspeed Dash. As soon as the skill was activated, he shot off like a meteor and reached the castle to save his captain. There he was, with his twig, his cape, and even his undies. As soon as he appeared, he said those damn animals had dared to hurt his captain. The werewolf only replied that it seemed to have found another delicious human. Soon after, the other two beasts surrounded the two of them, without any concern, as they believed everything was happening exactly as planned. But the plan went south when the bear's head exploded in a single blow. Jiwoo commented that Vermin needed to die fast. The other beasts tried to kill him before he could attack again, but at that moment Sarang asked him to wait a bit. Jiwoo turned to talk to her while the two beasts attacked him at the same time. Even so, he simply suffered no damage at all. Sarang explained she wanted to defeat the enemy she had been fighting since before. She wanted to prove she was strong enough to fight alongside him. Jiwoo agreed, but first he pulled the lizard by its tongue and dragged it far from the battle so it wouldn't interfere. With that, Sarang assumed her martial artist stance using the transcendental gauntlets and prepared to end her fight against the werewolf. The werewolf replied she had already lost once. Even so, what really worried him was that absurd twig. A single blow had exploded another beastman, something that simply made no sense. So he decided he would at least defeat that woman before fleeing. But he was completely caught by surprise when he took a full kick to the head. Sarang seemed much more terrifying than before. She began to pummel him using her martial arts and dodged all attacks with no difficulty. She wasn't just stronger, she was also much more determined. And for God's sake, look at the position she struck. In that moment, she felt her body much lighter than before. Until then, she still wasn't correctly using the powers of the Demon Queen, but gradually she was beginning to adapt. When she found the perfect posture, she activated her wings and the Demon King essence. Then, she fired her destruction. The synchronization noise increased to 1.6%, but that wasn't a problem. The concentrated laser found the werewolf's mouth directly, and it was simply deleted. She received a massive amount of experience and rose from level 92 to 139. Meanwhile, Jiwoo just watched the fight while eating a snack. He praised Sarang, saying she had done very well and could now defend herself. Furthermore, Sarang commented, impressed, that she had gone up 40 levels at once. Jiwoo explained that was no mistake because those monsters were ancient beasts. From what he had heard, they were only supposed to appear 10 years from now and were part of the game's main quest. While talking, Sarang grabbed a chicken leg to eat and commented that maybe they could still find some information from what was left. Then she asked where that lizard was. Jiwoo replied calmly that they were eating it at that very moment. Hearing this, Sarang immediately spat out the meat of the ancient lizard and asked if he really had made her eat one of the monsters from the main quest. Then, she ordered him to revive the thing and called the cockroach to see if she could do it. Meanwhile, Hawkeye faced a critical situation in the forest near the palace. He was gravely wounded by the claws of the griffin, one of the ancient beasts. The griffin said that human wouldn't be able to flee. Even if he died, he would be reborn in the same castle where his companions were. But Hawkeye replied he wasn't even aiming for the castle. If he wanted to, he could conquer it at that very moment. The griffin then revealed that its true objective had always been Hawkeye, who even felt embarrassed hearing that. Soon after, it asked if he was capable of sending messages via telepathy to many people at the same time. It was at that moment that Hawkeye realized it was talking about the live stream he was doing. Left with no choice, he opened the stream and presented the Griffin, who decided to transmit its message to all the races of the South Continent. After seeing Arden Castle completely destroyed by monsters, Hawkeye couldn't accept that situation. When he was killed by the werewolf, he tried to end the broadcast as quickly as possible, but was forced to continue. The Griffin then declared that it and the other ancient beasts had realized the South Continent managed to block the advance of the Demon King's troops. It said that must have been an extremely difficult battle, and even congratulated them on the feat. However, it explained that, since ancient times, demons had always been the natural rivals of the ancients. As a response to what happened, all the races of the South Continent had exactly 30 days to prepare for the invasion of the Beastmen. According to it, the inhabitants of the continent were too weak and could simply surrender if they wished. Thus began a new stage of the main quest of Chrono Life. After the demon invasion, it was the turn of the invasion of the ancients coming from the North Continent. This phase was much more difficult than the demon invasion. Even if the South Continent had miraculously survived the previous attack, it was still practically impossible to stop the complete advance of the race of the ancients. The users commented that the developers were truly impressive. Because of that incident, the number of viewers on Hawkeye's stream skyrocketed and stayed far above normal. The subject quickly became the most talked about in the gaming world, and naturally, the Chrono Life company became the main target of criticism. The image of the developers plummeted. The Griffin dismissed Hawkeye, saying it wasn't even worth playing with him, and left. Meanwhile, Hong was at the same capsule internet cafe. The guy she had rejected last time remembered the rejection but decided to try approaching her once more. He commented that the two were running into each other quite frequently, but Hong replied that he seemed very happy, but she was extremely irritated at that moment, so it was better not to disturb her. Left with no alternative, the guy sat back down, being rejected once again. At that moment, everyone was feeling great anger toward Chrono Life. The game had been created to be exciting and make people forget reality, but now everyone was under so much pressure and so frustrated that they could barely do anything inside the game. Even so, that frustration ended up awakening a massive determination in the players. There was even a customer service center for questions and complaints, but practically no one used it. This time, however, everyone understood that Chrono Life wouldn't do absolutely anything about that event. Director Choi commented that, this time, they had truly become the villains. It wasn't the first time users hated the company, but now it was the players themselves who would suffer. The rating of the Chrono Life company suffered the largest drop in its history. Ironically, however, the game also broke its record for simultaneous players. Meanwhile, Sarang asked if Jiwoo had watched Hawkeye's stream. The invasion would happen in 30 days and no one knew if they would be able to win. After all, that werewolf alone was extremely powerful. But Jiwoo was going crazy. To him, that was wonderful. And the worst part was having to wait a whole month. He wanted to go immediately to the North Continent to hunt those creatures. Sarang commented that he was really very strange. Even so, Jiwoo took off using his light speed dash toward the North Continent. While everyone should be fleeing from the ancient beasts, now it was the ancient beasts that should be fleeing from him. He crossed the skies like a comet, even left the planet's orbit, saw the North Continent from above and tried to enter, but he ended up slamming headfirst into a massive barrier, almost breaking his face. The system informed him that the North Continent was a blocked area at that time. Jiwoo asked if that was how they wanted to play. Meanwhile, Director Choi commented that he was completely predictable. He already knew that would happen, so he had placed a barrier. The employees reminded him that the director had promised he wouldn't interfere with the players anymore, but Choi replied he didn't care about that. Since they had turned the company into the villains, then he would be the true villain. When Jiwoo returned to find Sarang, he was pouting because Director Choi hadn't let him enter the North Continent. He commented that he was getting bored and that maybe he would destroy the Earth once more. Just hearing that, all the employees shuddered. Luna, however, explained that even if he destroyed the Earth, the most that would happen would be the server restarting again, making everyone waste time. Jiwoo then asked why she had come back. Luna replied she just wanted to know who had won the battle between the new Demon Queen and the ancient beasts. The result was exactly what she expected. In fact, she had even expected Sarang would have lost a leg, but oh well. Sarang asked why Luna insisted so much on provoking her, and if the two of them knew each other. Then Luna introduced herself as the goddess of life. She said she was 21 years old, knew Sarang in real life too, and that she should be a bit more polite since she was older. After all, Sarang was only 17. While Sarang was still complaining about the goddess of life, Death appeared asking if the Demon Queen was still alive. If she had died, she could simply look for another stronger Demon King. Not believing what she heard, Sarang asked, "What was that?" Death then asked why she was there alone. That was because Luna had already gone to stand beside Jiwoo. After that, they all went back to the village together. Meanwhile, in the largest desert region of the West, the Emperor Sandworm, the boss of that area, advanced against the sorcerers. The Robin Hood, Holy Land, and Justice Guilds were working together. Everyone had become much stronger after the humiliating defeat they suffered against the three ancient beasts. Even so, no one was sure if that would be enough to face a mission that, originally, was only supposed to appear 10 years from now. Abracadabra commented that it was practically impossible. Just a single ancient beast was as strong as a top top-level boss. Hawkeye replied they would need to trust that hero once more. But the sorceress disagreed. She explained it was a bad decision to depend only on him. During the Demon King's invasion, the hero was trapped in the demon realm, and because of that, everyone had to face the army alone. It was then that Hong had an idea. If everything went well, maybe they could face the ancient beasts on equal terms. It was impossible to make up 10 years of training in such a short time, but even so, it was worth a try. Even so, she admitted they would need the help of the hero himself. In the end, they would end up trusting him anyway. Meanwhile, Jiwoo returned to the village, which was still partially destroyed and under reconstruction, to find Flower. She said he had disappeared and that she kept looking for him everywhere. Jiwoo replied he was looking for more teeth to bring to her. It was then that Flower noticed the two girls behind him, the same ones he had introduced previously. But Sarang still didn't know the whole story. When Jiwoo explained everything, she became completely moved and hugged Flower, asking if she wasn't sick anymore. Flower replied she was much better now, but took the opportunity to ask a question. She wanted to know which of the two was Jiwoo's girlfriend. Immediately, Jiwoo put the sack of teeth near her and gently pushed the child to the side, saying neither of them was his girlfriend. Then, he told her to just use the ingredients to prepare the potions. Even so, Flower easily noticed that Sarang seemed to have liked Jiwoo for a long time, because of everything the two had been through together. As for Luna, she seemed merely interested in him. Starry Flower thought that was what they called a love triangle and whispered to Jiwoo, asking which one he liked more, but he replied he was still too young for that subject. She realized he was shy and commented that it must be hard to choose after all, both were pretty, or maybe he liked someone else. Then Jiwoo replied yes, he liked Urus. Instantly, the two made expressions of pure terror, but he quickly explained it was just a joke and asked them to calm down. But that wasn't even the real problem. Jiwoo was anxious because he would still have to wait an entire month until the invasion of the creatures. Starry Flower said he could simply enjoy life in Chrono Life until then. After all, he always played in such a hurry that he never stopped to enjoy everything the game offered. She even worried about that. Jiwoo commented that director Choi had said practically the same thing. Instead of going around destroying everything, he should enjoy the game more calmly. Even so, the director stated he wouldn't interfere with the player's freedom and merely blocked access to the North Continent. It was then that Hong appeared to solve his problem, bringing a mission related to the ancient beasts. Meanwhile, Griffin, on a northern mountain, informed his lord that he had done exactly what was asked, and announced that the invasion would happen in 30 days. He was before the great leader, Aventador, the Blue Dragon. Now all the northern beasts should prepare for the attack, for soon the southern continent would be theirs. Furthermore, Aventador wanted revenge on Urus, his dear brother. Later, Hong finished explaining the plan and said they would need the hero's help. Sarang liked the idea quite a bit, but admitted it would still be very hard to defeat the beasts. Luna, however, was totally against it. According to her, that work would practically be charity, since Jiwoo wouldn't receive any reward. She also commented that when someone does too many favors, people end up getting used to it and keep asking for more and more. Furthermore, there was a risk of the plan conflicting with the Chrono Life Company, causing Jiwoo to end up on the blacklist. But Jiwoo replied he didn't care one bit. According to him, the company had started this fight, so he was in and would do that favor with pleasure. In fact, he liked the idea so much that he took off immediately using his light speed dash. Starry Flower asked why he had left right in the middle of dinner. Hong replied it wasn't even necessary to do the favor so fast. The merchant then asked what exactly the plan was because she hadn't heard correctly. Hong explained that in 30 days, extremely powerful monsters would appear. To defeat them, everyone needed to get stronger. Since all the evolution areas were already crowded with guilds and players, there was another solution: obtaining powerful equipment. That was exactly why Jiwoo rushed to the Valley of the Dead, determined to farm a massive amount of equipment to later distribute it all among the players. Starry Flower said he couldn't do that because it would completely destroy the game's economy. Equipment would stop being rare, it would lose value, and above all, the company wouldn't just watch. Hong replied she knew very well, but there was no other way. Furthermore, Starry Flower knew Jiwoo well enough to know he simply didn't care about that kind of consequence. She also explained there was another reason for him to act like that. The company had blocked his entry into the North Continent. In Jiwoo's view, it wasn't a good idea to provoke someone who already had nothing more to lose. A short time later, Jiwoo was already in the middle of the city, announcing an unmissable promotion. Equipment from the Valley of the Dead, which everyone dreamed of getting, was being sold at very low prices. A boy of only level 19 managed to buy a unique rank Sword of the Dead for only 10,000 gold coins. The news spread quickly and the crowd started buying equipment like someone finding water in the middle of a desert. On the third day, the shop was already packed once again. Poor Starry Flower was helping with the sales since she was a merchant. Sarang asked if it wouldn't be better to sell everything in the auction house. Hong replied she had already asked Jiwoo that, but he explained there was a predator who bought absolutely everything by himself. Instantly, Sarang remembered the sin of sloth. Suddenly, a big guy appeared demanding a Sword of the Dead. dead. People complained because he had cut the line, but the man simply hurled the first one who complained against a wall. After that, no one else had the courage to argue. Then Jiwoo smiled and said that for that special customer, the sword would cost 10 million gold. The big guy asked why the level 19 boy had bought one for only 10,000. Jiwoo replied that the higher a person's level, the higher the price of the equipment, and if he didn't like it, he could bring it. Sarang asked who that guy causing trouble was. Hong explained his name was Benedict, a ranker famous for killing many players and for losing his patience easily. Everyone expected Benedict to attack Jiwoo, but exactly the opposite happened. He handed over the 10 million gold without complaining, took his sword and left. In the end, he was forced to act with manners. After that, Hong asked Sarang if she had become much stronger after becoming the Demon Queen. She replied not by much and said she was now around level 210. Hong was completely impressed, because just a few days ago she was still at level 139. Sarang explained that every now and then, she went to the Valley of the Dead to farm alongside Jiwoo. The problem was that the monsters were so strong she could only defeat one or two. Meanwhile, Jiwoo kept teasing her and calling her a weakling. Hong thought Sarang had no idea how powerful she already was. An ordinary player would take at least 2 years to reach level 200. She was sure that girl would be one of the greatest hopes during the war. Back in the Valley of the Dead, Sarang could already dodge the monsters' attacks much better. Even so, she felt so much disgust for those creatures that she instinctively activated the Demon Queen essence to fire the destruction laser. That way, defeating the monsters became much easier. She continued firing her attacks until she finally finished off that disgusting creature full of tentacles. Jiwoo praised her performance and said she was getting very good, but when Sarang turned to look, she realized he already had a mountain of equipment accumulated behind him. While he praised her, Jiwoo had already defeated many more monsters. She complained, saying he was mean. Luna merely observed the whole situation in silence. Time passed quickly, players got stronger, equipment was distributed, guilds did the best they could, and finally, the big day arrived. Aventador advanced leading his army of beasts. About 1 million ancient beasts marched by his side. He promised to erase the southern continent from history and return to his true form, transforming back into the blue dragon. His roar crossed the entire continent and announced the start of the war. When the beast army arrived, the first fortress they saw was Arden Castle, the last line of defense for the southern continent. However, even before they could fully advance, they were met with an intense barrage of magic artillery launched by Abracadabra and her mages. The Holy Land fired so many attacks that for the first time the ancient beasts felt fear of humans. Griffin tried to fight back, but ended up suffering another attack. This time, it was hit by an arrow from Hawkeye. The archers were also causing many problems for the enemy army. Finally, after a long time, Suho and Saintry returned to fight personally on the battlefield. The 5 largest guilds entered the war, gathering approximately 25 million players. Later, that confrontation would be recorded in the record books as the largest war ever held inside a game. But in reality, it was about to end in the blink of an eye because of a single person. Jiwoo had waited for that moment for an entire month. Now he was finally ready to end everything. It was time to swing his famous giant wooden stick. Sarang asked if he was really going to attack like that. If he used that skill against the ground, he would end up killing everyone. Jiwoo replied it wasn't a problem. When a player died, they just had to revive. But when a monster died, it was the end of the line. In other words, they would win either way. Sarang thought that was actually a great argument. So Jiwoo prepared his attack, but disappeared before everyone. Only Sarang managed to notice what happened. He was transported again to that strange space where the god of the game was. The god commented that it had been quite a while since their last meeting. Jiwoo asked what he wanted this time and complained about being interrupted exactly at the most important moment. The god of the game replied he simply missed his friend and wanted to take that opportunity to get to know each other better. According to him, not even that old bearded man could interrupt them now because he was too busy managing the war. But Jiwoo made it clear that wasn't the time for that. He had waited a whole month for that battle and demanded to be sent back immediately to the castle. Otherwise, he would destroy the entire planet. The god of the game replied that if he sent him back now, he would simply end everything with just one blow, as he always did. But this time, the story couldn't end so quickly. Jiwoo asked if he was a spy sent by the Chrono Life developers. The god replied no and decided to reveal part of the truth. The first thing Jiwoo needed to know was that he had no connection to the company responsible for Chrono Life. The only reason he had brought him there was to make him fulfill all the sins. Meanwhile, Suho and Saintry fought side by side using spear, shield, and sword to contain the advance of the ancient beasts. They were actually managing to defeat many monsters. During those 30 days of preparation, the players had evolved a lot. They leveled up, created strategies, trained in team attacks within their brigades, and even equipped the items obtained in the Valley of the Dead. Now they were much stronger than a month ago and could face the beasts on equal terms. But everything changed when Aventador appeared. As soon as he launched his blue flames, countless players were instantly annihilated. Seeing that through the images, Jiwoo commented to the god of the game that it seemed complicated to complete those sins. Even so, he said he would give him a chance to explain everything, but then he would leave. The god replied he couldn't reveal more information, but he could grant him a new skill. Then he tossed a small ember to him. That was the ember of creation. With that power, Jiwoo could observe any place he wished. He just had to want it, and he could watch any person or any region of the world. Thus, he turned his vision back to the battlefield. Sentry was only still alive because Suho used his own shield and his own body to protect her from Aventador's attack. He died in her place. Now she was face to face with the creature responsible for all that. Urus asked if that was really the king of the anthropomorphs and explained who Aventador was. He was the dragon of the North Pole, one of the 3 great dragons of Chrono Life. The other 2 were Urus himself, the 2-headed dragon, and Gallardo, the gigantic dragon. They were the 3 most powerful beings in the game. Jiwoo admitted he had never heard of the other 2 besides Urus. Urus explained that was normal, because they were only supposed to appear much later in the story. Even so, he made sure to remind him that neither of them was stronger than him. After all, he had already beaten both of them in a fight and remained the most powerful of the 3. But the most important thing at that moment was another piece of information. Aventador represented the sin of greed. Even badly wounded, Sentry managed to stand. She didn't expect the final boss to appear so early, much less that it would be a dragon. Still, she believed they had enough strength to defeat him and swore to avenge Suho. It was then that Aventador assumed his humanoid form. He asked if that equipment belonged to Urus, and said he never imagined hearing such an insignificant human pronounce the name of his beloved brother. Hearing that, Jiwoo asked Urus if they were all brothers, and even made a joke, saying it looked like a DNA test show. Ignoring the provocation, Sentry told Aventador to stop that little act. She said that now that he had assumed a human form, it would be much easier to hit him. Then she launched her powerful spiral spear. The blow pierced Aventador's throat, but caused absolutely no damage. The dragon replied that there were people who believed they could reach the sun just because they saw its reflection in a puddle of water. They could try as much as they wanted, but they would never succeed in reaching it. It was in that moment that everyone realized something terrifying. Aventador also possessed the power of gluttony. Witnessing that, everyone immediately remembered Uriken. Aventador no longer carried only the sin of greed, but also that of gluttony. Not understanding anything, Jiwoo asked what was happening. Uriken had died, so why did Aventador possess 2 sins? With no other choice, the god of the game decided to explain. He reminded him that he had said before that he brought Jiwoo there to fulfill all the sins. Then, he summoned a gigantic hourglass and revealed that the 7 bosses of Chrono Life's main quest represented the 7 deadly sins. Each of them existed to fully complete the sin they represented. Urus had fulfilled his mission a long time ago. Iope, representative of Wrath, almost managed to complete his, but failed. As for Uriken, he never managed to conclude the sin of gluttony because Jiwoo killed him too early. Because of that, Aventador automatically inherited the sin of gluttony, as he was the only boss at that point in the story capable of carrying that power. The god of the game said that even knowing that, he was still surprised by Jiwoo inheriting 2 sins at once. But that made sense, considering his original sin was greed. Beside him was the hourglass of sins. When the bottom part was completely full, it would mean that all sins had been fulfilled. But Jiwoo asked what it meant exactly to fulfill a sin and what those grains of sand were. The god of the game explained that each grain of sand represented a human life. Right at that moment, when Sentry was absorbed by the power of gluttony, everyone fell into despair. Hawkeye tried to put Justice into a defensive formation, but they were also absorbed. Hawkeye himself was caught. Abracadabra and the Holy Land were also swallowed, without even having a chance to fight back. Meanwhile, Aventador was the all-powerful lord, cheered by the ancient beasts, who completely surrounded Hong and the Robin Hood. The users who had finally managed to balance the game lost all that advantage in the blink of an eye. They could still die and revive. However, if they were absorbed by gluttony, they couldn't revive until Aventador was defeated. Hong took the post of commander and said the battle was just beginning. The idea was to overcome the enemies with the strength of numbers, so she continued advancing. The ancient beasts couldn't stop her, and when one of the tentacles shot in her direction, Hong managed to cut it quickly with her knife. But Aventador decided to end all hope and summoned many tentacles. There were an impressive 100,000 of them. His skills far surpassed the old gluttony of Uriken. Not only that, but he also absorbed the levels and attributes of everyone he killed, reaching level 1389. The title of the Sin of Greed only further strengthened his new powers. Greed and gluttony had perfect synergy, which is why he managed to inherit both sins. In the end, Aventador reached level 3890 and cornered Hong, who was now before the most powerful enemy in the history of Chrono Life. The Demon Queen tried to destroy him with her annihilating ray. The blow was extremely powerful. Next, using her demonic essence, she went in front of Hong to protect her. Even so, she knew Aventador hadn't died yet and told Hong to stay far away, and she was right. He came out completely unharmed, without even a scratch. He was too powerful. The ancient beasts completely surrounded that area of the battle. The chance of victory was 0%. Even so, the Demon Queen called death and, using her authority, declared that the entire demonic species was officially at war against the ancient beasts. Then, she ordered the dimensional portal to be opened. Death did that with the greatest pleasure. She opened her huge mouth, and from the portal the demonic troops would begin second to emerge, but someone fell right on top of her, completely canceling the transfer of the army. Fortunately, it was only Jiwoo, who apologized in a very simple way. Those following the live streams got excited and said the great hero of Chrono Life had finally arrived. The director then asked why he only appeared now. Had he really spent all that time running around? Maybe that had been the work of that damn guy. Meanwhile, the bottom part of the hourglass of sins was already almost completely full. Because of that, God decided to release Jiwoo, who replied that would be the last time he let that happen. If he were trapped once more, he would make mincemeat of him. In the present, however, the god of the game told him not to worry, because they would never meet like that again. After all, the game was already entering its final act. The first thing Sarang did, right after getting emotional, was punch Jiwoo, complaining that he had taken too long. He tried to explain that he had been taken against his own will. Hong even thought the old Sarang had returned. Meanwhile, poor Death remained unconscious on the ground. Sarang commented that now they could no longer call the demons and would have to face those creatures alone, but Jiwoo just stared at the enemies and told everyone to relax, because he would handle the cleaning. He walked toward his opponent being only a level 999 novice master, while Aventador was already at level 3890. Choi commented that finally the confrontation was going to happen. The most powerful user of Chrono Life would face the highest level boss of the game. Everyone watched that moment completely tense and anxious. Aventador declared that Jiwoo was just a ridiculous human. He said he was the dragon of the North Pole, had been alive for an eternity, led millions of ancient anthropomorphs, and would be the one who would command the world. But Jiwoo told him to shut up and landed a twig strike on Aventador's neck, tearing off practically half of his head at once. No one expected that. He simply finished the boss in a single blow. After that, Jiwoo said mutts were disgusting and talked too much. He said the same went for the developers and for that god of the game. Unfortunately for them, no one was lucky that day because it was time to get a beating, and for the first time Aventador fell into complete despair. Poor Aventador spat blood and couldn't even stand on his feet. Lee Jiwoo asked if that one hurt and said it was a shame, because there was much more to come. Then he began to beat his opponent with punches and kicks, humiliating the guy to the point of even slapping his butt. Han Sarang only thought that there he went again because the underwear guy had returned to his villain mode. The beastmen advanced to save their lord, but that was exactly what Lee Jiwoo wanted. He was waiting for a war. Then he unleashed his intercontinental strike and wiped out an entire row of the ancient creatures. The last vision those poor things had was of a maniac running with a stick. To them, that guy was a monster even more monstrous than the monsters themselves. One of the beastmen was thrown, with only half of his body remaining, and fell beside Aventador. Begging for forgiveness, he said they hadn't been able to kill the enemy and apologized for his incompetence. Crying, he asked for Aventador himself to devour his men using gluttony. Everyone knew that would be a sacrifice and offered themselves to their lord, hoping that would be enough to stop that scoundrel. The drama was much greater than any human there would have performed. In fact, the people watching were moved. It was a truly sad scene. Han Sarang even thought that now Li Ji would look like the true villain, but he looked at the group and commented that everyone seemed to be having fun. Soon after, he jumped in to join them. It was at that moment that Aventador used gluttony on his own men, thanking them for everything they had done. They replied that it had been an honor to serve Lord Aventador. Then, they were all absorbed, wishing for him to achieve a glorious victory. In that instant, it no longer mattered who was ally or enemy. Everyone shed a tear for the anthropomorphs. Everyone, except for one person. Lee Jiwoo asked if the guy was resorting to cannibalism now and called Aventador a sucker. He said he couldn't blame him, because those followers were useless anyway, but that he was still trash. After all, what kind of leader devours his own followers? To him, that was the stuff of a psychopath. Everyone around thought that guy was truly evil, as he was laughing at their sacrifice. Aventador replied that technically Lee Jiwoo was right. He really did consume his useless followers. But now he felt much more powerful and his hunger had finally subsided. His level had reached 9,999 and with tears streaming down his face, he set off to face his greatest enemy. His blow against Lee Jiwoo's stick created a gigantic shockwave that knocked everyone down. Aventador even bled just from the effort of maintaining that confrontation. His arm was destroyed, but it regenerated immediately. He was using the reincarnation skill, inherited from the lizards, along with a powerful healing factor. Furthermore, thanks to the title of the Sin of Greed, he entered an enhanced version of gluttony, capable of also absorbing the skills of his targets. In the next attack, he pierced Lee Jiwoo's chest. Aventador had absorbed approximately 1 million anthropomorphs. This meant that all of their skills now belonged to him. At that moment, he was the only existing anthropomorphic dragon, the top of the food chain, and the strongest predator of all. However, even though he completely destroyed Lee Jiwoo's body, his healing factor kicked in and regenerated everything. Shortly after, he retaliated with a punch to Aventador's jaw. If it were the old dragon, his head would have been torn off, but now he could regenerate. Even so, he couldn't hit Lee Jiwoo, because the guy was already moving at the speed of light. Poor Aventador fell into despair again and began to take a beating from a sequence of blows at the speed of light. Left with no alternatives, he returned to his blue dragon form. Now that he no longer had followers, he also no longer desired anything. He no longer had an interest in conquering the continent. Director Choi realized that he was about to use his ice breath. If a level 9999 dragon launched that attack, the entire continent would be disintegrated, so he immediately ordered the server team to cut the power. But there was no time. Aventador activated the ice breath. Before the attack hit Li Jiwoo, he used the hidden skill of the strength attribute, Giant Soul, which increased the damage and range of his attacks by 1000%. He had unlocked this skill after fulfilling the condition of killing a bear with a single blow. With that, he deflected the ice breath and created an even larger fire explosion, which engulfed Aventador and everything in the path of that attack, even in space. After that, Li Jiwoo commented that apparently all that was left was to defeat one more sin, envy, because absolutely nothing was left of greed. Hansarang was the first to approach to congratulate him, but suddenly, Aventador fell from the sky. He was still alive, practically dying, but still breathing. Li Jiwoo told Hansarang to stay behind him, because the dragon might still try some dirty trick. Even in that state, he commented that the guy had resisted quite a bit for a level 9999 monster with 2 sins. Aventador admitted his defeat and asked to be killed once and for all. Li Jiwoo replied that he already intended to do that and even said goodbye to him. The dragon cried for his companions, lamenting that he hadn't been able to win. But at the last moment, Li Jiwoo stopped the blow. He said that ending it that way would be a bit anticlimactic and proposed that Aventador become an ego weapon. Eurus asked if he really wasn't going to kill him. Li Jiwoo replied that it would be a waste. He had already reached the maximum level and would gain absolutely nothing by killing that guy. Even his attributes were already at the limit, so he thought about making Aventador follow the same path as Eurus. Aventador could always feel his brother's energy and asked if Eurus had really been tamed by a human. Eurus confirmed it. Aventador said that even the proud two-headed dragon had lost his dignity, but that he would never do the same. He would rather die than serve a pathetic human. At that moment, the system informed that Aventador had refused to yield his soul. Li Jiwoo replied that it was fine. He didn't want to force him to do something against his will. Then he commented that, in that case, the next day he would go to the northern continent, where the ancient beast people lived. He said he would kill everyone he encountered along the way. Now that the continent was open, he would exterminate that entire race until his own heart was calmed. Then he would tear off all their skins, skin their bodies, and hang the pelts in the streets as rugs to celebrate the extinction of the species. Aventador asked if that was a threat. Li Jiwoo replied that, at least in the end, he wasn't that stupid. Yes, it was a threat, and he asked what the dragon would do now. Everyone watching the scene thought that guy was a true son of a bitch. What a scoundrel. Eurus, on the other hand, only thought that Aventador should have given up sooner, just like him. Aventador remembered the sacrifice of the beastmen, and realized he couldn't let his race be exterminated, so he accepted becoming an ego weapon, provided Li Jiwoo spared his tribe. But Eurus explained that each ego weapon could only have a single soul. Li Jiwoo had no idea about that. Since he couldn't put Aventador in the stick, he concluded there was only one option left: put him in his underwear. Aventador immediately wanted to go back and began to rethink the decision, but Li Jiwoo told him to shut up and shoved the dragon into his underwear. Aventador abandoned his physical form and entered Li Jiwoo's underwear, which began to glow intensely. From that moment on, the ego underwear had infinite durability. Hansarang did not want to have seen that. Soon after, the main mission was completed and all players received reward chests. Inside them was the ice crystal of the frozen lands, a consumable that granted resistance to the cold of the northern continent. Until that moment, that region had been completely inaccessible to users. As a reward for completing the main mission of the ancient anthropomorph invasion, players finally unlocked a way to access the northern continent. The level of high-ranking users which had slowed down began to rise with full force again. The possibility of exploring a new region excited everyone, and interaction between Chrono Life players increased even more. Li Jiwoo consumed the ice crystal and became able to withstand the intense cold of the northern continent. Now he could finally explore that region, something he was already anxious to do. That was how the war against the anthropomorphs came to an end. But the story of the arrival at the northern continent is for another time. After that, Li Jiwoo logged out of the game. It was already 2:38 in the afternoon and he was starving, but Luna had already prepared a snack for him because she had invaded his house again. Li Jiwoo sat down at the table saying the food looked great, but in the middle of the meal he asked what she was doing in his house again, and warned that one of these times he would call the police. The detail was that he only said this after cleaning everything that was on the table. Luna replied that he was early in everything he did and explained that she had an important matter to discuss. Then she asked Li Jiwoo out on a date. He processed that information, remembered the meaning of the word date, and asked if he had heard correctly. Meanwhile, Han Sarang was all happy, hugging a Li Jiwoo plushie because she had finally gotten his personal phone number and could send messages. She almost wrote that she wanted to invite him on a date, but before sending it, she received a call from her own agent. The agent warned that she was on the first floor of the apartment, and that there was a black-haired girl trying to steal her man. Han Sarang immediately recognized it was the cockroach and told the agent to wait because she was coming down. But the answer was that the car was already leaving. Desperate, Han Sarang told the agent to jump in front of the car if necessary and ran through the building's corridors, thinking that bitch was too fast and that she wouldn't let them steal her man. When she got down there, she discovered that the van was already running and that they had headed towards the beach. Han Sarang panicked, imagining Lee Ji-woo seeing that cockroach in a bikini, but the agent told her not to worry because she wouldn't let that slut wear a bikini no matter what. Then, she stepped on the gas and took off with the van completely out of control. Meanwhile, Lee Ji-woo really was taking Luna to that supposed date, but he didn't look happy at all. He was suspicious. When she invited him to go to the beach, he made it clear that he had no intention of going on a date with her. Luna explained that Chrono Life was already in its final chapter, and that all that remained was to face the sin of envy. She said she had some important information about this chapter and was sure it would be useful. That was why she suggested walking a bit along the beach. When they arrived, Luna thanked him for agreeing to come, but Lee Ji-woo couldn't stop thinking that her smile still seemed completely fake. That made several unpleasant memories return to his head, from when he was still a failure. Even so, he went straight to the point and asked what that information about the final chapter was. Luna replied that she wanted to walk a bit before telling him everything, but Lee Ji-woo saw no reason to do that. She smiled and said he really was in a hurry, but that this same determination was what had allowed him to reach the final chapter. She also remembered that he always saved everyone around him and said he was a true warrior. Then, with tears streaming down her face, she made an unexpected request. She asked if he could also save her. Lee Ji-woo was completely shocked. In his head, there was only one question. Why was she crying right now? Disbelieving, he told Luna to stop pretending. He said he wouldn't fall for that innocent act again and that he knew she was just trying to make him lower his guard. But Luna simply approached and began to cry uncontrollably, asking for forgiveness. Lee Ji-woo was completely confused. He could feel her body trembling and hear her weak voice. She truly seemed vulnerable. Even so, he simply couldn't trust her. It was exactly at that moment that Han Sarang and her agent arrived running, after committing several traffic violations to catch up with the two. As soon as she saw the scene, Han Sarang froze with a simply terrifying expression. Without understanding anything, Lee Ji-woo asked what had happened to Luna. After all, why did she want to be saved? He needed more explanations. At the same time, he began to think that maybe everything Luna had done so far hid some greater purpose. But suddenly, she stopped crying, pulled away, and said that all of it was nothing more than a villainous performance, acting as if absolutely nothing had happened. Even so, Lee Ji-woo was sure that was a lie. For a brief moment, she had shown who she really was. Then she simply went back to playing that villain character. Before he could ask any questions, Han Sarang appeared behind him looking like a horror movie monster, and asked what he was doing. She had seen that he was hugging Luna. The agent, on the other hand, was all proud and said that now they were cornered. Han Sarang ordered Lee Ji-woo to raise his hands and stand still. Then, she hugged him too and asked him to close his arms around her. He obeyed and the two stood hugging. But instead of enjoying the moment, Han Sarang looked at Luna with an expression that practically said, "I won." But Luna regained Lee Ji-woo's attention by saying she still had the information about the final chapter. The two began to compete for his attention. Luna explained that she had two important pieces of information. The first was about an item and asked if he had checked the reward received after defeating Yopi. Lee Ji-woo replied that he hadn't even opened the chest because so much happened at the same time. Probably the reward was still tucked away. Han Sarang commented that it was nothing spectacular. It was just a pair of normal ranking earrings. Everyone was shocked at how bad that reward was. As if that wasn't enough, the minimum level to equip them was 500. Not even the strongest player in the game could use the accessory. No appraisal method revealed any special skill. In the end, everything indicated it was just a cosmetic accessory. Han Sarang told the filthy cockroach that it wasn't valuable information, but Luna asked them to look closely at the earrings, because other users might not know, but they had seen that item before. She knew Lee Ji-woo hadn't opened the reward yet, but Han Sarang must have a very bad memory not to remember that. Lee Ji-woo asked both of them, please, to stop fighting. Luna said that had been her first tip, and that the second was about a mission. According to her, Lee Ji-woo needed to prevent the change of the Master of the Sky. That was what she had to offer. Then, she grabbed her bag from the car and said she was leaving. Before departing, she commented that she had had a lot of fun on their date. When she left, Lee Ji-woo said he was now even more confused. Han Sarang then approached and said she wanted him to do with her the same thing he had done with Luna. She also wanted to go on a beach date with him. Lee Ji-woo replied that it was fine. Later, Luna herself became pensive and a bit regretful. She imagined that if she had been honest with Lee Ji-woo, maybe it could have helped. Deep down, she wanted to be able to be sincere with herself. She was envious of Han Sarang. At the end of the day, the two, Lee Ji-woo and Han Sarang, walked along the beach watching the sunset. They were silent for a long time until Han Sarang commented that she bet he must be upset for not having been able to see Luna in a bikini. Lee Ji-woo replied that he didn't didn't even want to see that. Han Sarang admitted she was a jealous and greedy girl. She didn't like the idea of him being alone with another girl. She wanted him to send more messages, call once in a while, talk to her more, and even limit the amount of female numbers in his phone to only 10, counting even relatives. Lee Jiwoo asked what she was talking about. After all, they weren't even boyfriend and girlfriend. Then he asked directly if she liked him. Without hesitating, Han Sarang replied that yes, she liked him. That left the boy completely in shock. Meanwhile, the #1 virtual reality game in the world, Chrono Life, was changing rapidly. The main mission was advancing much faster than expected, and the game's content was expanding at an alarming rate. Among all the novelties, the one that most excited the players was the Northern Continent, a completely unexplored land. Most users had already consumed the ice crystal and set off to explore the new continent. However, there was one player who wasn't at all interested in this novelty. It was Lee Ji-woo, who remained beside his merchant friend, completely pensive. Starry Flower asked why he was sitting there lamenting for so long. Besides everything, he was still scaring away the customers, and she needed to work. Lee Ji-woo asked why she didn't go to the Northern Continent too, since she could get even more business there. She replied that she liked that place. Sooner or later, many players would get tired of the Northern Continent and return, so she preferred to stay where she was. Lee Ji-woo said she was very smart, but he remained completely discouraged. Starry Flower asked if he was having love problems. By his reaction, she realized she had guessed right. Then she joked, asking which of the two beautiful girls he liked. She said he could try to hide the truth all he wanted, but she would find out everything. At that moment, the very girl who had caused all that confusion appeared. As soon as he saw Han Sarang, Lee Ji-woo became nervous again. He had never felt that way before. He couldn't act naturally because all that came to his head was the moment she had confessed she liked him. When Starry Flower realized that the two were completely shy with each other, she concluded that she had already understood the whole situation. Since she didn't want to get in the way of their romance, she quickly left the store and asked the two of them to take care of the business while she was out. But Han Sarang asked her to stay because she needed to talk about the main mission. Meanwhile, Lee Ji-woo finally opened the reward chest he had gotten from Yopi. Han Sarang tried to act normally. She didn't want to rush things. Now that Lee Ji-woo knew her true feelings, she needed to stay calm. Upon opening the chest, Lee Ji-woo received the angelic earrings. He was one of the few players capable of equipping that item. Even so, he had the feeling he had seen it somewhere before. Luna confirmed that he really already knew those earrings. As soon as he equipped them, a hidden function was activated. The earrings began to alter the physical appearance of the user. Lee Ji-woo's hair suddenly grew, and Han Sarang remembered that maybe they worked in the same way as the demon essence, which also changed appearance. When the transformation finished, he removed the earrings. Lee Ji-woo was frightened and asked what had happened. Han Sarang and Starry Flower were completely terrified. The problem was that Lee Ji-woo had changed gender, fulfilling the necessary conditions to enter the celestial realm. The most important thing for the developers of Chrono Life had always been to give total freedom to the users. Players had free will in practically every aspect of the game. It was a completely new reality, where the actions of each player shaped their own evolution. Those who used a sword developed exclusive sword skills. Those who used a spear created their own spear techniques. Even those who spent time gathering herbs or cutting wood received specific skills for those activities. The only exceptions were special skills which depended on books or specific instructions. All these skills were created automatically by the game's artificial intelligence, which analyzed each user's actions. Because of this, Chrono Life already possessed more than 10 million different skills. Besides skills, practically everything could change, such as classes, weather, environment, and various other elements of the world. There was only one rule that could not be broken by law: the external appearance of the player. Inside the game, only small details could be altered, such as hair, eyes, and skin. The only exceptions were skills capable of healing scars, physical disabilities, or natural changes related to species such as elf ears or anthropomorph tails. In other words, each person could only play as themselves. Except that, at that moment, Lee Ji-woo had just turned into a woman. He asked Starry Flower for a mirror, and, when he received it, he saw that even his face had transformed. After looking for a few seconds, he ended up admitting that he had even turned out beautiful. Meanwhile, other players passed by commenting that they had seen a glow, and suddenly, a woman appeared there. One of them asked if it wasn't a man before, but the other replied of course not, saying she was too beautiful for that. Han Sarang said it was better they go to a more private place. The three followed to a tavern, a safe, comfortable medieval setting in Chrono Life, perfect for talking. Furthermore, like any good tavern, there was lodging for adventurers on the floor above. Already seated, Han Sarang explained that the character's gender had probably changed because of the angelic earrings, so in theory it was enough to remove remove the item for everything to return to normal. The problem was that Li Jiwoo had already taken off the earrings, and absolutely nothing had happened. Han Sarang asked Li Jiwoo please to close his legs. He still had the habit of sitting that way, but now he was no longer wearing the white underwear from before. The situation became very awkward. Starry Flower asked if he was feeling different. After all, everything felt within Chrono Life should seem completely real. Li Jiwoo replied no. The only difference was that his hair had gotten long and it tickled his back. But when he looked down, he noticed another change and said he needed to go to the bathroom. He tried to hide it, but the two understood exactly what he was thinking, and it took a long time to calm him down. While talking, Han Sarang remembered something. The filthy cockroach had told them to pay close attention to the earrings right after using them. Now she finally remembered where she had seen that item before. The angelic earrings belonged to the sin of sloth. That was why they were given that name. Merchant Leo and all his knights were angels, with halos over their heads and wings on their backs. If they found Leo, maybe he could return Li Jiwoo's original body. Li Jiwoo, however, replied that it seemed like too much work. In the end, changing gender didn't stop him from continuing to play and have fun. Besides, he had already created female characters in other games. Han Sarang asked if, even so, he wouldn't continue thinking nonsense. Li Jiwoo replied that he couldn't promise anything. Instantly, she showered the boy with punches for continuing to be a pervert. Then, she remembered another important piece of information. Luna had said those earrings worked as a kind of passport to the next mission. Putting all the clues together, she concluded that the last chapter of the main mission would take place in the celestial realm. Li Jiwoo said that in that case he had no choice. He needed to get his original body back. The only problem was that they had no idea where to find the sin of sloth. It was then that Li Jiwoo remembered that Habaek probably knew the answer. He still kept the broken mirror he had received earlier. He took the object and asked if Habaek could hear him from there. At first, nothing happened, but after a few moments, Habaek actually answered. The mirror worked like a phone. Habaek asked if it was really Li Jiwoo, but found it strange that his voice was so thin. Li Jiwoo replied that was a long story and asked where he was. Habaek said he was a bit busy, but that they could meet at that very moment. To him, the timing had been perfect. Using the mirror, Habaek opened a portal. When he appeared, he was trapped in a cell, without his right arm and without his left leg. He was completely destroyed. Li Jiwoo asked what had happened and joked that someone must have beaten Habaek up again, because he always ended up that way. Even all battered, Habaek approached and asked if they hadn't been introduced yet, calling Li Jiwoo Miss. Irritated, Li Jiwoo landed a kick right in his face and called him an idiot, saying he could very well lose his eyes instead of his arms. From the rude way of speaking, Habaek immediately realized that girl was in fact the brave warrior Li Jiwoo. Soon after, he also noticed the angelic earrings and understood the reason for that transformation. The two caught up. Then, Li Jiwoo completely healed Habaek's body. This was only possible because all his attributes were now at the maximum, greatly increasing his intelligence and skills. Even after healing him, Li Jiwoo commented that it was a shame Habaek hadn't changed at all, as he continued to be a loser who lived losing his own arms. Starry Flower asked who that handsome man was. Li Jiwoo explained it was Habaek, an idiot who had kidnapped Captain Lovely a long time ago. Starry Flower replied that the truly rude one there was Li Jiwoo himself. Without wasting time, he asked where Merchant Leo was. He needed to talk to him about several things. Habaek replied that he imagined it was to get his original body back, but unfortunately they wouldn't be able to find Leo, because he was in the celestial realm. Li Jiwoo replied that wasn't a problem, since he could now enter there. After all, he had fulfilled all the necessary requirements. Habaek confirmed that was true, but explained that entering the celestial realm didn't mean being able to find Leo. During the conversation, he realized that Han Saram had also surpassed level 500 and congratulated her. She replied that was impossible. However, when she opened the status window, she saw that she really was at level 503. During the first week of training for the war against the ancient anthropomorphs, she had already reached level 300. After that, she spent 30 days training in Urus's nest and still participated in the entire war, accumulating enough experience to reach that level. Starry Flower was curious and asked what would happen if Han Sarang put on the angelic earrings. Would she also change gender? There was only one way to find out. As soon as she equipped the earrings, Han Sarang really transformed into a man. Starry Flower was impressed and commented that she had turned into a true hunk. As for Han Sarang, she didn't like that muscular appearance at all. Li Jiwoo took the chance to provoke her, asking how she could act like a helpless damsel hiding a chest like that. Habaek explained that the angelic earrings really changed the gender of whoever used them. To enter the celestial realm, it was necessary to possess a pure body. By putting on the earrings, the person was reborn as someone different, leaving behind their previous identity. Now both Li Jiwoo and Han Sarang were qualified to enter the celestial realm. Unfortunately, Starry Flower couldn't accompany them because she didn't have enough level yet. Li Jiwoo asked Habaek to get straight to the point. If they could enter the celestial realm, why wouldn't they be able to find Leo? It was then that Habaek revealed the truth. Leo was going to die. Right after, he knelt before the brave warrior and begged him to help save his master. He said that receiving Li Jiwoo's call seemed seemed to have been a divine sign. In exchange for the help, he promised to return both of their original bodies. At that moment, the system released a new hidden mission, the request of Habake, the King of Mirrors. Completing that mission would yield even greater rewards. Li Jiwoo agreed to help save Leo, but imposed a condition. He wanted to receive all of Habake's mirrors. Habake complained that if he handed them all over, he would stop being the King of Mirrors. Li Jiwoo replied that, in that case, he could let his friend die. Han Sarang only observed the negotiation and thought that he continued to be a true villain. Left with no alternative, Habake accepted the deal. Li Jiwoo concluded an excellent bargain and officially accepted the hidden mission. What he still didn't imagine was that that journey would end up becoming a huge problem. With their genders swapped, neither he nor Han Sarang had any idea what awaited them. Sometime later, Li Jiwoo woke up inside a filthy cell. One of the angelic guards commented that the prisoners were living too well, as they even slept comfortably in the middle of the prison. The knight ordered her to get up and pulled her hair, saying she was just a human from the lower realm. The other guard asked him not to overdo it, remembering she was wearing angelic shackles and had no way to escape. The angelic shackles were a unique rank item capable of sealing a large part of the target's power, reducing all their attributes by 50%. Even so, Li Jiwoo continued to pretend to be helpless while listening to the guard's conversation. Inside, he just wanted to beat them both up, but he controlled himself. The plan was happening exactly as he had predicted, and now he couldn't ruin everything. In fact, that situation began when Habake used one of his mirrors to open a portal directly to the celestial realm. At that moment, Urus appeared calmly eating a piece of meat. He complained that while Li Jiwoo was teleported instantly, he had to fly the entire way until arriving there. Then he looked at Li Jiwoo and asked why he had suddenly turned into a girl. Li Jiwoo replied by asking if he had only noticed that now and commented that the meat must be spoiled. Without wasting any more time, everyone climbed onto the mirror, which worked like a huge elevator connected directly to the celestial realm. The trip would take about 5 minutes. Starry Flower stayed behind and asked them not to forget to bring some souvenirs when they returned. Han Sarang commented that the requirements were very heavy, but that it was very easy to get there with Habake's help. She was still a bit shy around Li Jiwoo, even after the two had swapped genders. After all, attraction doesn't change because of that. She continued to be attracted to the person he was. Li Jiwoo even asked if Habake had a pure body, and if he wouldn't need to use the earring, but he explained he wasn't a human from the lower realm, so he didn't need to. Shortly after, they were already approaching the celestial realm. Before arriving, Habake asked them not to imagine grand things and suggested they lower their expectations a bit. As soon as they arrived, Li Jiwoo was quite excited. That was the celestial realm. They were stepping on clouds which were extremely soft and comfortable, except that, before they could admire the place, they heard a voice shouting against them. Habake immediately realized they had already been found and told everyone to be careful because there was an enemy lurking. Soon after, a true angel appeared before them. He had a huge eye in the center of his body and wings covered by countless eyes that could see everything. He was an angel of unknown level. Without wasting time, he prepared his angelic explosion skill. That devastating beam would be capable of evaporating them, but everyone managed to dodge at the last moment. Li Jiwoo complained that they could at least let them enjoy the scenery. Meanwhile, Han Sarang activated the Demon King's essence and said she would stay there to resolve the situation. Then she went after the angel with her fists. Seeing that, Li Jiwoo felt exactly the same strangeness that Han Sarang had felt before. For a moment he thought he was feeling attracted to a man. Technically it wasn't a man, it was Han Sarang, but even so the feeling was quite strange. One of the punches from the Demon King's essence managed to hurt the angel. However, he opened his huge mouth to try to devour Han Sarang, and then launched a rain of angelic blasts through the countless eyes spread across his wings, throwing her down. Li Jiwoo was worried, but Habake explained that she hadn't suffered any damage. Han Sarang replied that it was absurd for a simple angel to try to face the Demon King. Then she finally fired her annihilation laser directly at the huge eye that formed the angel's body. That was his weak point, and the creature exploded on the spot. After the victory, Han Sarang returned celebrating, hugged Li Jiwoo around the waist, and asked if he had hurt himself anywhere, calling him honey. Li Jiwoo was completely speechless, and asked what her problem was. Han Sarang replied that he was so beautiful she couldn't help herself. In fact, it was just a provocation to get revenge for everything he had already done to her. Though, thinking about it, she had also already done much worse things. Habake commented that it was good to see the two acting as usual. As for Urus, he asked what was happening with the celestial realm. The beings of that realm should treat humanity with kindness, but they clearly had not been well received. Habake explained that the inhabitants of the celestial realm used to love humans. Normally, that angel would have welcomed the visitors and protected them. However, everything had changed. The reason he had lost an arm and a leg, Leo's critical situation, and the risk of him dying all had the same origin, a woman named Leore. At that moment, Leore was before Leo, who remained trapped in a dungeon, chained and being tortured. She had an angelic appearance, beautiful and kind, but that was just a facade. As soon as she got close to him, she drove a blade into his belly and said he didn't have permission even to speak, nor to greet her, because he was an inferior and disgusting being. After hurting him, she used her healing magic just to restore his wounds and hug him, saying she loved him and wanted to stay by his side forever. Then, she commented that Habaek had brought guests, disgusting and evil humans from the lower realm. She promised Leo she would personally end all those anomalies out of love for him. Leor was the current ruler of the celestial realm and also Leo's younger sister. Meanwhile, Lee Jiwoo asked Habaek where Leo was. Habaek replied that was a great question, because he had no idea either. Lee Jiwoo then said they would have to solve everything his way once again. He grabbed his stick and stated he would use his favorite plan, destroy everything first and ask later. Habaek asked what he was doing and if he really intended to use the skill of swinging the stick downwards. Lee Jiwoo replied yes and asked if there was a problem. Habaek explained that if he did that now, he could hit Leo, who was extremely weak and would end up dying. Lee Jiwoo replied that everyone should solve their own problems. Habaek reminded him that they had gone specifically to save Leo. Then Lee Jiwoo had another idea. He activated the creation flame skill obtained from the god of the game, which allowed him to observe any person or place. Thanks to it, they managed to locate Leo chained in the dungeon. Despite being constantly tortured, his body seemed intact, as it was healed right after each wound. Except that, through the flames, another figure appeared. For a moment she looked like a demon, but in fact it was just Leore, Leo's sister. She realized there were outsiders spying on what she was doing with her brother and stated she would also find out where they were. Habaek told Lee Jiwoo to cancel the skill immediately, explaining she would use a reverse search to track their location. Lee Jiwoo replied that would even make things easier, as it would save the trouble of looking for her. However, the King of Mirrors warned that Leo was still in great danger. No one knew what Leore would do if provoked at that moment. Because of that, Lee Jiwoo ended up deactivating the skill. Han Sarang commented that Leore was completely different from the person they had heard about. From Habaek's description, she seemed like a true villain. Habaek replied that no one should let themselves be fooled by her appearance because she was extremely powerful. Lee Jiwoo then asked if she originally wasn't a man, since she also used the earring. Habaek explained that the gender swap caused by the earring only happens to beings from the lower realm. Those born in the celestial realm, like Leo and Leore, keep their birth gender. Meanwhile, Leore continued torturing her own brother, keeping a knife driven into his belly. She said humans were terrible creatures for coming after Leo, but that she understood perfectly because everything about him was adorable. His voice was adorable, his face was cute, and his body was perfect. However, according to her, all of that belonged exclusively to her. Finally, Leore ordered all the angels to block the invaders and ensure that none of them survived. In response to the order, a huge army of angels crossed the clouds and initiated a bombardment of angelic blasts against the group. Leore declared that those vermin were finally going to die, but Lee Jiwoo replied with a swing of his stick upwards, eliminating all the angels at once. They were reduced to dust, while a huge hole opened in the sky, reaching all the way to space. Leore definitely didn't expect that. While the remaining angels panicked, the psychopath Lee Jiwoo began to hand out blows to the head of each one of them. To him, that was literally paradise. There was nothing he liked more than crushing skulls. Now that he was in a woman's body, his voice had become higher, and his laughter, which before seemed beautiful, now made everyone around feel afraid. Habaek and Han Sarang realized that in a contest to see who was more insane, Lee Jiwoo didn't even need to try to win. In fact, it was even unfair to let him participate. Han Sarang then approached and asked Lee Jiwoo to calm down, because that wasn't Habaek's plan. Earlier, after observing the surroundings and discovering Leo's location, the King of Mirrors concluded that he was trapped in the celestial dungeon. There was no way to enter from the outside. The only way was for one of them to be captured on purpose to get inside and rescue Leo. Lee Jiwoo replied that he was sure breaking everything would also work. However, that would put Leo in danger. Furthermore, all the inhabitants of the celestial realm were under Leore's control. Even the angels who were previously completely loyal to Leo could no longer be convinced. Because of that, the plan to be captured remained the best option. Lee Jiwoo agreed, provided Habaek lent him one of his mirrors. After that, he lowered the stick, asked Urus to go inside it, and began to pretend he was an innocent, fragile, and helpless little girl. Then, he let the angels capture him. Habaek thanked Han Sarang for managing to convince Lee Jiwoo to follow the plan. While being taken by the angels, Lee Jiwoo pretended to be crying and acted as if he could do nothing but accept defeat. The acting was worthy of an Oscar, or at least that's what he thought. The angels were suspicious. After all, just a few moments before he was completely crazed. Even so, as incredible as it seems, they ended up believing that terrible acting and took him to the celestial dungeon. They even suspected something might be wrong, but they weren't smart enough to think beyond the orders they received from Leore. Thus, Lee Jiwoo was captured and used as a hostage, while Habaek and Han Sarang remained hidden among the clouds. Han Sarang asked if he would really be okay. As strong as he was still completely alone. Habaek replied that he wasn't worried about Lee Jiwoo, but rather about the rest of the celestial realm. He only prayed that no one had the brilliant idea of provoking that madman. A short time later, the guards woke Lee Jiwoo and took him out of the cell. He had to make an enormous effort to maintain control and not go out killing everyone prematurely. Then he was taken to Leore, the current ruler ruler of the celestial realm. She received him, reminding him that he was just an inferior human, and asked if he was trying to snoop on what she was doing with her own brother. She said she had only seen a glimpse of him before, but that personally he seemed even viler. She also commented she was curious to know what kind of human Habaek had brought, and asked where his companions were. Had they run away? Lee Jiwoo replied that he just wanted to know where Leo was. Leori was surprised to discover they knew each other. Until then, she imagined he was just a mercenary hired by Habaek. Lee Jiwoo explained that Leo had descended to the lower realm some time ago to find him, and that the two had even talked. Leori asked if he was the brave warrior of modern times that her brother had mentioned. Lee Jiwoo opened a huge smile and replied that it was probably him. But while he smiled, Leori approached and drove a knife into his belly. She stated he needed to learn the place of an insignificant human. Just seeing him happy because Leo had spoken a few words about him already made her want to vomit. Even so, she decided to give him one last choice, and asked where he would like to be sent. As Lee Jiwoo didn't answer, she simply cut him in half, from left to right, exposing all his organs. Then she abandoned the body of that insignificant worm, believing he had finally died. What she didn't expect was that Lee Jiwoo possessed a powerful healing factor. In a few moments, he was already on his feet again, chasing that crazy woman with his terrifying expression. Meanwhile, Habaek said it was already time for them to start acting. Before anything else, they needed to find Master Leo's sealed weapon as quickly as possible. That weapon was indispensable for him to regain all his power. Habaek explained that Leo normally kept his powers sealed. Even when he invaded the human world in the past, he was using only a fraction of his own strength. Han Sarang was completely terrified upon hearing that. Habaek explained that this was exactly the reason Leo had been captured. If his powers were released, that would be simply impossible. According to Habaek, Leo was one of the 4 most powerful beings in the entire universe. The big 4 of Chrono Life were Leo, representative of the celestial realm, the Demon King, representative of the demon world, Urus, the strongest dragon of all, and the brave warrior Yopi. Each represented their own race and region. Han Sarang never imagined that arrogant child was someone so important, and asked why he lived as a simple merchant. Habaek replied that it wasn't for nothing that Leo carried the sin of sloth. Normally he abandoned his responsibilities in the celestial realm just to do absolutely nothing. Even so, Habaek knew exactly where his sealed weapon was and intended to go get it. Despite this, Han Sarang was still worried about Lee Jiwoo. Habaek replied that he lived getting beaten up and always ended up fine, so there was no reason for so much fear. It was at that moment that Luna, the goddess of life known by Han Sarang as Cockroach, appeared. Meanwhile, Leori trembled with fear before Lee Jiwoo's monstrous appearance. He only asked why she was so surprised and said that now the two were going to play a little. The guards arrived shortly after and were also traumatized by that scene. Furious, Leora swore she would never forgive him. She called Lee Jiwoo a vile and filthy human and without hesitating invoked the divine treasure of the celestial realm, a powerful whip. She was completely out of control and could only think about killing that disgusting human. The guards, however, ran away because they knew using that whip inside the castle would be a disaster. Each blow destroyed part of the castle structure, opening huge cracks and demolishing everything in the way. Even so, Lee Jiwoo wasn't hit a single time. He realized that Leor really had become terrified. At that pace, the entire castle would end up falling from the sky. After some time, the guards realized that the human had simply disappeared. As for Leore, she continued to be completely shaken by everything that had just happened. Leor said that the human from the lower realm had come to take her brother and ordered that all soldiers be gathered in the dungeon. The guards, as if they were under mental control, obeyed immediately. She then promised to kill that brave warrior. Meanwhile, Lee Jiwoo himself ran through the corridors of the gigantic castle. The guards tried to bar his way, but each ended up taking a blow to the head. If it were up to him, he would have already brought that entire castle down. The problem was that Habaek didn't want anyone killed. In the middle of the run, Lee Jiwoo called for Urus, asking what had happened to Aventador. He had entered his underwear, but after the transformation, the underwear disappeared. Urus explained that he had already asked his brother that when he was still trapped in the stick. As both ego items belonged to the same master, their lower dimensions were connected. Aventador simply didn't want to come out anymore, because he no longer had any attachment to the real world. Lee Jiwoo said he would have another serious talk with him, but Urus replied that his brother had already completely given up, and that no punishment would make a difference. Apparently, he would be hidden in that underwear for a long time. It was then that Lee Jiwoo realized he wasn't even wearing real underwear and that those clothes hid almost nothing. Because of that, he called Aventador a pervert dragon. Without understanding, Urus asked the reason for that. Lee Jiwoo replied that Aventador was a male dragon and was hidden exactly in his underwear. Urus reminded him that he was also a man originally. At that moment, Lee Jiwoo realized that the transformation really was messing with his head. After all, even when Han Sarang had hit on him, he had found the situation strange because he still thought like a man. Because of that, he explained it was better to find Leo quickly before his mind became even more confused. Meanwhile, when Luna appeared, Han Sarang began to ask several several questions. She wanted to know why she was there, what she was doing, and how she had recognized her identity so quickly. Luna replied that the amount of nonsense that came out of Han Sarang's mouth always impressed her. She said she continued to be stupid even after turning into a man, and reminded her that it was she who had brought everyone to the celestial realm, so there was nothing strange about her presence. About the second question, Luna explained that she had also gotten an angelic earring and, because of that, had also transformed into a man. Furthermore, she was the first player to enter the celestial realm, so she knew exactly what was happening. Han Sarang admitted that she had turned out quite handsome that way, but Luna replied she preferred not to hear that kind of comment coming from her. Shortly after, Han Sarang asked if this meant Luna had already surpassed level 500, something that not even the supposed official top ranker had managed. Luna explained that official ranking meant absolutely nothing. Chrono Life never officially revealed the ranking of the players. If a true ranking existed, Lee Ji-woo would have been number 1 for a long time. The known rankings were just rumors spread by internet communities, based mainly on players' public activities. Many of the strongest simply didn't appear in public, and she was one of those people. After explaining everything, Luna removed the earrings and returned to her normal appearance. Han Sarang asked how she had managed to do that and if she could also return to normal using some magic. Luna replied that, unfortunately, that wasn't possible. The transformation would only disappear after the mission was completed. Meanwhile, Lee Ji-woo continued running through the castle looking for Leo, shouting his name through the corridors. He tried to use the creation flame to discover his location, but the skill was still on cooldown. The total time was 24 hours, and there were still 21 hours and 35 minutes left. Irritated, he complained that the god of the game hadn't warned about this limitation. It was then that Urus found a secret passage leading to the basement. So happy with the discovery, Lee Ji-woo ended up giving him a kiss on the cheek, something he would never normally do. Maybe that too was a consequence of the personality change caused by the transformation. Without wasting time, the two ran to the dungeon. Upon hearing someone approaching rapidly, Leo thought it was a woman. However, when he looked better, he realized it was Lee Ji-woo, with his demonic appearance. The vision was so terrifying that even he was afraid. Lee Ji-woo said he had finally found him and that now all of Habaek's mirrors would be his. At the same time, Leo recognized that brave warrior who before used only a wooden stick. He commented that the gender change was because of the angelic earring. Lee Ji-woo confirmed it and asked what he was waiting for to take off his shackles. Leo explained it wasn't that simple, because those were angelic shackles and couldn't be destroyed by brute force. Even so, Lee Ji-woo gave a single punch and the chains simply shattered. Leo was completely left without understanding what had just happened. The two were ready to flee, but Leora was already waiting for them in the dungeon. She had gathered all her soldiers and prepared a barrier to prevent any rescue attempt. Meanwhile, Han Sarang continued pressing Luna, asking if she really wasn't going to tell anything else. She wanted to know what mission she was talking about, and what exactly they needed to complete. The goddess of life replied that she was already helping enough, and asked Han Sarang to shut her trap for a bit. Han Sarang shot back, saying Luna only pretended to be cold because she melted completely when she was near Lee Ji-woo. She also provoked her, saying that hugging someone without permission was abuse, and asked who the real pervert in the story was. Ignoring the provocation, Luna began to explain. She said that although Chrono Life gave almost total freedom to players, there was one single important restriction: the appearance of the characters. Everyone was required to enter the game using their real appearance. Han Sarang commented that this happened because the law prohibited changes in appearance, as it would be very easy to commit crimes hiding one's true identity, especially in a virtual reality game. Luna confirmed that was exactly the reason. Only some special classes could change appearance, and normally the company couldn't do anything to change that rule, as it was a legal requirement. Even so, the developers of Chrono Life didn't like this limitation. As they couldn't break the law, they found a way to bypass it legally. That was where the angelic earrings came from, capable of changing the player's gender and giving back greater personalization freedom. Luna explained that, at that moment, they were the only players present in the celestial realm. However, when the average level of users increased, many others would arrive there. She didn't know exactly what the developer's intention was with that, but she guaranteed the mission wasn't that hard to complete. Next, she raised her staff and invoked the spring of the heavens. She explained that anyone who drank from that water would have their body purified and could return freely to their original gender. Hearing this, Han Sarang ran towards the spring, desperate to return to being a girl. While running, she said she was sure the cockroach was deceiving her. While everyone observed the spring, they also looked for Leo's weapon. It was then that Habaek revealed that was exactly the place where the weapon was hidden, right at the bottom of the spring of the heavens. Han Sarang commented that those waters seemed so clean they made her thirsty just looking. Luna Luna replied that he really was a piece of shit. Even so, Han Sarang drank the water from the spring of the heavens, and at that moment the mission of the angelic earring was completed. She returned to her original state and from then on could alternate freely between the two genders using the earring. With this, she also unlocked the hidden skill transformation, which had a 24-hour cooldown. Luna explained that the mission was extremely simple. The holy water kept its effects even when placed in a bottle. Because of that, she filled one to take to Li Jiwoo personally. Han Sarang immediately offered to take it in her place, saying she could do that favor for her friend. Luna simply told her to go fuck herself. Meanwhile, Habaek observed everything in silence and began to wonder who Luna really was. She knew the exact location of the spring of the heavens, and also seemed to know where Leo's sealed weapon was. She knew things that not even Habaek himself knew, like the fact that the water kept its effects inside a bottle. Furthermore, she was the one who revived Uriken, the one who noticed that the passive boy was doing illegal things, the one who revived Yopi, and the one who already expected Captain Lovely to become the Demon Queen. Throughout all the preparation for the war, she also remained very close to Li Jiwoo. It was as if she were observing his every step from the closest place possible. To Habaek, everything seemed to revolve around Li Jiwoo, but at the same time, Luna was always present in all the important events. Maybe he was exaggerating his conclusions, but it was starting to seem like everything that happened in Chrono Life danced in the palm of her hand. At that moment, a strange sound echoed through the place. Luna warned that everyone should get ready because the divine guardians responsible for protecting the sealed weapon were about to appear. She had gone to that place specifically because of them. She explained that those guardians couldn't be compared to angels. They were much stronger, extremely violent, and had the sole function of protecting the sealed weapon. Han Sarang prepared to fight, and soon after the guardians appeared. They were the minions, creatures responsible for protecting the sealed weapon. They had 3 different forms: melee combat, long range, and cannon. That reminded her a lot of another game, one that starts with League and ends with Legends. Even so, Han Sarang found the minions very cute and ran to hug the one carrying a sword. The only response she received was a spit in the face. Luna explained that the minions were beings of the celestial realm and therefore completely hated any creature linked to the demon realm. As Han Sarang was the demon queen, they would never accept her presence. She also warned that appearances were deceiving. In the same instant, the melee combat minion transformed into a huge super minion, a gigantic golem. The other two also assumed their true forms. Now, the battle had really begun. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Leori was determined to stop that disgusting human from taking her dear brother away. For that, she gathered an army with more than 100 angels. Seeing that quantity of enemies, Li Jiwoo only commented that it was the smallest number of adversaries he had ever faced. After all, he had already faced the global alliance of guilds with 3 million players, Yopi's army formed by 500,000 skeletons, and also the ancient anthropomorphs, who totaled more than 1 million soldiers. Even so, Leor was ready to put him in his proper place. Before the fight started, Leo asked Li Jiwoo not to kill any of those soldiers, since they were all being manipulated by Leore and were not to blame for anything. Li Jiwoo replied that he could even spare them, but that would have a price. Leo realized that Scoundrel was really negotiating lives in exchange for money, and promised to buy all his items at the best possible price. Right then, Li Jiwoo opened a huge smile. Happy with the deal, he decided to use his most powerful technique, beating without killing. After taking down the first knight with a well-aimed blow, he still commented that the subject was very lucky to be coming out alive. Meanwhile, the melee combat super minion attacked Habaek directly. He responded using his mirror of defense, which practically didn't even crack before the force of the blow. The guardian continued attacking non-stop, so Habaek decided to counterattack using his first mirror, the mirror of piercing light. A huge beam of light descended from the sky and hit the super minion, completely evaporating its body. But behind him, an even more terrifying battle was happening. The demon queen fired her ray of annihilation at another minion, but it blocked the attack using a huge crystal arm. Then, it launched an identical blast against her. The 2 rays collided, causing a gigantic explosion. Habaek was completely shocked to realize that Guardian was capable of copying the ray of annihilation. Left with no other choice, he decided to help her. However, before he could act, he was pierced by the spikes of the melee combat super minion, which at that moment was under the effect of a skill that made it completely immune to damage. Seeing Habaek being taken down, Han Sarang ended up getting distracted. Taking advantage of the opening, the long-range minion landed a critical hit using its own version of annihilation. The two were surrounded on the ground, about to be eliminated, when Luna stepped in. Without making the slightest effort, she completely fragmented the long-range minion's cannon. Then she looked at the two and said she knew she had gone there to help them, but that had been a shameful demonstration of weakness. Han Sarang was the demon queen and should feel shame for the power she was showing. So Luna decided to fight personally. Since she advanced in class, she had only used the staff to attack. But at that moment, she would finally show what a true goddess of life was capable of. When the first knight was knocked down in the dungeon, even without dying, but missing his teeth and completely broken, the others revolted, trying to take down that miserable human. But Li Jiwoo was using his strikes with the inverted stick, non-lethal. And Leo thought that the names he gives to his skills are terrible. Li Jiwoo was surrounded, but that was never a problem. He continued beating everyone with a big smile on his face. Oh, he loved doing that. He loved it very much. It was even frightening the knights. He could do whatever he wanted, as long as he didn't kill. To the next one, he broke the left arm and the rib. Then he caved in the skull of another and broke the neck. And he continued dealing a bunch of Mortal Kombat brutalities on the knights. Leo thought that honestly it would be better to kill them. But after a while, Li Jiwoo asked if it was over yet. Had the entire 100 already gone? Everyone was completely destroyed. Only she was left, Leor, who noticed that this inferior human might not be so weak after all. With her whip, she said she would have no choice but to face him herself. And when she attacked, Li Jiwoo noticed it was the same metallic whip she used before. But those attacks won't work on him. Only at the last moment, Leo was forced to pull Li Jiwoo out of the way of the attack, because it would do damage. He asked what the kid was doing. Let go of him. That little whip couldn't kill him. Leo replied that he could say the same. She could whip him all day and he would be fine. But he told this stupid kid to think a bit. He was imprisoned by Leore. It's not the power of her attack that should worry him, but rather the mental control ability, her charm. Normally it has a short duration, and with high magic resistance, it doesn't even work. But Leora's is incredibly strong. But her eyes are not the only way to enchant the opponent. She can do that with the whip too. Soon after, she pulled her brother by the leg and knocked him down, saying that the charm using the eyes might be weaker. But what is activated with the whip possesses a power without equal. No magic resistance can stop it. There is a 100% chance of enchanting the opponent if the whip touches them. Li Jiwoo noted that it was a very broken skill, but look who's talking. Leor said the human should learn his place. She wanted to take her brother, but it seemed he would stay with her. At that moment, Leo joined his sister because he was under the control of her enchantment. At the moment Luna revealed she would fight with the power of the goddess of life, she remembered the last time they met. She was always transported by that gigantic creature from another dimension, and she asked if she would summon that thing to fight. Luna replied that she doesn't know about that. She wouldn't waste that on weak opponents like these. Habaik, who was badly injured, said that at least for now they are safe. Luna is not only a unique boss, but also the sin of lust. She is on the same level as Leo, who is one of the big four. She possesses transcendental power, and now that she has taken charge of this, they should be safe. Han Sarang thought that this only made her feel worse, because she clearly felt weaker than Luna. But Habaik asked if she noticed. The canon subordinate Luna was fighting disappeared without leaving a trace. Luna had already taken care of him, and he is curious to see her real power. When the melee minion went to crush her, hitting again and again against the clouds, Han Sarang said at this rate the heavens will fall. Habaik replied not to worry. The clouds won't break like that. Although he can't say the same about Li Jiwoo's attacks, honestly. Luna was hit and crushed, but she used the creation of life to recreate her body. The minion had already de-stressed enough for a lifetime, therefore she would eliminate him now. And her next punch disintegrated the poor guy's arm. She apologized for hurting him, so she would kill him once and for all so his suffering would end. The poor minion was terrified and was simply deleted. Habaik said that it makes no sense at all. The Vanguard subordinates are completely immune to damage. They are basically invincible. Not even the piercing light from his mirror can scratch them. And he asked what kind of skill she used. The long-range minion got so scared that he ran away, but he was also deleted halfway and turned to dust. Luna said she just finished taking care of all the annoying guards. Now they can get Leo's weapon. But Habaik was still terrified. He asked what she did now. She was able to kill damage-immune monsters. Luna noticed he was injured too, and asked if he forgot she is the goddess of life. She healed his wound, bringing him to full health, explaining that she has a variety of skills to deal with life. She can heal and she can destroy life, as she did with those subordinates. In other words, no type of immunity counts against her. They are divine powers. Han Sarang didn't even know that Chrono Life had a category of skills like that. But Luna told them to stop wasting time. They could find Leo's weapon soon, and Habaik said it is sealed in the springs. But he was still scared of this woman, and he would dive into the spring himself to get the weapon. Han Sarang asked if she wouldn't heal her. Luna replied that since she is a kitty, she can lick her own wounds. And Han Sarang thought that one day she will step on this cockroach. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Leo was attacking Li Jiwoo. Under the control of his sister's charm, he didn't know what was happening. Too much happened at once. His character changed gender. He was locked up, humiliated. Then he demolished an entire army to save this wretched child. child, and now he was being beaten by her? Lior said there was no reason to enchant a disgusting human from the lower realm, and said her brother could do the work. Finally, her team arrived, and when he turned to talk to the people, Li Jiwoo took a punch so hard it even made him lose a tooth. Habake noticed too late that Leo was under his sister's control, but now that the weapon approached him, it came out of its seal. The divine treasure of the celestial realm returned to its master, and Leo's true power, master of the celestial realm, was released. But Lior said these useless humans finally did something useful this time. This was because her brother was still under her control, and the ruler of the celestial realm appeared, the awakened one of the big four, Leo. After that blow, Li Jiwoo felt a little pain, and asked how he dared to hurt this beautiful face he has now, but finally noticed he was transformed. Luna approached saying that is Leo's true form, and asked how the noob is doing. He looks adorable as a woman. And Li Jiwoo asked how she knew she would find them here. She replied she is here to help, no need to get stressed out like that, and handed him the spring water that would turn him back into a man. And while he was thanking her, Luna hugged him. At this moment they are just two friends arm in arm, and Li Jiwoo fell for this talk. Han Sarang thought this cockroach is damn smart. Technically they are just two friends arm in arm, so it's not a flirtation, and she is taking advantage of that. But Lior said enough talk. About the spring water, she would give some time for Li Jiwoo to drink first. It's a special gift before his death. Ah, he replied, he is so touched, and upon consuming the water he really returned to his original form. But Luna continued hugging him. Han Sarang said she could let go now, and Leo advanced with his spear, the celestial treasure, and Li Jiwoo was really anxious to fight against him, to test this new power of his. Leo certainly seemed much more destructive. A spear attack he missed on Li Jiwoo destroyed the ceiling of that dungeon, but Li Jiwoo wasn't being hit by anything. Now that Leo's powers were released, he admitted it wasn't so bad, much stronger and faster than last time, but he is still the most powerful, and he landed a whack on the kid's head, who retaliated with his lightning. The blow from his spear carbonized Li Jiwoo, and made him get hit in the air by an impacting lightning bolt. The poor guy became a bald carbonized corpse, and Han Sarang asked since when Leo is so powerful. Last time he only used lightning kick skills. Habake said it's because he wasn't fighting with all his power, nor was he carrying his weapon. He's happy to see that Leo returned to his powerful form, but on the other hand, he's not sure how he feels about the current situation. Han Sarang asked if he's kidding. He just fried the undies guy. Lior asked if they are recognizing her brother's greatness now. In his awakened form, Leo can use the weapon as a conductor to absorb the power of lightning. He can use any and all lightning spells without any risk. Not only that, but he becomes an electricity generator. It means his level will rise infinitely until the battle ends. Humans never had a chance from the start. They have no choice but to flop in despair like a fish out of water, because the celestial realm is not their place. But they weren't listening to her speech because she was too far away. Only Li Jiwoo could listen. But he was carbonized, and Liori told her brother to end this already. But next to her, the demon Li Jiwoo emerged in his regeneration form, this time bald and carbonized. Habake had forgotten how disgusting this skill was, and Li Jiwoo asked if it's Leo or Liore. He still couldn't see because his eyes hadn't regenerated, and Liore asked how the hell he's alive. Now that she thinks about it, the moment she tried to kill him back at the castle, he also healed himself, and she told her brother to burn this boy to his bones, to have to get rid of this disgusting being. Li Jiwoo didn't really want to hit Leo, especially since he was under mental control, but he remembered the day he was beaten by this bastard, and thought about fighting back. He stretched his long neck and bit the angel's head. He would have his revenge. Leo tried to retaliate with lightning, but Li Jiwoo put his head back in place, saying he looks angry. Leo's next advance was easily stopped by the upward non-killing strike. Then he took another whack from the downward non-killing strike. He was listening to what Liori said before. Leo's level continues to rise while he is in his awakened state. He can hit even harder now, and he started using rapid non-killing attacks. He was just beating up Leo, who was one of the big four of this universe, and Habake was not very surprised. Even in his awakened form, Leo has no chance against the brave warrior Li Jiwoo. Not to mention he was just playing with him this whole time. Han Sarang said these big four don't even have a chance against the undies guy. Habake said they were theoretically supposed to be the most powerful creatures in this universe, but Li Jiwoo's raw power leaves no doubt that the brave warrior is the most powerful that ever existed in the history of Chrono Life. He made Leo fall to his knees and almost drop his spear. Li Jiwoo said it's just one more enemy kneeling. No need to be ashamed. Soon everyone will be like this. Han Sarang said they're basically finished here. Soon Leo will be free from Lior's charm, and Li Jiwoo told Liore she better release him. She refused, not believing it. Her brother lost in his awakened form. She really didn't know what to do. At this rate, those horrible demons would take her brother from her. Lior's charm only had one weakness, the requirement for proximity. The further Liori is from her target, the weaker the effect. Once the target reaches a certain distance, they are completely released from the spell. Lior thought she had no choice but to use her charm on Li Jiwoo. She would find an opening to use the whip on him, and she only has one chance to do it. But meanwhile, he was having a great idea. Han Sarang said she didn't have a good feeling. When When Leo caught some breath and tried to fight back, he took another whack to the head and bit his tongue. He did this again a few more times and took many whacks to the head. Lee Jiwoo said he knows what they say, right? If something is broken, you can hit it a little bit and it starts working again. That was the tactic he was using. Hansarang asked if he really thinks that will release him from her charm. He replied he is just disciplining this boy as a good teacher should. Then he pretended he was going to hit, stopped halfway. Leo got terrified. He laughed in his face. But at that moment, Leore took advantage of the gap and hit Lee Jiwoo's face with her whip, and he finally acquired the charmed status. Leore said that as expected of this inferior human, he could never resist her charm. Now he has become her slave. The rest of them can't do anything else. They can go for another round, this time a fair 3-on-3 fight. But at that moment, the hidden healing factor skill was activated. The effect of the charm status was cured. While she was making her speech, she just took a whack to the head and fell stiff. Lee Jiwoo said he doesn't know what happened, but it was cool. He blinked and suddenly there was a big head in front of him ready to take a hit. The hidden healing factor skill is that he is immune to status effects like poison, disease, and paralysis. All the knights at that moment were also cured of Leore's mental control and stood up. Leo himself, of course, was too, and he explained that this is another weak point of her charm. He was happy that his Leo Habe came to rescue him, but said it's strange that his head is throbbing so much. It must be the side effect of the charm. Habe would explain later about what happened, and Lee Jiwoo said that things have returned to their place. All that's left is to deal with this woman. Liar stood up asking what happened. Why did she pass out like that out of nowhere? And noticed that everyone was free from her control and she was completely surrounded. Lee Jiwoo said all that's left is to finish her off, and before she could attack with the whip, he broke the whip with the stick, and he said it's a new addition to the series of destruction strikes, Destroy Weapon. The first destruction strike was Destroy the Planet. Since she had no other trick up her sleeve and was before this ugly monster, she just started crying. Han Sarang said please don't make that face, because they look like the villains. Luna said it was a beautiful dramatic ending. Leor is about to be killed with these important figures around, and Leor asked if she was really going to die. She doesn't want to die. But Lee Jiwoo said he has no intention of killing her. He summoned the tentacle of gluttony, saying she will live forever inside him. And at the last moment, Leo himself stopped Lee Jiwoo. After all, she was still his sister. But he replied, sister my ass. She tried to make him a slave. Leo said that at least Leor never had the intention of killing him from the start. It's just that her way of showing affection can be a bit violent. In fact, she did it for his sake. Her having led a coup and becoming the ruler was to protect him. Many centuries ago, in the Celestial Kingdom, she was arguing with him because he was going to the human kingdom again, and he replied he would be absent from his throne for a few years, and would entrust the Celestial Kingdom to his sister. She didn't want him to be away for so long. She didn't want him to join the humans for another one of those adventures. But Leo explained that the human kingdom was in complete chaos at that moment. The Demon King invaded the human race. He should leave the Celestial Kingdom to help the young man known as Yopi the warrior, the hero who would save that race. And now that Lee Jiwoo stopped to think, he remembers that Leo mentioned he was in a party with Yopi. He even judged Lee Jiwoo, saying he wasn't as worthy as Yopi, and Han Sarang asked what do you mean many centuries ago? It hasn't been that long since Chrono Life was released. Luna said he's talking about the game's lore, not real years, or asked if she was just wanting attention by pretending to be dumb. Han Sarang asked if she really thinks she's cute and wanting attention. Her beauty already does that for her. And Luna replied to stop doing that before she vomits. Leo said that's why he left his throne as ruler of the Celestial Kingdom for a while, which made Leore anxious, and he still hadn't concluded his duty as one of the 7 sins. At that moment, Leore asked if he would join forces with Yopi. She still didn't understand why he did that kind of thing. He always tells her and Habaek that they are against the humans, so there's no reason to save them if they will be annihilated by the Demon King. He is one of the 7 sins, there's no reason to help the humans. Even as a great merchant, he helped the human kingdom's economy to prosper, secretly helping the weak and inferior humans. And he also still hadn't fulfilled his duty. If that doesn't happen, that person will come to hurt him, and asked if he has a soft spot for humans, doesn't he? Leo replied that maybe he does. Either way, he would leave regardless. And Leor was left in charge of the Celestial Kingdom during that time. Leo, the ruler of the Celestial Kingdom, is the sin of sloth. He should fulfill his duty as one of the 7 sins, with a human life. But he loved humans too much, leaving him unable to conclude this duty of his. His negligence was the first thing that went against God himself. That's why it was impossible to say when he would meet his end. It was then that Leore made a promise to herself. When the time came, she would annihilate the humans for her brother, even if it meant rebelling against him. Everything she did was for his sake. Han Sarang said so, her sister was just trying to save him. Leo said to the brave warrior that they can end it here, and asked to forgive Leore. He replied he was trying to heat things up and now he wants to stop. The whole place was falling apart. The knights were defeated, demotivated. If you don't want to be a wolf, you can wear the skin of one. She's the one who caused all this. It's only fair to pay the price. But Leor was just trembling and crying while he said this. Leo said Leor had her reasons, and asked to forgive her, but Lee Jiwoo replied he's disgusted, that people think their actions can be justified, and he prepared his gluttony power to absorb her. And Leo said it's true, he doesn't lift his butt if it's not to receive someone in return, right? He made a promise and doesn't break promises. Lee Ji-woo asked what he's going to buy him with. Depends. And Habake, before Leore, thought he shouldn't have said anything from the start. He shouldn't have said that Lee Ji-woo needed to save Leo by defeating Leore. If he had kept his mouth shut, and at that moment Lee Ji-woo and Han Sarang were blaming him. He approached and handed his 8 mirrors to Lee Ji-woo, saying it was as promised. With it, could he forgive Leore? Yeah, Lee Ji-woo said yes. Sounds good. And the hidden mission at Habaek's request was completed. He received a new title, Master of the 8 Mirrors. He even used that mirror to leak out of the Celestial Kingdom, thanking for everything. It's time to go back to Earth. Leore asked if he's really just going away. It was so sudden. Yeah, Leo said it means he already gained enough from all of this. The undies guy is greedy, and he can be a big problem. But they descended with a happy ending, and finally returned to Starflower, who was waiting for them. He told the whole story about the earring, about the gender change, and all of them now had this skill. Starflower thought it was so cool. And a few days later, in the Celestial Kingdom, Luna paid a visit to Leo. He owed her a thanks. Only thanks to Luna that everything ended well. But she replied that that is not the end of everything. It was a very ridiculous ending for her. One of the 7 sins, attached to humans, saving his own sister. It was a childish and cliché ending. It made her stomach turn. Therefore, she approached and drove her staff into Leo's heart, and also leaving a gray beginner's cloak over his body. Evidence left at the crime scene. It might even be one of the items all Chrono Life users receive when they create a character. But now it became the symbol of Lee Ji-woo. Anyone with a brain cell would realize this is an attempt to frame him. But Leore certainly, with that blind love of a fool she has, will believe it was Lee Ji-woo who killed him. And that will only increase her desire for revenge. And it will lead her to lead the entire Celestial Kingdom's army to attack the human kingdom. They are nothing more than puppets of the game's AI. And Luna knows everything that's going to happen. It was exactly as she predicted. Soon after, the angelic soldiers discovered Leo's corpse and immediately chose their target, Lee Ji-woo. Furious, Leore gathered all the soldiers and declared war against the human world. The neutral relationship they had crumbled in the blink of an eye. Luna said they promised much and did very little, but now the final episode has truly begun. The invasion of the Celestial Kingdom started suddenly. Again, just like the Demon Army invasion, the players were caught off guard. The minimum requirement to enter the Celestial Kingdom was level 500, meaning the soldiers were designed to be faced by players at least at level 500. And besides that, there were the angels. Those terrible things devastated the players, traumatized them, and brought nightmares. Everyone was annihilated. There was no way an average player could handle the strength of an angel. But at that moment someone used Sanctuary, a healing magic with a gigantic area of effect, which managed to make the players respawn. And the one who did this was a guy who said not to worry because he was here now. Mr. Physiotherapist, a cleric, with a gold chain and a cigarette. Everyone who was knocked down by the angels was helped by Mr. Physiotherapist, who first used his holy punch knocking down that player who complained about the hit, but in fact he had just been healed. That made him have full health because of a punch. Mr. Physiotherapist would do his work all over the world, beating and healing. He is the rank 1 healer, Mr. Physiotherapist, and his profession as a cleric was punching others. Those punched by Mr. Physiotherapist's fists had their health healed almost instantly, and the angels were not understanding the situation very well. But one of the commanders of the Celestial Knights told the angels not to stand still, nor the army. They were there to finish off Mr. Physiotherapist, but the one who provided cover was another rank player, the one who won the Battle Royale tournament, Chokamint, the Magic Knight. With wind magic, she froze the entire territory, making it so the army couldn't advance, and then used the wind to knock them down and make them slide. And Chokamint approached, saying not to underestimate her just because the damage is weak. Chrono Life is not about crushing things with great damage, but also uses technique and control. The commander of the Celestial Knights tried to attack her directly, but she used the dig spell, basic first circle magic that digs a hole in the ground, which made him trip and open his guard for a direct hit from her. It's not just another petty trick, it's called technique. When another knight approached, she summoned a stone wall. The knight broke it easily, but she had already disappeared. The stone wall was also basic first circle magic. She used the stone wall to jump and descended with an aerial attack, splitting the knight in half. And the people realized that they were strong, the ranked players of Chrono Life. Han Sarang said they really seemed good in a fight. There are a lot of people she didn't see during the last war. There are other strong players besides the top 5 guilds then. Luna had warned last time. Chrono Life has many players who are hidden gems. Most of them are not interested in battles or wars between guilds. They are more interested in increasing their own stats. And more of these people joined the war. The various ranked players were fighting for their game. Luna said that all that interests them is having fun playing, which is why they entered this specific war. They wanted to test their true power that they acquired during the training of the Northern Continent. Luna was absolutely right. And soon after, the The top 5 guilds also participated in the battle. They had an unexpected amount of power in favor of the humans. With the players fighting with all their might after the training of the northern continent, they took down the celestial army with ease. But then she appeared, Leore, with her whip. She arrived suddenly, enchanting all the players in her path, who turned against the humans themselves. Li Jiwoo was not at all surprised by the fact that the hothead came running so fast, and said that Han Sarang should face the army. He and the cockroach would face Leore. Han Sarang wanted to go with him too, but Li Jiwoo said they won't fight with Leore. They will just resolve things so she knows it wasn't him who killed Leo. But if the conversation doesn't work, he will convince her with his stick, made of wood. If it gets to that point, he will need the divine healing powers, and Han Sarang was left behind. There she goes again. If she knew this would happen, she would have chosen to become a healer. And as soon as Han Sarang appeared in the middle of the players, she was acclaimed as that famous idol and also a Chrono Life player. This was one of the few times she was recognized and cheered as the idol she was within the game. That first player who found her said she left her hair and clothes like that in honor of her. Han Sarang couldn't simply ignore a fan, and thanked her, saying she looks very beautiful. Then they set off to face the celestial army together. Meanwhile, the god of the game was still beside his hourglass. Things were taking an interesting turn for him. He didn't imagine that the celestial kingdom would attack so suddenly. It must have been Luna. But at least thanks to that, the sin of sloth was completed. It was good to put Leo back on his throne as ruler. If Leora started a war while she was the ruler, the sin of sloth would not have progressed. In the last arc, Leo became the ruler again and died as ruler. He admitted that Luna was doing incredible things. It's all part of her overall vision of things. Thanks to her, it's almost ready. Eurus of Pride was completed long ago. Luna of Lust as well. Yopi completed. Aventador completed. During the War of the Anthropomorphs, Iagula was completed. Half by Uricon, half by Aventador. The Mutiny of Sloth has just been completed. Now only one remains. He summoned the last hourglass, the Sin of Envy. He tried to transform Li Jiwoo into the Sin of Envy, but he unfortunately refused. It couldn't be helped, so he goes to his second option. But he was rejected again. Han Sarang was hit by something. She fell to her knees and the system said she advanced to the second hidden class, derived from the Demon Queen. And as soon as she got this power, she split that girl who liked her in half. She got the exclusive attribute of the Sin of Envy, fusion between envy and the soul of the Demon Queen, creating a new personality. She became the new Sin of Envy. Meanwhile, Starflower was being taken to a safe place by Urus. Honestly, it didn't matter where they were going. As long as it was far from the starting village, it was fine. It was orders from Li Jiwoo. War would break out soon and he wanted her to be safe. Urus managed to take her to the top of the starting hills. It should be safe there. Every now and then, level 4 bears and rabbits appear, but Starflower could kill them. The merchant asked if everyone would be okay. The people of the starting village, the stickman, the girls, everyone. Eurus, honestly, didn't know. That war was part of the last episode. He wouldn't guarantee anything. But one thing he is sure of, you can trust Li Jiwoo. As long as he is around, the humans won't lose. Leore, with her charm, was making the humans lose their numerical advantage, because now they were fighting for her. And Chocomint asked, since when did Chrono Life become a horror game? She doesn't get along well with horror games. And she asked if Mr. Physiotherapist has any skill that cures enchantment. She was trying to use it, even beating the kid for a long time. But the charm level was too high. She replied that most players became enchanted, a very broken skill. And finally, he appeared. The guy in the gray novice cloak and undies, carrying a piece of wood. Chocomint thought he must be a novice, and told him to get out of there. He could never defeat anyone. Li Jiwoo asked, why? She replied not to talk to her like that, noob, it's dangerous here. But one blow from him sent everyone into the air. Not only that, but he even deleted the angels who were above him. And Chocomint didn't understand anything. The explosion of his blow obliterated and cleared the entire area. Finally, Li Jiwoo was feeling a bit more satisfied. Luna said it's impossible to predict his next step. She thought he was fighting to protect the human realm. He replied he barely used his full power. She replied that if he had, the planet would have been disintegrated, right? But Li Jiwoo said someone stayed alive. Leore. She was at 1 health point, but she was still alive. Luna healed her quickly. Her healing skill was much more powerful than Li Jiwoo imagined. But Leore herself asked what the meaning of this was. Was he trying to humiliate her? He replied he just wants to clear up the misunderstanding. He heard everything from his senior, said that Leo was murdered. Poor guy. Then he was hit by the whip in the face, but he resisted the effect of being enchanted. Leore said he has a lot of nerve talking like that. He killed her brother. She continued whipping and he just wanted to talk. It wasn't him who killed Leo. Everything is just a misunderstanding. But she replied that his cloak was placed right in front of the corpse, and Li Jiwoo told her to use her brain. He's wearing his cloak now. And what kind of idiot would murder someone and leave that kind of evidence at the crime scene? Luna had already warned that Leore wouldn't listen so easily. She's sure Li Jiwoo knows, but the NPCs of Chrono Life have embedded emotions. Her state of frenzy won't cease with that kind of persuasion. It's fun. You can't talk to her because of her emotions. Almost like talking to a real human being. And Li Jiwoo asked why she's saying that hidden behind behind him. She just didn't want to be hit by the whip. Then he asked one thing. It was she who killed Leo, wasn't it? She only replied saying she doesn't know for sure, and asked Leore what happened to the body. Asked if she didn't burn her brother's body, did she? This made her even angrier, because they were insulting her brother to the end. But Luna quickly went behind Leore and knocked her down with a blow, saying that it's already been 3 days since Leo died. He will be reviving soon. She was knocked out by that blow, and Li Jiwoo asked since when she became so fast. Luna was just waiting for the opportunity to attack. It wasn't her merit. But he also asked, what do you mean Leo will revive? She explained that a ruling blood angel cannot die. Even if he died, he would revive after 3 days. Leore shouldn't know because she had never seen one die before. But in exchange for being revived, they lose their halo. At that moment, truly, Leo ascended to the heavens to go through his process. He became a flash of starlight and fell like a comet. Who saw that fall was Starflower. She approached the fall crater, where Leo fell in the human realm. Li Jiwoo said if it's true, it's a relief, but asked how she knows all this. She replied it remains a secret. Then he asked why she was hiding this crucial information until now. If Leore already knew that Leo would revive, she wouldn't have started this war. And she replied that of course she did it on purpose. It's not a real war, it's just a game. But she didn't expect him to react like this. She thought he would like the fact that a war started, the opportunity for him to go around destroying things, which is what he likes to do most. But he replied he is not a sick villain. He only gives a lesson to anyone who comes to him first. This whole war started because of a silly misunderstanding, and that's not cool. But Luna replied it's perfect. Better to teach a lesson to this next person then. Something hit them. A gigantic explosion. But Li Jiwoo was fast enough to save Leore's body. He would feel bad if she died this way. It's not like they were trying to be unpleasant. She just wanted to save her brother. Luna said he is so kind that she was touched. He said he was always a nice guy. Anyway, he told her to heal Leore. It was such a strong explosion that he couldn't save her from all injuries. And who approached was the demonic queen, or rather the loving captain Han Sarang. And Luna said not to trust her. It's not the Han Sarang they know. Because of the unique attribute of the sin of envy, she changed personality. And Li Jiwoo asked if she changed the person's personality because of a game malfunction. It makes no sense. The goddess of life said everything is possible there. He already went through something similar too, when he changed to his female gender. Really, Li Jiwoo wondered why he was thinking about those weird things when it was just a game. And now it made much more sense. But still, it's not like he had been altered to a completely different personality. Luna said the premise is similar. A game cannot change someone's personality. To simplify, Han Sarang just lost the authority to control her own character. These bodies they use in this world can have the same appearance as they have in real life, as well as feel the same emotions. But in the end, they are just characters created within a system of codes. The helmet used to access this game uses a series of authentication processes to verify the user. Normally, it is impossible to hack into another person's character, but within the game, things are different. Her ability to control her own character was taken by the game's artificial intelligence, and not by another player. And this part of the AI was precisely the sin of envy. The real Han Sarang was watching everything inside a system cage. She was screaming for someone to listen, and only Luna was listening, loud and clear, but she would pretend she wasn't. Luna was doing all this for the envy she felt. Her heart was beating faster than ever. She wanted to see how Li Jiwoo would kill Han Sarang. The sin of envy in Han Sarang's body was making its speech. It needs to go to the human realm to complete its sentence. It will turn this continent into a sea of blood. Li Jiwoo asked if it's just the AI making its speech, right? Luna said yes, so he can kill her. She's the one who came to him first. He replied it's not quite like that until he took a kick to the chin. She continued beating him. She was much more powerful than before. And Luna said to be careful. All 7 sins have different skills and personalities, but the sin of envy is the one that hates humans the most. Li Jiwoo didn't give a damn about that. He just wanted to know why she got so strong. Luna said that just by becoming the demon queen, she had already become one of the most powerful players in the game. She wasn't like that because she was always by his side like a small and annoying leech. The demon queen's unique attribute is to multiply attributes by 10. That already placed her in front of the game's final content. Besides that, she possesses the transcendental gauntlet, and now she had the power of the sin of envy. She had barely used 10% of her power until now. The next blow from the fallen dragon caved Li Jiwoo into the ground, creating a huge crater. The original Han Sarang was not liking this at all. She wondered how she let this happen to her. She was sure she was more powerful. She would be less than a burden, but that was too much. The best she can do is log out. When she disconnected, she thought that now everything should be fine, but her agent was waiting for her and said she didn't help at all. Han Sarang, transformed into the sin of envy, continued hitting Li Jiwoo. This was being broadcast live, and Han Sarang asked why it keeps happening. And the one broadcasting was Hawkeye, their favorite streamer. Leave a like, subscribe to the channel, ring the bell. Several other players were logging in again, high ranks on the front line, all watching what was happening. The name of the person attacking the great warrior was the famous idol Han Sarang. Rumors say she has been traveling with Li Jiwoo for a long time. The war with the celestial realm ended, but the fight between them was still rolling. But Han Sarang's #1 fan said a few moments ago she was fighting to defeat the enemies. She is definitely being controlled by something. Suddenly her eyes turned red and she became strange. There's no way she can make such an ugly face. She always distributes love to everyone. Han Sarang's agent said her fans are actually pretty cool. As thanks, they should send this person free tickets to her next show, or for the whole year. But Han Sarang decided to enter Chrono Life again. The agent replied to find a way to recover her character. Once resolved, she can find this fan to give a big hug. She replied she doesn't even need to be told twice, and logged back into the game. And the agent asked if this Chrono Life is really so fun. Maybe she should start playing too. Meanwhile, everyone was watching. Those who were there and the people on the live broadcast. To Li Jiwoo being brutally beaten by Han Sarang with the power of envy. He couldn't even fight back. And Hawkeye started interviewing the people spontaneously. First, the master of PvP content, Chocoment. Hawkeye said she treated the brave warrior as a novice and asked if she can talk about it. Chocoment replied she just couldn't recognize him. She didn't know the brave warrior walked around only in a cloak and undies. She didn't think the rumors were true. Hawkeye went to the real question then. What do you think about that fight? She replied it looks one-sided. But she doesn't believe it will go beyond that, and wondered also why she was watching this fight. The war against the Celestial Kingdom had already ended. It is just a fight between players. You could simply forget all this. It wasn't just Chocoment who thought so. All the players logged in and felt the same way. But despite that, they continued watching. Everyone had the feeling that the war might not have even started. Finally, Li Jiwoo blocked one of Han Sarang's blows, saying that's enough, ordered to give her body back before he kills her. Envy said humans are truly disgusting. He cannot give orders to one of the sins. Envy activated all the power of the Demon Queen's essence. 0% interference. Her wings opened and became gigantic claws of pure demonic power. Then she set off to crush Li Jiwoo in the place where he was like a nail. The Claws of Death was a unique skill of the Queen of Demons. It converted the infinite magic power of the Demon King into physical power to attack. Li Jiwoo dodged easily, saying the skill is actually pretty cool, so he's going to use his skill too. He injected magic power into his undies, making the blue dragon materialize. 2 gigantic arms came out from inside his undies. That was very bizarre. No one liked seeing that. But those arms coming out from inside his undies collided with Envy's Claws of Death. Envy was still trying to crush him. Only Li Jiwoo was so disgusting that, wow, he was moaning for God's sake. But Han Sarang said he can win for sure. And Luna asked if she's not going to shut up, no? Finally, she revealed that all this time she was able to see and hear Han Sarang, that disgusting voice of hers. But Li Jiwoo will not be able to hear her, just as it has always been. From the beginning, she was just that to Li Jiwoo. Since the first time they saw each other, it was nothing more than a hobby for him. It simply happened to find her while he was trying to play this role of a person who pretended to be weak. Despite that, she continued to cross the line. She only got in his way. All the time she was simply an inconvenient obstacle. Han Sarang asked, and who is she to Li Jiwoo? The goddess of life said that she is his soulmate. Their bodies and spirits belong to each other. Han Sarang said it's so funny she forgot to laugh. Li Jiwoo always thought she was a horrible person, and it's no wonder, because the first time she met him, she insulted him and his family for being poor. She is a horrible person. You can try as hard as you want, he will never be yours. Luna replied she knows nothing about her and keeps saying that. Unlike Han Sarang, who is always blocking Li Jiwoo's path, she can make him feel good. At that moment, he was loving the battle against the sin of envy. It was she who revived Irakin, who revived Yopi. Because of all that, the ancient anthropomorphs appeared, and this time it was she who caused the war against the Celestial Kingdom too. And Li Jiwoo was able to enjoy Chrono Life all this time thanks to her. And if Li Jiwoo hated Luna so much, why would he have kissed her on the mouth? Han Sarang didn't believe that, or just was very shocked. Meanwhile, Li Jiwoo said it was already getting boring holding those Claws of Death. He should finish it already. Envy knew she had no chance, and Luna appeared in front of him asking sincere apologies for bothering him in the middle of his combat, but asked permission and kissed him on the mouth in front of everyone, and especially, of course, Han Sarang.